Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Stockholm Environment Institute for the 22nd SuSanA Sustainable Sanitation Alliance meeting. My name's Arno Rosmarin. I have been working at this institute since its start, around 1991 when I started. And have been working with SuSanA, the Sustainable Sanitation Alliance, since it started in 2007. So we're very happy to greet everyone here today that's in the room and those that are listening online. We have a really nice full day of items for you. I won't go through the agenda in detail, but just to say that the fact that SuSanA is here at Sustainable as a sustainable element in our development is not by chance. So to say that the Stockholm Environment Institute was really set up for the purpose of this kind of application. And it all came much later than anyone could imagine. So in '89 we were given the mandate to define what sustainable development was. It wasn't really till about 15 or 16 years ago that sanitation got into the sustainable development debate. And partly because it was an issue in the MDGs and also the year of sanitation. That came back much later in 2008. But we're still grappling with what is sustainable sanitation at this institute and around the world, and it's a bit of a sleeper. It's coming in late. It is in the SDGs. It wasn't forgotten this time, as it was back in the MDG era. It's actually center to it, and I think we'll be getting some insights today from some of the speakers as to how sanitation fits in with the SDG puzzle and how it affects. But many of the things about this thing, we give it we actually call it funny names. We don't really have really good names for it. Sanitation is a rather poor name, sort of cleaning, you know. And so I was sort of like wondering how to try to engage people that don't know anything about their bodies or what happens after they digest food, and is it of any value and things like that. And I found some interesting facts that the body produces red blood cells at a rate of about 2.5 million cells per second from your bone marrow. And there's 2.5 million red blood cells that die every second as well. And the body recycles the iron in a rather efficient manner. The heme part, but the globin part actually produces a toxic organic acid that ends up being broken down, and that's why your urine is yellow. It's part of the rest products of a blood breakdown, and also feces are brown because of the stuff that's going through the bile. So the thing is, what I'm trying to say is, we're all committed to that system. We're connected to it, and we have to take it on a daily basis, and we should, as we're doing today, practice it at work. So there's a philosophical jump to actually say, yes, I'm committing my body, my own body, to sustainable development. And this is what I'm trying to push for people that think that they're actually working with sustainable development. They sort of say, yeah, well, sanitation's over here somewhere. It's here. It's right in your own, where you are, where you live. It's in your body. So I'm not going to go on too long with philosophical things, just to say that the challenges are enormous to get sanitation into the SDGs, and I think that's one of the things that we'll be always thinking about through this day, and then as the next few months go beyond. And we're setting agendas for not just for our own members. There's about 280 formal members of SuSanA, but there's about 7,000 that are online that have shown an interest on the electronic, the e-discussion on the forum. And for those that aren't members, you're very, very welcome to join. It's forum.susana.org. And of course the library, with a very rich library of probably about 7 gigabytes of material, of texts and publications. That's all on the SuSanA.org website. So you'll be hearing a lot more from my colleagues. And just to say, welcome to Stockholm Environment Institute today. The next item on the agenda is a bit of an introduction for the people in the room, and it will be my colleague Madeleine Fogde who will help you through that. Madeleine actually is, she's spent many years in Mozambique working with sanitation, not working with the Swedish government, with the Austrian government, and we brought her into the Eco-Sanres program back in 2006, 2007. So originally she's a school teacher, so when she says, say your name and where you're from, she really means it. So, so Madeleine.
Thank you for that very updated introduction, Arno. Okay, great. So this is something that I have the pleasure to do also with Arno. We are here at Stockholm Environment Institute, and we are really happy to see you because we have been running these meetings since 2007. And at a certain time of SuSanA's history, there was always a discussion, will we have a meeting in Stockholm next year? Yes, we are having meetings in Stockholm every year. And it looks like even our institute realized there's something called SuSanA, and that that will be organized at Stockholm every year. This, I think we have seen quite, the one who has been with us since 2007. I'm really happy I see some of those faces here today. You know, we come out and in, there are new faces, and that's what makes this alliance so creative and beautiful, because we are growing all the time and we get this nice contribution from young, and then we have some, what should I say, institutional memories that some of us keep and can say, hey, we have actually said that sometimes. Anyhow, we are at Stockholm Institute also, we are very proud of to show you something behind that cameraman. It's something called SEI Initiative on Sustainable Sanitation. We are growing here. We're getting new research capacities. We are publishing things, so we're really happy. There has been a little bit of a slowdown, but we are up and running. And I have compliments from the Swedish Development Agency. They say they really want to go to the SuSanA meetings, but they don't want to commit themselves on Saturdays, especially not on Saturdays before the SuSanA or the World Water Week. And so they all send compliments, and but so you know, they also know that we exist, and that's nice. Okay, that's more or less where I should do the introduction. So I'm Madeleine Fogde, but I work at SEI. I have my foot in the sanitation team, but I do also run a very important network called SIANI, and it's an international network on agriculture and food security. And I'm proud to say that, and I have one of my board members here, so I have to say that. and for me, it's so natural to connect with water, sanitation, nutrient flows, and agriculture. It's all connected. So yeah, that's a good platform for a sustainable future.
Thanks, Madeleine. So my name is Ann-Kathrin Tempe. I work for GIZ, and we are holding the SuSanA secretariat. And I just passed this on for everybody to quickly introduce themselves.
Arne Panessa, GIZ, as well with the GIZ Sustainable Sanitation Program, where we host the SuSanA Secretariat. Happy to be here.
Thilo Panzerbieter, German Toilet Organization, chair of the German Wash Network, and proud to be with SuSanA since the very beginning.
Jona Tetzke, and I'm also working for GTO.
I'm Arno Koerver, Malteser International, and I'm also Malteser International, also a member of the German Wash Network, and I'm also co-lead of Working Group 8.
My name is Chad Brooking, and I'm with SEWAS out of Switzerland. I've come from Canada originally, and I'm a new member here, and it's very nice to be here and to meet all of you.
I'm Virginia. I'm the founder of CSC Water,
And I'm also new here, and I'm great to be here.
Hello everyone, I'm Michael Kropak. I'm co-director of CEWAS and CCON, also one of the dinosaurs here in the room.
Good morning, my name is Ada Oko-Williams. I work with WaterAid based out in London, and I'm a co-lead of the working group 2 and very happy to be in SuSanA, quite a toddler in SuSanA.
Good morning. My name is Silas Nyareza. I'm a program officer at the Water Supply and Sanitation Collaborative Council based in Geneva.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Dickin. I'm based at SCI. I do research within the Sustainable Sanitation Initiative, and some of you might have met me virtually. I've been doing some SuSanA webinars on the forum, so nice to meet you in person.
Good morning, my name is Oscar Beses. I am working in the University of Leeds with Dr. Barbara Evans in the so-called sheet flow diagram project. And this is my first time here, and it's a pleasure to be here and to know all of you.
Good morning, I'm Martin Gambrel from World Bank WSP, and I'm leading their rural and urban sanitation initiatives globally.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Kim Anderson from SCI also. I'm leading the Sustainable Sanitation initiative on sustainable sanitation here at SCI. Okay, thanks.
Good morning. My name is Roland Chettenleib. I'm from Switzerland. I'm retired. Before, in my earlier life, I was over 30 years working for EAWAG in Switzerland. And of course, I'm member of SuSanA from the beginning. Thanks. Introduction.
Yeah. Hello everybody, I'm Christophe Legelet. I'm from a French organization called PSO, Programme Solidarité Eau. We work on water supply and sanitation, and specifically on sanitation since more than 15 years. Thank you.
Welcome. Hello, I'm Christophe's colleague, so at PSO.
Hello, good morning. I'm Manfred Schütze from IFAG, Non-Profit Research Institute in Magdeburg, Germany.
Good morning, Yola Maziniak from Oxfam GB, representing Andy Basfer and Jonathan Parkinson, who can't be here. Sorry to be late.
Good morning, everyone. What an interesting entrance like this. I'm Mariska Ronteltap from UNESCO IHG in Delft, the Netherlands.
Happy you got through the entrance. I'm really happy everyone is here. I apologize for, well, I can't. I mean, we can't be blamed for a broken door, but I'm happy you found your way.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ngolia Kimanzu. As Madeleine said, I'm in the board of SIANI. So she talked a lot about SuSanA. This is my first time to be in SuSanA meeting. So I'm looking forward to hear all the good experiences on SuSanA. But I work also for the International Department of the Salvation Army here in Stockholm. We have a big wash and food and nutrition security program in Kenya, funded by Sweden, Australia, Switzerland, and UK. And Sweden does the tech support from Stockholm. So I look forward to listening to all the different experiences here. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Haufrid Schulte-Herbryggen. I'm based at here in Sweden at the Royal Institute of Technology. And my background is more with drinking water, but now I'm coordinating a group on the connections or the links between water, sanitation and food nutrition, together with Ngolia and Sarah and several people. So I'll look forward to meeting you all.
Good morning, I'm Shauna Curry with COST, Centre for Affordable Water and Sanitation Technology based in Canada. And one of my colleagues, you'll meet her later, Victoria, she's about this tall, you can't miss her. Welcome her when she comes.
Hi, good morning everyone. I'm Cecilia Rodriguez. I'm Brazilian based in Germany working for GIZ. I'm happy to support Arne and Katrin on the SuSanA activities, but I also work for the SFD Promotion Initiative. If you're interested in getting to know more about sheet flow diagrams, please just stop around. We will be happy to support you and share some information.
I just forgot to mention that we're supporting Dorothy on the Working Group 1 capacity. So
Good morning, my name is Gert de Bruyne. I'm happy to be back again. On the moment I'm working as special advisor of the Dutch Embassy in Ghana. But I'm here in my capacity as part of the sanitation program of the Netherlands Red Cross, for which I'm working.
Good morning, my name is Andrew Whitesell. I own a small engineering company based in Seattle and Honolulu, and we developed wash technology.
Good morning, my name is Cécile Laborderie. I'm a WASH consultant and I work mainly on the soft components such as market studies, CAP surveys, socio-economic studies.
Good morning, I'm Prit Salian representing ISAN Consulting and I am the co-lead for Working Group 6, Cities and Planning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Graham Alabaster from UN Habitat. I'm a public health engineer who's been in the sector for a very long time and been with SuSanA from the outset. So I've been doing work on sanitation, mainly dirty water and sanitation, for very many years. But most recently, I was responsible for initiating the process to develop the SDG monitoring for the water goal, for Goal 6, and leading 7 UN agencies in trying to come to terms with the monitoring agenda. But very happy to be here and will always be coming to SuSanA meetings.
Okay, my name is Ingeborg Krukkert from IRC, based in the Netherlands. We're partner of SuSanA. And maybe to mention here is that we are working with many of you on the agenda for change, which will be presented shortly. And I think that's enough for now.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Doreen. I come from Kenya. I work for the GIZ Water Sector Reform Program in Kenya, primarily in the urban sanitation component. I've been involved in the emptying and transportation of the sanitation value chain in this particular program, and I've been a SuSanA moderator and member since 2011. I'm very happy to meet all of you finally. I feel like I know a lot of you through the SuSanA forum, and yeah, thank you.
Good morning, Alex Wolf from Borda, Germany. I'm related to the Monitoring and Evaluation Program and working from Bremen, Germany.
Maren Heuvels, also from Borda, mainly policy, project development and gender issues.
Hi, I'm Serja Raj from Emory University. I'm project manager on the SaniPath study.
Good morning. I am, excuse me, I'm Christine Moe, Center for Global Safe Water Sanitation and Hygiene at Emory University. I've been at SuSanA meetings for a long time, so I can't remember when I first started, but I'm a researcher.
Hi, Victoria Goodday, also with COST. I work in partnerships and funder relations. This is my first personal experience with SuSanA. I look forward to learning more.
Hi, I'm Jan Schlenk. I'm working with the sector initiative Sustainable Sanitation, GIZ, as a WASH advisor, and I'm really happy to be here and to see you all, and it's my second time here.
I see some, yeah. He cannot escape. But you here first, and then you post.
So, hello. Is it working? Yep. Okay. Okay. My name is Thorsten Reckartzügel. I work for Borda in Bremen. Yeah, I'm also pretty new to SuSanA because I just joined Borda in May this year. Before I've been working several years in Switzerland. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Stefan Reuter, Director Borda, happy to be with everyone. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Diana Madrigal, I am from Costa Rica. I work for the Centro para la Sostenibilidad Urbana, which means Center for Urban Sustainability. And I'm collaborating with SIWI in these 2 weeks. Anyone else?
It's great to have you all here on a Saturday morning at the 22nd SuSanA meeting in Stockholm. So that's the outline for today. We're right in the session 1. updates about SuSanA, what has happened in the past year. Then we will have a few more sessions. We will continue with a session about city sanitation and upscaling. Then we will look at the more overarching topic, the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. What does it mean for SuSanA? How does the international water architecture look like? After lunch in the afternoon, we will focus on sanitation emergencies, which is one of the topics of the SuSanA roadmap. And then we will close the meeting, or the last session will be on behavior change and hygiene before we wrap up the meeting and then have a dinner at a nice place at the waterfront. Some of you have been there already yesterday. So that's for today. We have people watching us on YouTube from all over the world, and they can send us their comments via Twitter. So it's hashtag 20SecondSuSanA, and we will have a chance also to see what comments come in and raise them here in the meeting as well. So what is SuSanA? SuSanA, we are an international network with members and partner organizations who are working on advancing sustainable sanitation solutions. It's a community made up of practitioners, policymakers, researchers, and academics. And one of the aims of SuSanA is to promote innovation and best practices in policy, programming, and implementation. So at the moment, SuSanA has more than 7,000 individual members and more than 275 partner organizations that are grassroots organizations, private companies, multilateral organizations, donors, governmental research institutions. That's our member base, the geographic distribution. You can see that India is now our strongest membership base. That has grown a lot in the last year due to our India chapter. So we have seen a growth in Indian membership base. Also the US is quite strong. We had there a lot of activities linked to the RTC challenge, and also a few other countries in Africa. We have a lot of members there, Ghana, Nigeria, also Uganda. The next slide is showing the SuSanA partner organizations. So that's the headquarters of the partner organizations of SuSanA. It's actually a similar picture. India is quite crowded here on this map, also Europe, and then we have West Africa, Eastern, Southern Africa. SuSanA is built upon the working groups, or the working groups are the core of SuSanA. They are working on different thematic aspects of sustainable sanitation, covering a range of topics, starting from capacity development, market development, up to wash and nutrition. We will have some updates from our working group leads later. And this graphic in the corner, it shows the membership, or the people that are on the mailing list of the working group. So you see that there are quite big networks if you look at the mailing list. So working group 4 on technologies and sanitation systems, for example, there are more than 4,000 people on the mailing list. So it's quite a network in the SuSanA network, this single working group, for example. One of the roles of SuSanA is to be a sounding board. So the SuSanA community gives feedback to publications, to projects, and here you see a few of the products and output that have evolved out of SuSanA. So we have more than 90 case studies on different sustainable sanitation projects from all over the world, which are on the SuSanA library. Each of the working group, they have had the task to write up a fact sheet on the topic of the working group. Then we have a project database, a video and photo base on Flickr. And here below you see a few of key publications that were either written by the SuSanA working groups, like the Sustainable Sanitation Cities publication by the working group 6 on cities, or the WASH school case stories that were compiled by the working group 7 on gender, schools, communities. And there are other publications like the EAWAC compendium, also the WSP study, where SuSanA has played a role as a sounding board, and those publications have been discussed at SuSanA meetings or on the SuSanA forum. And yes, and another role of SuSanA is to bring people together, to exchange, to learn from each other. And that's what we do today, and where the SuSanA meetings play an important role. It's where we have face-to-face meetings. And you see we have had meetings in most of the continents except Australia. But yeah, and we have a strong tradition in being in Stockholm. So as Madeleine said, every year SuSanA has met here. So thanks for SEI for having us here every year. Now I quickly rush through a few recent activities with regard to knowledge management and learning and exchange we have done in the past year. So we have started, Sarah has mentioned it already, we have started a monthly webinar series, SEI, together with the SuSanA secretariat. It's a very interactive format. We do it via Adobe Connect. People can turn on their video cameras, and we have also some time to mingle before and after the webinar. And people present their work, and SuSanA is again used as a sounding board. So that was done on a monthly base. Last one was just on Thursday. The last one took place. We also continued with the thematic discussion series. It's an online discussion on the SuSanA forum. It brings together different actors on a specific topic. They run for 2 to 3 weeks, and after the online discussion, we write up a synthesis of the discussion, which is then used or is a grey literature that is used to improve knowledge management. It's for topics where there may not be so much literature available. So we discuss it, and then we have some product out of it, which we can use for knowledge dissemination and management. And coming soon, I'm happy to announce it already, we are planning one discussion about water in schools, the Working Group 7, which starts in mid of September, and also one discussion about baby wash. The Baby Wash Initiative is planning one discussion early October. We have also introduced the new SuSanA partner profiles this year. So each SuSanA partner organization, they have a profile on the website. And here they now can edit informations by themselves. They can add project information. They can add resources to the SuSanA library. Then it will appear in the maps. They can also add events, jobs, and news. And that's also a way of introducing partners to each other, finding synergies among partners, and stimulating matchmaking. The Working Group Wiki was, in the Working Group Wiki, it's another tool to coordinate, to another working platform for working groups and SuSanA members. There we have all fact sheets of the working groups, and to the Working Group 7, Wash in Schools and Gender Working Group, they have added all the school case stories they had compiled in their publication also to the wiki. So it's now in a living format where people can edit stories or add other stories to this wiki. And finally, we have regional chapters. I mentioned it already. So we started with the regional chapter in India. So the objective is to really make the SuSanA knowledge products and community and learning services more accessible on the ground, so that we have a larger impact on the ground, reach better out to practitioners. And we started in India. There was a demand to have discussions about sustainable sanitation. There are a lot of activities ongoing. Many actors are working in India. So we are now partnering with the India Sanitation Coalition. And the first activity within this regional chapter is a thematic online discussion, which is currently running on the forum about the Swachh Bharat mission. And we will hear more about this one. So we are also setting up a regional chapter in the Middle East that will have a focus on sanitation emergencies and sanitation in countries facing large migration movements. Yes, that will happen in our session in the afternoon. And now, I would like to ask all the working group leads that are here to the front, and maybe you can queue up here. So we have a short, like a scrum or a pitch to all the working groups that where we have the leads here who will give us an update on what they have been doing in the last year and what they will do during the World Water Week. And I would also like to ask Silas from WSSCC to the front, who will also give us a short, brief update about the recent collaboration between WSSCC and SuSanA. So as Dorothy Spuler is not here, we just start with Ada, and we need a microphone. So you will have a microphone to go around.
You can stay up to that line. So
oh, okay.
Like a choir. You sing one after the other.
And I'm literally going to sing through this. On behalf of my other working group leads, Jonathan Parkinson and John Sayer, I'll just present this very quickly, sing through it. So basically our goal has been really to support increased understanding of market development approaches and processes within, particularly for practitioners. We realize that the concept of market development or market-based approaches is really catching up with everyone, mostly at the practitioners level, and we thought it was very important to focus on that and see how we can create common understanding at that level. So closely linked to that, we're identifying and documenting lessons from practice and also strengthening networks, getting individuals and organizations to begin to talk to each other and share what they're doing. Last year, activities were really quite weak. We spent a significant amount of time working on our logo, what it should really look like. That took some time, but finally we got that right. I'm proud to announce we have that now. So, but it was really an opportunity for the three of us co-leading the group to really sit down and have a common understanding to be able to provide the right leadership. So that took some time. But going forward and starting with this Water Week, we're hosting a working group meeting tomorrow between 2 to 3:30 in the afternoon, and basically trying to just stimulate discussions around what market development approaches in action really does look like. We have a few examples, and we'll be having a panel of, we'll have a set of panelists discussing this from the practice perspective, what each organization is doing or what experiences. And we really love to hear from as many SuSanA members as can come in to share what experiences they have very practically about market development. Future ideas, we're thinking very seriously to map working group members, spotlight what they're doing, really highlight what they're doing, showcase them, and of course have a few coffee calls, webinars, face-to-face meetings, of course riding on opportunities of international meetings and all that we normally go to, and then sharing evidence and knowledge on market-based approaches. The methodology of doing that, we're still working on it and really want input from all working group members to be able to clearly define that. But very importantly, we also want to avoid the situation where mistakes are repeated, because again, one of the key markets based approach that everyone is using now is sanitation marketing, and we realize every organization is doing it in one way or the other, and sometimes repeating mistakes. We've had experiences with previous sanitation promotion approaches I don't want to mention, and we really don't want that to happen again, or the sector moving in that direction with market-based approaches. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Ada.
I'll keep it very brief. The activities, maybe I should start with the goal and aim of our working group. The aim is to develop strategies on how cities can adopt appropriate planning, implementation, and management processes that can lead to sustainable solutions. What we did last year, and I represent, I'm also representing my other co-leads, Christoph Lueti and Moritz Gold. We had co-convened the Kampala during the Kampala WASH Symposium, a stakeholder meeting that had presented the SFDs that was developed for Kampala, and we had a stakeholder meeting with all high-level delegates from the city itself to more or less pave the way forward for FSM in Kampala. And that was one of our major highlights of last year. It was quite a successful one. We are yet to see what the result of the process yet. Had a working group meeting in Kampala during the WASH Symposium. We had worked on a couple of publications. There are many more, but I've put the ones that I have been personally involved in. It was assessing the cost of on-site sanitation facilities. We were comparing different costs in Asia as well as in Africa, especially East Africa, and looking at why costs vary. What are the reasons behind the difference in costs? And from that publication, we came on to the next stage of developing technology solutions for low-cost prefab toilet designs, especially for the East African context. What's happening during the World Water Week? We co-convened a side event yesterday. Some of you were here on SFDs, its use potential, and in the sanitation sector. The hot topics, what we find this year, and we want to really push forward in promoting are, of course, there are many more, but the SANDAC Airwork fecal sludge management tool, also the fecal sludge management toolbox that has been developed, Habitat 3 conference in Quito this year. We are looking forward to see what the results are of that particular process. Shit flow diagrams, of course, the hot topic. What are we planning for in the future? A working group meeting at FSM 4 in Chennai. We are working towards that, also working towards developing webinars for sanitation planning, urban sanitation planning, and contributing to the Wikipedia article on urban sanitation. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Belinda is not yet here, right? No. Okay, then we continue. Working Group 8.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm presenting on behalf also of lead of the Working Group 8, Jan Spit of Waste Netherlands, and Ajay Paul from Welthungerhilfe. So for Working Group 8 is Sustainable Sanitation, Emergencies and Reconstruction. So with emergencies also emerging literally more all over the world, and also emergencies taking a longer time than before, the link with sustainability is really key. So that is reflected also a little bit in the goal and the aim of Working Group 8, where we try to promote robust sustainable sanitation. So the link really between emergencies and sustainability, and try to give support also human resource related and promotion of innovation, innovative approaches, solutions. Innovation can be more or less in the hardware as well as in the software part. So also this afternoon we will discuss more in detail on the topics. You will see later that we are looking now at wash and markets related activities, which is really a kind of approach that will be promoted also in the future. Activity wise, last year also we were not able to do a lot of activities, but we had several Skype calls and discussions on innovative approaches and technologies, and that is definitely a field that we want to work on further in the future. Then if we look at the upcoming events and activities, the working group event for Working Group 8 related to wash and markets in emergencies is more or less related to another event that will be held during the World Water Week this time. It's called Opportunities of Market-Based Programming to Address Humanitarian Wash Needs. That will be held on Monday, 29th of August, from 4 to 5:30 in the Congress Hall C. So that is an event that will be held on Monday, and then on Tuesday we will have a kind of follow-up event in Working Group 8 based on that wash and markets in emergency. So that is really an activity that is coming up. So the working group event is mentioned for August 30, and then the session during World Water Week is on the 29th. Then also during our working group meeting on Tuesday, we will have a presentation on development of compendium of sanitation and FSM options in emergencies. And we deal with the regional chapter for the Middle East. That are some of the topics. For future scope of activities for Working Group 8, definitely to continue to contribute to promotion of innovative sanitation solutions in emergencies. And then an interesting area that we hope that we can develop further, because it cannot be business as usual always in emergencies. New approaches and activities need to be developed. So the link up with market-based WASH programming initiative and developments is another area that the Working Group 8 likes to concentrate on in the future.
That's me. I didn't say before, but I'm the co-interim lead. I'm the co-interim lead for this working group, and normally it's Claire Gayadou from ACF. She's unfortunately not able to be here today, and also not in Stockholm, unfortunately. So there's a lot of momentum in this working group. So there's a lot of activities last year and also this year. Some are listed. So the Bonn WASH Nutrition Forum last November was the first time when WASH and nutrition actors came together and had a joint conference. So that was one of the larger events last year. It continues with a lot, or it continued with a lot of events, a lot of exchange in that area. And now we're here in Stockholm, being happy to have a joint event for the first time in Stockholm, bringing together a lot of nutrition actors to this WASH-based, WASH-focused conference. The WASH Nutrition event in Stockholm is on Tuesday morning, so you're all welcome to join. So one of the bigger issues that we discuss is how to get more nutrition people, the nutrition community, involved more into SuSanA. So probably this is also in the light of the SDGs a big issue, strengthening the links. So we focus more on the focus is more on strengthening the link for higher impact on the ability for people to absorb nutrients rather than food security.
Thanks. Stefan, you can say something to Working Group 10?
Is there something?
There's no slide. But
no slide, or later on? There was one prepared
Was it?
by Robert Gensch. So
it didn't reach me.
Let me quickly speak on behalf of Working Group 10, which is Operation and Maintenance. I have been taking over from Gunther Langergraber, who has been running this working group in the past years. I'm happy to share this group with Jennifer Green and trying to get more momentum on operation and maintenance. And there are two main issues which has driven us to take up this role. One is a vast experience which has been evaluated together with the Institute of Sustainable Futures at University of Technology Sydney in Indonesia. This program has looked at why large-scale implementation still can fail and what user groups, basically community-based organizations, are likely to do as operation maintenance themselves and what they are not likely to do. So we want to share this in a technical discussion group. There's another stream which is also joining this group, which is pushed by an activity called post-implementation monitoring from the Welthungerhilfe. And they are also coming up with an activity in TDS later this year. There will be, during the World Water Week on Monday afternoon, an activity, please watch out for that. It's called Washaholics Anonymous, confessing about failure in in operation and maintenance. There's a meeting of this working group on Tuesday, 4 p.m. Please, if you're interested in operation and maintenance, remember what will not be maintained should not be built. So if you are trying to contribute and getting our efforts going and you're interested what's coming up, join us on Tuesday, 4 p.m. So to remind you, also two technical discussion groups, series on sustainable services initiative on operation and maintenance. That's an initiative, like I mentioned, from Welthungerhilfe. Washaholics Anonymous, Confessions of Failure and How to Reform. That's on Monday, 2 p.m. in the Little Theater. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Could Shauna go first? Shauna, would you like to say something about Working Group 1?
Yeah. Dorothy just had a baby? Or she was
Yes,
maternity?
2 babies.
Dorothy just had a baby. Most of you who've been here before. Two babies? Oh, I didn't know about that. Wonderful. Our dynamic, vibrant lead of capacity group, working group number 1, capacity development, isn't here because of that, but I think she's here this week at some point.
Yes, she will arrive later.
Which is fabulous. I'm looking forward to seeing her. In any case, Cost has, she asked if there was someone who could support, so we're supporting her in terms of the delivery of the Working Group 1 meeting on Tuesday at 2 p.m. One of the things, the main discussions that's been happening over the course of this year has been what the role of this working group is in terms of whose capacity we're seeking to develop and what types of tools and resources can this working group sort of facilitate. It's been predominantly through, as many of the working groups, the activity of the members and the contribution towards it. And SuSanA itself is playing a big role in capacity development. The one other thing that I'll mention is that actually, as a result of conversations that Stefan and I had last year, is one of the things that we wanted to feed through the working group of SuSanA was a glossary, because one of the things that happens over and over is sometimes just the sheer communication of the language and what we mean can be a challenge in terms of people building their capacity. Cost has developed a series of trainings in sanitation and has been working with EVAG on that. And so while we didn't have time to get it through SuSanA, we produced this little card. It's there's sort of a snapshot glossary. One side is sanitation, the other side's water. Would love this group's feedback on it and in terms of anything that we can improve, and there's links to space on the website, and I'd also love to have it, of course, come through SuSanA next.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Silas from Water Supply and Sanitation Collaborative Council based in Geneva, Switzerland. So I'm going to talk briefly about our joint WSSTC and SuSanA Forum thematic discussions, which happened between September 2015 and January this year. So basically, this was bringing together the SuSanA Forum and the WSSC Community of Practice on Sanitation and Hygiene, which is hosted on LinkedIn, currently with about 5,900 members. So it was about bringing these two networks coming together to host these online collaborative learning events. Because we realized that most of the SuSanA members are also members of the WSSC Community of Practice on Sanitation and Hygiene. So the thematic discussions focused on two themes. The first was on sanitation and hygiene behavior change programming with those 3 sub-themes. And then the second one was on private sector engagement, sanitation and hygiene, and the below 3 sub-themes. So the discussions happened concurrently on both platforms, with a coordinator facilitating those discussions. And I think what was very interesting about those discussions was that there was some cross-fertilization, cross-pollination of ideas between the two networks, between the 2 forums. And then the summary reports were also shared widely on both platforms. I think at the end it was very clear that we have so many networks, so many forums in the sector, but I think it's very important for these networks to work together, because we are not competing. We are all aiming to create a suitable environment for sector practitioners to be able to learn from each other, to share knowledge. So this was a collaboration that was really very important for us, for WSSC as a collaborative council, because we were also tapping into our network of national coordinators in Africa and South Asia, and also our members over the world, and also our Global Sanitation Fund partners, which include executing agencies and sub-grantees, and they were all contributing to these discussions on both forums. And we are very excited to be working with the SuSanA Forum. So we are taking this to the next level. We want to work together on an interactive sector events calendar with the SuSanA Forum. Currently, there is already an events calendar on the SuSanA Forum website, but we're going to work together to further enhance it so that it can become more collaborative, more interactive, and also add some functionalities that will allow members to be able to filter events by region, by country, by theme, and also to be able to submit events and also submit some reports from different events, which I think will be a very important resource for the sector. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Jan was on working group 7, sir.
Ah, okay, yes. Okay, so we have one more working group representative.
Yeah, just on behalf of the working group leads, I'm just go shortly through the objectives and the recent activities. So we have the working group is working on community, rural development and schools with gender and social aspects. So WECF, Claudia is mainly working on the gender topic, and we develop, as Anne showed already in the slide, the general slide on the on this, a selection of case studies, which we launched last year as a publication, and now working on this online wiki to get, and we are happy to get more examples on board. We had a meeting in Kampala on the SDG linkages between 4, 5 health, sanitation, water, education, and gender focus, and this will be one future focus on the working group. We have now today a launch actually of a new group washing facilities compendium, which was compiled by UNICEF and GIZ together with the German Development Corporation under the umbrella. And there will be here at the Water Week will be on Tuesday from 9 till 10:30 a sustainable wash in schools is the education sector ready session / working group meeting where we will get more in detail. And there is, I mean, like somehow as a follow-up, the TDS, the thematic discussion, will continue online from 14th to from 12th till 30th September. So you are all welcome to join, because actually, sadly, there is a conflict of interest because it's parallel to the Wash and Nutrition event. So everyone who can't join our session, you're all welcome to join us online. Then there will be also a summary of the key aspects. Yeah.
Thanks.
And thank you.
Thank you, Jan. And so thanks to all working group leads and to Silas for giving us this update. And now I hand over to Arne to wrap up this presentation.
Thanks, Anne. Yes, as we could see, there's a lot of things happening, and it's great to see all that. But SuSanA was starting because of the International Year of Sanitation in 2008, I think. And we said, and it's very much MDG oriented. We said in that year everybody has a peak of work, and let's make matchmaking of who is doing what work and bring it together. And to actually define or to find out better what actually sustainable sanitation means in a broader sense, kept us busy in 2007 and 2008 and in the years after. So out of that initiative grew something more stable, and it's still there, and it's still growing. But now the MDGs are not there, so we have a problem. But we have the SDGs, and I'm very happy that Roland later today will introduce a background paper, and we are aiming to have a 2-pager, an amendment to the SuSanA vision, or something that sort of makes that shift, bringing SuSanA from the MDGs to the SDGs. Actually, it's a task that can make us all happy, because the SDGs are what SuSanA already is. They're more intermingling, just aiming for people, but as well aiming for sustainability in the broader sense. So it's actually good, and it's as well maybe we contributed to that. So that's one of the things, and there's, I think on your chairs you find the draft background document. we'll discuss it with the core group tomorrow. If you have strong comments on it, Roland will as well walk you through. Please put it here, and we'll open up the discussion broadly then after there's a stable base to discuss something, so that we make a starting point and then share with SuSanA broadly. And the second thing, yes, is that along with this, maybe this is a moment to look at the working groups, because we were very... I remember the initial meeting, we had a list of what is needed, and we had many cards on the wall, what is needed, and we made a second round and said, okay, now you can only say this is needed if you'll do it. And then this will be a working group, but you have to do it. And we were actually shocked how many cards still stayed on the wall. And there were a few, like sanitation in emergencies and economics and financing, where nobody could immediately say that I'll do it, but we kept it because we found it so important. We're somehow in a similar situation now with the SDGs, that actually this is a broad umbrella. We could see that what you can all do. We will again ask that who is doing what, and what is the matchmaking now, and what's the new matchmaking. And what we'll start tomorrow as well is a few initial steps in that direction, and we'll do that more broadly maybe in the next year and come back to you in the Stockholm meeting next year. So what we think of after some initial talks with working group leads was that working group 4, sanitation systems, hygiene and health, was one of the flagship working groups, because always EAWAC brought the newest drafts of the compendium of sanitation systems. We were always excited, and we were discussing it over 2 years. So we were a sounding board, but then sort of the homework was done. Then we put into that working group, actually hygiene should be there. But now we have two things where we don't have a sort of a clear working group home. And the one is the fecal sludge management thing. Fecal sludge management is getting the importance it should have. And we could sort of have a working group 4A on system sanitation and fecal sludge management. And as SuSanA is the digital home of the FSM4 next year, so we're involved in anyway, so it would have as well a home in a working group. That's one suggestion which we'll share with you now. If you have, that's on as well on your table here. If you have comments on that, we missed something, we go into a wrong direction, please write it here and share it with us so that we can take it to the core group meeting tomorrow. Another thing is that we try to sort of not have 50 working groups. So maybe it's as well a logic that the sustainable, that the services and operation and maintenance actually is very close to the system. And maybe there's a logic as well under that heading to have a 4B where Stefan and others will sort of look at that maintenance part of it. So that's one change that becomes more clear. That would allow us, without increasing the number of working groups, to have space for behavior change and hygiene. We had the discussion, should that be in the schools, working group 7, should it be outside, where is it? Well, with the SDGs, it's becoming more prominent. We'll listen to that in this afternoon, I think, on what's going on there. And we think, as well as an initial step, it could be a new working group. And then we have things like monitoring. We have the Global Extended Monitoring Initiative. Monitoring will play a big role in the SDGs. We have not only the washaholics monitoring, like post-implementation monitoring. It's there on different levels. I'm not so clear. Do we have leaders who say that I'm doing it in my work, I'm happy to do it with SuSanA? So it might be a task force, or it might be an empty working group, or we have to discuss over the months to come how it can find its place. So that's something which is here at the bottom. We'll visit that as well tomorrow. If you're eager to really work on that and inspire people to work with you on that as well, let us know. Last not least, business as usual is not possible. We need scaling up. And we said that scaling up should be actually a cross-cutting thing. We might end up that we say the initial task in 2007 was that, and then it was very new to say that please everybody should write a fact sheet on what's the state of the art and what are the important publications. Actually, all these fact sheets are MDG oriented. Let us see how much power we have. We shouldn't do additional work for nothing, but if we have the feeling that people have to work in any case on texts making the shift from MDGs to SDGs in their topic. And we have some working group leads saying that actually that fits to what I have to do in any case. We might as well suggest to have fact sheets. And then scaling up would be a cross-cutting issue, and we as well were thinking that gender should be in all these places. So I think that's it as sort of a general update on how we try to, what started with about 16 to 20 people in a room is now bigger, more complex, and we try to shift that towards the SDGs. Yes, I think that's it, huh? Ah, yes, that's only for tomorrow. Thanks.
Katrin, we have some newcomers. Should we take a round of presentation for the ones that are coming in?
Yes, that's good.
Yeah. Here, I have a microphone here. So, please. I keep track on the people coming into the room.
Perfect.
Please stand up.
My name is Winnie Adam. My name is Winnie Adam. I'm a recent graduate from UNESCO IHE, and I'm a researcher focusing on productive sanitation.
Wonderful. And here we have a
good friend, old friend, part of the 1820 in the group which met in 2008, Vishwanath, Zen Rainman from Biome Trust, India Water Portal, India Sanitation Portal, Bangalore, India. Nice to see a lot of old faces.
Great. And another well-known face?
I'm Antoinette Komen, and I'm Global Sector Coordinator of SNV. Yeah, and I'm happy to see you.
Great. And we have Linda came in now.
Good morning, I'm Linda Strande from Sandek Eavag, working on fecal sludge management.
Good morning, everyone. John Sauer here from Population Services International. You can just call us PSI for short, and I'm the Global Senior WASH Technical Advisor. Thank you.
So the mother of two and the vibrant working group one tried to sneak into the room. She failed. Hey.
I'm Dorothy Spuler from Seacon/CWAS.
Okay, thank you. So we had the first round of updates about SuSanA, and now Ingeborg from IRC will brief us about the last SuSanA meeting and say a bit about the contents and also about IRC's work on the agenda for change.
Yeah, maybe to start with, I'm here actually on behalf of Ellen Walter, my colleague, who was supposed to do this presentation, but she could only come tonight. So I'm presenting on behalf of her. And it will be two parts. So one of it will be shortly briefing you on the Kampala WASH Symposium, and the second part on the agenda for change. How many of you have been to the Kampala WASH Symposium? Yeah, so I think you probably have to chip in, because I wasn't at the symposium. So I present what Ellen presented here. And if there are any issues, please remember who said I was there. Well, these are some nice pictures. I think we see Anne Catherine here. I don't know if you see. Very networking event. And apparently, what I understood, what was very important, was also a kind of a government panel to really also make sure that, of course, working with government is very important, but also, yeah, make that very clear at this symposium to also involve them actively in these panels. So this person is from the...
Just speak up.
I speak up. Okay. If I go down again, just wave. Okay. And the main theme of the symposium was from projects to services, whole system approaches. So actually try to get rid of the whole, project-based approach and go more into a service delivery approach, taking the whole system into account. A bit more on that later. It was convened by Aqua Consult, Global Water Challenge, GIZ, ISC, big role of SuSanA, and also UNICEF, and the government of Uganda was also very much involved in organizing this symposium. It had like 2 tracks, water and sanitation, which both looked at the same key issues, processes, like identifying the bottlenecks in service delivery, looking at developing a conceptual framework for whole systems approaches for water, for sanitation, and also understanding the stakeholders in this system. And as I understood, but you probably know better, at the end these 2 tracks came together and there was a reporting back. And what I understood is that like the processes are more or less the same in water and sanitation, but obviously like the detailed stakeholders are quite different in both sectors. There were 4 case studies actually. 3 are mentioned here. And the person you see, Marie-José, is from this water utility in Rwanda, and that was the 4th case study. And these case studies gave some examples on how system change is, how governments and partners work on system change in these particular countries. So in Zambia, it was mainly, they were looking into this case study into monitoring, as I understood. Kenya, I'm not sure. Maybe you can briefly say what that was about. And the wash system change in Uganda provided another example. So these 3 were looking into examples on how governments were engaged in getting through this system change, whole system change approach. So some practical examples. Since this is a SuSanA meeting, so there was a very much in partnership with SuSanA. It combined what was previously called the Sustainability Forum. So there were lots of sustainability forums like on a regular basis, and now it was decided to call it Kampala Wash Symposium. And it combined this forum with the SuSanA meeting. And that provided a very nice opportunity to have these different target audiences and content to bring that together. So I think it was a very fruitful collaboration combination. And it also helped, what I heard from people who were there, to really spotlight sanitation, so to really get that also properly discussed at that symposium. And the lead to future collaboration, I think, I'm not sure if that was a 5 minutes formal collaboration, but what I understand, but maybe the working group can help me on that. We're in touch, and we still have to see, of course, how next symposium will be organized. And what I understand, the report will be completed and shared, I think, in the at the end of the last 3 months of the year, so after summer. What was discussed also, there was the agenda for change. And the agenda for change, actually ideas already started like in 2005. Different organizations were working on similar things. Like we had the district-wide approach of water aid. ISC was working on what was called service delivery approach. Water for people with this great slogan, everyone forever. Aid effectiveness of the SWA, sanitation and water for all. So all these different organizations were actually working on more or less similar things. But as is often the case, nobody really wants to adopt somebody else's thinking. So we thought, let's get together and call it Agenda for Change, because in the end that's what we really want to achieve, change. And now with the Sustainable Development Goals coming up, it's even becoming more urgent. So that's what is meant by the Agenda for Change. And it looks a bit, I would like to explain it on the basis of this circle. Because to deliver a service, it requires many functions. So obviously you have to provide the services, you have to have finances in place, policies and regulations, and also actually kind of a learning culture, the ability to learn and adapt to changing situations. And these different functions are performed by different people at different levels. So you have like this man on top, more on the government level. You have people actually like maintaining pumps. You have people like finance treasurers at village or wash committees. So you have different people performing functions at different levels. And at the moment, these different levels and these different people are not working as effectively as could. And we think in order to make that happen, this whole system probably needs to be changed in order for all these functions and all these different people working together more effectively. And that's all still very conceptual, so I thought we need kind of a roadmap to change, and how would that look like both on municipality level and national level. So with institutions in place, looking at costs, have a service delivery inventory, municipal planning. So both on national level, thinking on guidelines, costing tools, monitoring in place. So we prepared like a whole roadmap to change, and then we will test it. It's currently tested in Honduras. It will be tested in Uganda and also Rwanda to see if like this huge, bit complex concept actually works district-wide. So focusing on whole districts, so not like pockets, but really make sure that at the end the whole district has like everyone in that district has access to services and uses these services. There are local systems in place to make sure that it's really forever, and that at district level there are plans and policies and systems in place to make sure that other districts can take it up. So we try to do this through like institutions, which means like presence and performance of authority and providers, looking at this service inventory, which also include what we discussed yesterday, these shit flow diagrams. Looking at costs, different types of costs at both levels. So as you see, we go down this whole roadmap. So municipal planning, then you can think of strategic plans, financial plans, local policies, bylaws in place, and implementation according to plan, which is of course quite important. That's really actually doing what you plan to do, with accountability, and then this learning aspect, so also be able to adapt to changes. So this whole process we're now carrying out as a test in Honduras, and Uganda and Rwanda are also now on the list to really do this whole set of whole system change approach with concrete actions. So what's next? I think this is the first slide. I think also in Kampala it was discussed also through these case studies what actually can everyone do to work towards this agenda for change. Because maybe you're not in a position to go through that whole roadmap, but somewhere in that line, in that route, you can play a role. So I think anyone working on WASH can start working towards an agenda for change in their specific program, considering the whole system. So that's, you don't have to work maybe on the whole system, but please keep in mind that actually you're working in this whole system and it should fit into that. Final slide. Yeah, there is more to say on the agenda for change. Political drivers for sustained change will be presented tomorrow in a discussion with Alan Walter. So actually I'm just the opening band, trying to get you a bit interested in this topic. There is an agenda for change booth in number 43. So for more information you can also visit that booth. I think this is it. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. If I remember from the Kampala, we talked a lot about systems and systems. What is a system? And to me, it was striking that I was thinking, in the compendium of sanitation systems, we have a quite clear understanding what a system is and what the system border is. Now here in the agenda for change, we had a very different way of a system. So the word system as such is as well an interesting creature. But I think that everybody differently is that if we talk about sanitation systems and economics or costs, then the system border is crucial. Is it health costs? Is it lost tourism? Then we get a chaotic way of what is a system. So that actually was one takeaway from me regarding the Kampala WASH Symposium, talking a lot about systems. Next speaker, do we have Daniela here from UN Water? Daniela? Ah, okay, that's good. So entering the stage is yours. You'll give us a short input onto what could happen on World Water Day.
On World Toilet Day?
Oh, World Toilet Day, yes, better. Even better.
It is negative. And then I just click here? Yeah, yes. Exactly. Okay. Hi everyone, thank you for welcoming me to your meeting. I won't take up much of your time. I know you have two intense, busy days. But I wanted to talk a bit about World Toilet Day. And I know that many of you have worked on this day and issue for many, many years. But World Toilet Day was established as a UN international observance in 2013. And it's much thanks to Singapore and to one of your members, the World Toilet Organization. And they were really instrumental in pushing this forward and making it a UN international observance. So when this happened, World Toilet Day was mandated to UN Water to coordinate. And we have done so since 2014. So before just starting, I wanted to know if anyone knows what this number means. It's not the emergency number in Sweden.
Number of countries?
Nope. This number is the number of the UN international observances per year. So there are 130 UN international observances per year. That's one day, every second day, when we have our newsfeed asking us to change profile pictures for different causes. So many, many causes, many, many important causes, and World Toilet Day is one of them. But that also, of course, implies that there's a lot of competition between all of these. So against this background, what is it that we're trying to do at UN Water? What we do is that we recognize that World Toilet Day has been recognized and has been organized for many years, and we need to use that experience and expertise that already exists among people like you and among organizations like you. So it was important to do just this, recognizing that there is this wide experience. It brings relevance. It's simple as that. We cater to so many different audiences, and relevance means very different things to different people. Then the one voice that brings coherence, it's true that going back to the 130 days, if we're all talking about different things on these different days, well, then, there's a lot of things. So speaking as one, it really brings coherence, and UN Water can help that. The third one is increasing clarity with a common theme. So World Toilet Day and World Water Day, what UN Water does is that we identify a theme that then people can tap into, of course, doing your own thing, but also talking about something in common. And that is toilets and jobs in 2016. So, how did we go about this in the beginning? Well, many of you may have tried seeing what is toilet for everyone. There is no toilet for everyone. Toilets are very, very different. There are cultural and gender and geographical differences and sensitivities. And also toilets are born with taboos. So what we did here was that we asked, The Economist if we can borrow their concept. Did anyone see this in 2013? Yeah, it's brilliant. It's Rodin, the artist Le Penseur, and he's seated on a toilet. So we asked them, can we take the same concept? Because what we want to convey with World Toilet Day is the sense of urgency, the sense of connoting that it has to be done something right now. So that's what we did in 2014, and we've been using this logo ever since. So this is, of course, free of use for anyone who wants to recognize World Toilet Day. So the UN Water's campaigns, and this is both World Water Day and World Toilet Day, we want to inform, engage, and inspire people to take action. So how we do this is that we propose 3 different levels of engagement. I was talking about the newsfeed and the scrolling down. I mean, some people talk about slacktivism. So it's being a slacker but still active, so changing your profile picture on one of these days, for example. So that's one of the more sort of information and easy levels to engage with. The second level is more sort of engaging, organizing an activity. For that we propose materials, so we can download digital materials. And this year we're also trying sending information materials to UN information centers. So 12 ones that we've chosen this year. And then the more inspiring to take action, well, this is when people really want to engage and do something for the cause. So that means that they may engage with some of your organizations. They may donate, they may volunteer, everything that you can think of. So how does it do on social media? Well, World Toilet Day is one of those campaigns that many people first say, what is that? And then they go, ah, okay, well, that's important. So World Toilet Day is going very well. And this is, of course, thanks to many of you. I wanted to show you this slide because this is where you can tap in. So UN Water, I said earlier, draws on people's expertise and experience. So we use reports, initiatives, activities that many of you may already been doing, and we post them online like this. So we may tweak it a bit, but it's still your material that's there for people to be informed, engaged, and then inspired to take action. So this will also happen this year. In 2016, toilets and jobs. So a very serious issue. The World Water Development report that came out on the 22nd of March this year states that you have 17% of work-related deaths happening because of water and sanitation. If we translate that, that's 38 workers every hour that die of these preventable causes. So we're working with trying to then, in a fun way, show how toilets can work. So toilet workers, toilets work for everyone, and so forth. So this is just, I wanted to show a very brief concept that we're working with right now. And since it's on 19th of November, this is, of course, all in the making. So over to you. In SuSanA, you have already been involved in several ways in the past campaigns. Last year, you provided us with learning materials, you did the Wikipedia page, you had events that was posted online, and you also contributed to social media. So this is excellent. Thank you very much for your support to this. As a last slide, I wanted to show you this, because with a network like yours, please feel free to send us things that you have, and that also may be photos or stories on how you have made a difference to the community or to the people that you serve. And I chose to show you your partners because it really made me think about this. Does anyone know what this is? This is Eric Whittaker's virtual choir. So there's Eric Whittaker. He is a brilliant conductor, and it's a user-generated choir that brings together singers from all over the world to make beautiful music filled with harmony and passion. So it's a bit like how I see World Toilet Day and World Water Day working out. It's passionate organizations, like yourselves, all different, but at one point singing the same tune. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Some comments, questions, excitement. Actually, maybe for the first, we're through our first slot. We're in time, so we can discuss for half an hour, so we won't have a coffee break. Other urgent questions? Thank you again, otherwise. Yes, see, there are 1, 2. Yes, some mic is coming.
Arno again from SEI. One of the things I'm confused about is the UNSGAB advisory group to the Secretary General of the United Nations. I don't know if you're the right person to answer this question. Where is the UN when it comes to all that great work that UNSGAB did now that it is shut down?
Arno, we will have that. We'll have this time from the German ministry, who is funding us so generously over the years. Daniela Krahl will talk about the global architecture in the water sector. And that will relate to an extent and how to go on in that. But if you have a voice on that, most welcome.
Yeah, just very quickly. The UNSCAB report, I don't know if you read it, but there's a really good report, the UNSCEP recommendations when they finish their mandate. So they have a set of recommendations where one of them is, for example, strengthening mechanisms of coordination. And one of the mechanisms of coordination is UN Water. And that is not a closed group. I mean, it's members and partners, but it's also external partners like yourself. There are organizations in SuSanA that are partners of UN Water. I see friend Graham here, for example, also from Habitat, so who's also represented within UN Water. So there's that report to read, but I'm sure Daniela will be able to give you much more information and details.
Okay, thanks. 2 more questions and then coffee. Gert?
Yes, I can speak up loud.
No, but then the global community, we have this global dimension, or in that one, or in that one.
I'm wondering about the symbolics. I mean, and so it might be a nasty question. I mean, your symbolic is a Western flush toilet, and I wonder whether, I mean, that is something we should all desire, and that whether it also maybe not set a wrong message, I mean, to the rest of the world.
Okay, tricky one. You want to react?
Yes, of course. You're making an incredibly important point. And you should have been there when we discussed what logo to use. So this is, no, I meant, no, please don't get me wrong. You should have been there as a little bird looking over the discussions. It was super interesting because many people made the same comments like you, and I was actually one of them because I said, we can't just have this toilet. But then what one symbol do you then have? So that's why we chose to go for the economist concept, because it's a concept that we can all understand. And also when we thought about our target audiences, we realized that the people who don't know about the sanitation crisis, mostly they have flush toilets. So in terms of the awareness raising campaign that World Toilet Day is, it's more about raising awareness with this target audience. So that's why. But you should look out for the World Toilet Day campaign this year and the portraits that we want to make, because as you saw there with the little toilet worker dressed as a doctor. So here we take different toilets and we then have them as workers so that we don't just show the flush toilet or the pit latrine toilet, but there's actually more than just one. But thank you for that comment.
Okay, and I think that's an excellent one to discuss over coffee. And if there is nothing extremely urgent, okay.
I just want to know what that picture is.
Yeah, this is
a picture.
Yeah, I didn't go into detail of this, but I mentioned those 3 levels of engagement, and one of those levels is really inspiring people and schools to take sanitation, interpret it, and then send us their artwork. So we get lots and lots of artwork for World Toilet Day, and this is one of my favorite ones. It's a Parisian artist called Juan who does street art. So he did this on a wall. And yeah, it's a popular feature within World Toilet Day.
Thank you. 14 minutes break. We'll back here at 11:15. Thank you very much for all the speakers.
Thank you for having me.
I welcome you. Please, get your seats. Please, we are about to start.
We have new faces, have we? I think there are a few new faces because there are not enough chairs. So the new faces can maybe get the mic and introduce themselves. It's good. There are a few chairs, but there are some people as well which have to leave. Okay, good, good. And where's the mic so they can introduce themselves?
Okay, I have the mic. Who has arrived in right now?
You arrived with us.
My friends.
You're new?
Here. I don't know which mic
Good
is
morning.
here and there.
You can just talk. This is only for the globe.
Okay. Morning. I am Ruth Nganga from the Water Services Trust Fund in Kenya. I'm here with my Chief Executive Officer. Thank you.
So, stand up.
Morning, everyone. My name is Ismail Shaye. I'm the CEO of Water Services Trust Fund. Thank you.
New faces. Yes, we talked a lot about you, Dorothy, but you haven't introduced yourself. Dan has as well. So I think there are people from, yes, please.
Good morning, everyone. Mike Pousty with World Vision Australia.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Arunesh Singh from Population Services International, India.
Hello, I'm Sanjay Singh and I'm from PSI India.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Vikas Sinha. I'm from PSI India. Here to the front. Please raise your hands because otherwise we won't see you.
Back. Yeah, Dinesh Mehta from India, Sept University.
Meera Mehta from Sept University, India.
And I am Alejandro Jimenez from SIWI, from the Stockholm International Water Institute. And I'm happy to be here to help facilitate this first part of the second session, which is called Upscaling Sanitation and Citywide Sanitation. As you know, we miss the MDGs in sanitation, and that means that we need to do things somehow better and differently. And with the SDGs ahead of us, we have to think of the cities as the places where, to a large extent, the SDGs will fail or succeed because of all the whole urban migration, and we know that more and more in the next years there will be a bigger share of urban population, so the challenges ahead are big. So what we try to do, and what is going to be about this session, is about two things. First, to see to what extent we can go beyond pilot projects, very local solutions, to citywide solutions when it comes to sanitation. And secondly, in the number of approaches, methodologies and cases that are emerging or that have been in practice over the last years, to try to understand better what is out there, how they fit to each other, and how we can make the best out of them. So that will be the session, and I'm going to go straight to the presentations part. As you know, we have a lot of interesting stuff going on and very little time. So let me just already start. We have 5 presentations before lunchtime, and there will be 3 presentations in a block now, and then I will give a few minutes for questions and answers, and then we will have 2. But all of that before lunch. So without further delay, I want to give word to Arne Parnesar from GIZ, who will tell us about the SFDs. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
You have 5 minutes. No?
That's a lot. I only have that slide. Yes. let's see, what is there? Yes, there's a promotion initiative. And there is World Bank WSP. And we said that the MDGs, that the SDGs are close to what actually SuSanA was asking for, was looking at. And when I saw, I think 3 years back at the World Water Week, a diagram, I was absolutely excited because it brought together the sanitation chain, it brought together centralized and decentralized systems, it brought together meta flows, so I think that's really great. And soon after, in a meeting, I said I want to have a controlled explosion of this shit flow diagrams. And the mothers and the fathers of the idea were accepting and happy to see SuSanA as the neutral platform for that. And so I can give a very short introduction here. If you click on the SuSanA website, there will be a button on SFDs. And this is sort of the original, and we'll hear from Martin a little bit more how that developed. And I'll walk you through that. Actually, we said that this is a way to look at sanitation in cities, and we should do many. So we did many. And as well, what we did with the help as well from the Gates Foundation is to develop tools for production, to test it with 40 cities, establish a base for a future rollout, discuss it, get it discussed globally. And then that was sort of the initial grant, and now we go on refining methodologies, tools and templates, develop guidance documents, and try to get more the cities in the driver's seat. And what we learned as well is that the process as such, it helps people to talk to each other. So what is it? It's a diagram that shows the pathways from defecation to final fate, but it's more than that. It has to have a narrative report on the service delivery context. That's much more sophisticated in sort of what the World Bank is doing. We said, but let's have the minimum context description. Otherwise, you might think that, okay, let's just build a new central treatment plant, and you don't know that you have no money to maintain it, no capacity to run it, and so on. So some context analysis has to be there. But let's restrict that because it seems that the diagram as such has such a power to get people talking, to get people thinking. So let's use that dynamic and let's influence the discourse together that this is the way to talk about it. And as it has as data sources official data, mainly on sort of official systems, but it as well has to address all the informal sector things which are not always easy to. So transparency on how we get the data and how is a very important thing as well. So to document where are the data from is as important as the diagram as such. So it's in, I think I skipped that. It has some advantages. Let's say it like this. This is some examples where we tested it. We mentioned already that in Kampala that was useful as well. The feedback there was the process is very important, that really the city takes ownership. The different stakeholders in the city say that, well, that's not true, it's like this. But while saying so and talking to the other stakeholders, they start the discussion. And that's the important thing. We had simplified forms as well in Uganda, where it was used for project planning or for GIZ project planning, which was done together, I think, with AUSAID. And again, there to involve those who are planning into a simpler form was really, really fruitful. And that one was interesting because 4 sort of major stakeholders of the town Moshi in Tanzania learned from the idea and then wanted to develop eagerly their own diagram. And as well, that process was really a helpful one. And yesterday, we tried to bring together all the different people who somehow are linking themselves using the SFD tool. And that as well, some sort of, Barbara Evans would say, the greedy nerd said, I did all this calculation on my Friday afternoon because now my tool as well can do this. It was really brilliant. And it's as well to have something to feed in some data and then see how it develops. And there was this, it's a computer game for the systems approach. I think that's a sentence I liked really very much because it brings the systems approach to the user. Maybe it helps us to develop visions and what are the results of what we are doing. So let's see how far we get with that. join us in influencing the sanitation discourse towards an SFD thinking. That's why we are having it on the SuSanA platform. That's why we want you all to look at it. I think it can really change the way we think about sanitation in cities. Let us go together in that direction. But now I hand over to Martin, because that's where it comes from, and where's one example how the World Bank in a broader picture is doing that. Over to you. Thanks.
Is this live? Is this, I don't need the microphone, right? Am I okay without the microphone? Okay, thanks. Good, yeah, I got it. Good morning, everyone. That was a great introduction. I'm going to talk about our very recently, hot off the press, fecal sludge management service diagnostic and decision support toolkit. There's a conference edition. There's a few of them left outside. They're going very quick, but there should be more in the urban sanitation sessions at World Water Week in the coming days as well. And there's a poster on the wall there which pulls a lot of the different elements together, and the SFDs are centre and top there, you'll see, because they're a very important part of it. So I'm going to quickly explain what these tools are. Rebecca Scott was here yesterday, but I don't think she's here today. So this work was done by WSP and the World Bank, with WEDEC and OPM were contracted to do the work for us. I won't go into the genesis of the SFD. We had a really rich discussion about that yesterday, which was very good as well. So the decision support tools for citywide inclusive sanitation include a summary report, tools and guidelines, data collection instruments, standard terms of reference, and some city case studies. And you can find that at that site there. The diagnostic tools includes the SFD, the fecal waste flow diagram, a service delivery assessment, what we're calling a prognosis for change, which is a political economy analysis, and then some complementary tools for preparing a service delivery action framework and your intervention options assessments. And there are some other complementary tools as well that I'll mention. And that's how it all hangs together. And I know that's a bit complicated, but under this new initiative, the yellow blocks are the ones that were developed through this work over the last couple of years. And the orange blocks in the middle and here are other complementary tools. And it all starts again with the SFD at the top and the different elements that I'm going to explain briefly now, and you'll be able to read more about in the summary report, or if you go online, drop out of that and there's a specific process. And I know it looks very complicated, and obviously, you know, there would be different tools that you will or won't need to use in a specific city context, but they are there as reference or as potential tools should you need them. And I will not talk about that because we all know that, I hope, now inside out, but that is the starting point for it. Right. And what we do have is a city service delivery assessment where we have a stakeholder mapping process. We identify who the stakeholders are, and we provide a scorecard on service delivery using, and I haven't got much time, I've just been given the 2-minute sign actually, so I won't go into much detail on this, but you do a ranking basically to identify where on the whole service delivery chain where the weaknesses are. And as a result, you prioritize it. And there's this prognosis for change assessment I mentioned, which brings a political economy dimension into the analysis as well, to identify the formal and informal institutions, the stakeholders who we've mapped out, and how they are or are not influencing fecal sludge management. And so this gives, again, it shows a little bit the flow of the different tools within the approach that I mentioned. So we come up with the service delivery assessment at the city level. We identify priority areas for the city service delivery assessment. We do this political economy and assessment with the stakeholders and come up with our intervention options. There's a lot, that's a lot. Again, if you go online, you can see the examples. This is an example from DACA of the Service Delivery Action Framework, with actions that need to be carried out at the national, local, and the users' different levels. And it's just, again, illustrative of the sort of analysis and recommendations that come out of it. Another illustrative example for the technical intervention options assessment from slums in Dhaka as well, which was one of the 5 target cities where we did the work. There are some complementary tools we're using as well. The Urban Sanitation Status Index we've piloted in Zambia and Maputo that looks at the whole service delivery chain for both on-site and sewers and identifies along the chain where the weak spots are. And we can also superimpose on that, if this works, where the groundwater contamination is happening as well, and make the link between groundwater and inadequate sanitation. So it's a very interesting tool, which, as I say, we're also developing, and there's more information on that online. And then ultimately, this is where we want to go, of course. We want to go from a current situation where we have open defecation, cover and build latrines, manual emptying, and all the different things that are going on informally, and some formal sewers and some appropriate on-site, and we want to shift that. And the question is, you know, how much can you achieve in a 5-year project cycle, in a 10-year project cycle, and how can we get to something that's ultimately more appropriate? So what can be done in a project? Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Keep your questions. Write them down for when we will have the time to discuss them. I will now give the word to Cecilia and Graham to talk about the Habitat 3 conference and see what does it mean to sanitation. Perhaps because that doesn't look very promising.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm Cecilia, and I'm working for GIZ, mainly on the SFD promotion initiative. And I just want to make a recap of the previous urban agendas and to see what does it mean for sanitation, this big UN conference, which is Habitat. No? So Habitat 3 is the United Nations Conference on Housing and Sustainable Urban Development. There had been 3 already, and they happen every 20 years. Now the first one was in Vancouver in '76. The second one in Istanbul in '96, and now we are heading to Quito. That's going to take place from 17th to 20th of October. The main outcome of this conference is the new urban agenda, and has been several consultation process until the moment. There is going to be one more revision. We are at the moment at the 4th draft, and it's going to be taken up in Quito. No? Some very briefly about the international policies. Now, so first we have the urban agendas, and what's interesting to notice is that the urban agendas itself, they're pretty much placed in the context that they were written. So in Vancouver, we started noticing already rapid urbanization, and it was pretty much addressed, but sanitation still was under adequate living and adequate shelter, I mean. In Istanbul, in Vancouver, there were some emphasis on post-colonialism and how the cities were forming in developing countries. No? In Istanbul Declaration, it was still under the adequate living, but pretty much focused as well on financial tools and enabling markets and PPPs, also represented at the moment. And now Habitat 3 brings already a different approach, I would say. I'll get into more detail, but it tackles environmental sanitation in general, sanitation alongside with water, waste, rainwater, solid waste, and other aspects of it. No? What is interesting to know is that Habitat 3 is the first conference taking place after international big conference taking place after the new the Agenda 2030, which defined the SDGs, and also in parallel with the regional declarations on sanitation. Exactly, and also in connection to the UN resolution that for the first time separates the right to sanitation and water, signed last year. The new urban agenda itself, no? So what is interesting to note is that if in the previous version sanitation was always under adequate shelter and living, now sanitation is considered a top priority and is mentioned in the shared vision already in the page 2 of the document. Also what's interesting to know is that in implementation, some more environmental sanitation aspects are considered, and in overall, a big push towards governance, particularly regarding participation, also referring to SDGs, which is very interesting. Sanitation is also mentioned indirectly into other sections of the document, and specifically also in policy papers. So it's mentioned in 3 of them. The right to the cities and cities for all, where we have some descriptions of metrics for sanitation, urban services and technology, which we get back again the call for cost recovery of sanitation infrastructure, and also the connection to let's say, water and water cycle, no? And also in housing policies, discussing the challenges on achieving regarding sanitation. So again, back data and local standards and local indicators. So that was in a nutshell what has been discussed over the 60 years and where we stand regarding sanitation. I think what's interesting to notice, it's there, and it's not there by chance. I think that there was a lot of advocacy working on the background to get sanitation in a place there in a good way. Of course, the challenges are how do we achieve, how do we get the members' parts to commit to that and to address that in combination to the SDGs and the regional declarations. And here I leave a question. Let's have a working group 6 meeting in Quito, right? Hope to meet you all there. And then I give the word to Graham, who can perhaps give a more inputs on the process itself.
Thanks very much, Cecilia. Thanks very much, Cecilia. I just want to add, I was around at the. Can you take the hand mic? Take the hand mic. Is that it? Okay. I was around at the 76 conference. I was just making the transition from short to long trousers, and I'm beginning to experiment with alcohol. So I wasn't really in the form, but I was definitely alive and well at the Habitat 2 conference. And if you look back at the original Habitat agenda, in fact, water and sanitation was very well represented there. But I think now, looking at the latest draft of the document, we should be very relieved, I think, that there is such a prominent mention of water and sanitation. I think there are several entry points that it comes in. It's not just about the sort of unfinished business of the MDGs, but the areas, in addition to basic services, there's a lot of emphasis on resource recovery and recycling. So I think there's also a huge opportunity within the new urban agenda to see the elements of sanitation and reuse come in. And of course, the inequities issue, the leave no one behind, for me, that's very well organised. In terms of the next opportunity or ways to influence the Habitat 3 process, time's running out a little bit, but on the 7th, 8th and 9th of September in New York, that will be the last opportunity for the informal negotiations where member states will make suggestions for revisions to the draft of the new urban agenda. So, I mean, anything you can do to lobby any of the member states to bring in more on sanitation, it should be done using your networks through the permanent representatives. You must appreciate that now it's more of a political process, and most of the people who are doing the negotiations in New York and indeed in Quito will be the ministries of foreign affairs, it will be the diplomats, and it will be the ambassadors who are taking this on. So it's very important that we ensure that our messages are framed for that group. In other words, they shouldn't be too technical, but they should highlight the importance of what we're trying to do within the overall agenda. So please use your networks as much as possible to influence that process, that final opportunity in New York next month. In fact, it's next week, the week after next. One thing that may be a possibility which SuSanA could consider is a very short one-page communication note that could be shared amongst a wider group, with a very small number of key messages that can underline the importance of sanitation in the new urban agenda further. And when I say that, I mean 2 or 3 very straightforward political messages that can be fed in front of the political animals who are doing the negotiations. But I think actually it will be a great opportunity. I'm sure it will be discussed a large amount, and I know that there were many requests for side events in Quito to discuss these issues in particular. So I think I'm going to leave it there. But if you would consider, as a group of SuSanA, to look at seeing how we could get these messages, we're talking about almost a journalistic type article, which will be picked up by the politicians and by the popular press, with 2, 3 key messages in which will get through to the political negotiators. But I think even if we don't manage to change the draft too much, we've already done reasonably well, and it's, I'm sure, through the efforts of a lot of you that we've got a lot of these elements into the habitat, the new urban agenda already. So I'll finish there anyway, and if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Graham. So yeah, let's open the floor for a couple of questions now, from these presentations or for the first ones, as you wish.
Thank you very much, Graham. And Cecilia, I have a question regarding the possibility of doing a capacity building event in Quito. We have been reaching out to people in Habitat, but we haven't heard back from them. So there are different kinds of intervention possible, like side events and network meetings. And there was also talk about a capacity building event. Have you, by any chance, any update what has happened to the last of them, like capacity building event in Quito?
All I can say is I know, because of other partners who've applied for side events, that they're beginning to respond. But they really have been inundated. But I mean, if there's any, if you haven't heard within the next 2 or 3 days, let me know, because I know literally they've been communicating these last week. So I know there's been a request in some cases for partners to merge, a bit like Stockholm Water Week, but to merge sessions together. And sometimes those marriages don't really work. They're not really sensible combinations of different events. But if you let me know in particular this week, I can chase up for you and find out what's happening. Okay.
So maybe just a quick note to everyone in the room who's rather focusing on sanitation systems and other stuff. The reason why we think it's very important to use that opportunity in Quito is to identify those who are responsible for urban development and mayors and decision makers. So that will make a huge input on why and how water or urban waters are going to be taken up. So our focus will be to chase those who are working in those areas we are active in and try how we can help them. Instead of banging on the door, do something about sanitation, trying to help them to implement the new urban agenda. That's all. Thank you.
If I may add on, we have as well submitted a proposal for an SFD workshop. Yeah, something of that.
Sustainable sanitation in cities in general.
You have to. But maybe you embark on that a bit. And we are as well waiting for the feedback, and the Gates Foundation as well will come. So it would be good to learn who else here in the room or in the network is going, so that we can really think of a cities meeting. Maybe you embark a bit on that.
Yeah, I submitted together with Kim from SEI, also the Gates Foundation and also the World Bank and a couple of other institutions, a side event on livable cities. So the idea also the connection, analyzing a bit the connection from the new urban agenda and SDGs, and analyzing the potential for resource recovery. That's also in both documents, and connecting it to SuSanA. Exactly. So that's general line. I think if John is here still, there has been also a different side event, wasn't it, John? Perhaps then after Martin, you can also say a short note.
Yeah, we put in a proposal for a side event on citywide inclusive urban sanitation as well. I don't know if it got there too late. We haven't heard anything either, but maybe we're going to be paired with the other one we put in that I didn't know about.
No, the Sept University with IDRC, we made a proposal not on sanitation but urban equity. That has been approved, and we got the information last week. So I don't know what's happening to your proposals.
Sorry. He was there before.
Just to mention, there might be a side event of the rapid planning project of UN Habitat and several German and several international partners, but we also don't know yet.
It's more a specific question to the presentation and not to the general, and Martin in particular for the shit flow diagram. I was curious to know, how is the informal sector included as part of the solution space? Your diagram seems to suggest that you want to formalize the whole process and drive the informal sector completely out. And where the farmers and the informal service providers for septage and fecal sludge management ever included as part of the dialogue process in arriving at the decision? Because the informal seems completely to be marginalized.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think I'm still working here. Thank you for the question. I forgot to mention two important things. Microphone?
And then put here.
I forgot to mention that the work, I mentioned it yesterday, I didn't mention it today, was led by Peter Hawkins and Isabel Blackett, who couldn't be here today or this week, unfortunately. That's one thing. Specifically, yes, absolutely. The deep dive we did in 5 cities, in Indonesia, Ethiopia, Bangladesh, Bolivia, I think Peru, Lima, yeah. They looked at both formal and informal providers. It's absolutely essential for on-site sanitation and fecal sludge management that we're looking at the informal providers, who are often doing their work in the middle of the night because it's either because it's informal or it's socially unacceptable or whatever the reasons may be. So, yeah, absolutely. Then as part of the stakeholder analysis, we have to identify informal service providers when they're there. In Maputo, where we've done a pilot on upgrading on-site sanitation with proper septic tanks, communal septic tanks and fecal sludge management, we found that one important stakeholder group were the informal solid waste management service providers, and we brought them into the fecal sludge management, obviously with technical assistance and with equipment assistance, into the fecal sludge management emptying business, and they really like it, and in fact it's proving more lucrative than the solid waste, which was really interesting. So absolutely, the informal providers need to be mapped out as part of the stakeholder consultation group when they're there and engaged.
Thank you very much. I think there was a comment pending by John.
Yeah, hi, John Sauer from PSI. Just to build on what Cecilia was saying, we did submit a networking event with global communities, the International Housing Coalition, Habitat for Humanity. The Gates Foundation was also on that list. It was accepted, and PSI were not able to actually attend, so I transferred the invitation to SuSanA, and I hope that they'll be able to link up and to Cecilia at SuSanA. The other thing I want to say was, I don't know if, Graham, you might know this, if the Global Poverty Project or Global Citizen has been engaged to do any of that higher level political advocacy, because they are already doing quite a bit of that very high level work, and I know WSSCC and Global Poverty Project are organizing an event this week, so that might be, they might be the right group to do that actual advocacy work that you were just talking about, Graham. So I don't know if we can talk offline about that.
Thank you very much. Do you want to react or very quickly?
I don't know about that particular group, but one thing I didn't mention, but the two countries who are leading the negotiations are the Philippines and Mexico. So contacts you have there with anybody, those are the two delegations who are leading the drafting process. So, you know, influences you have there would be appreciated, and you can lobby directly.
Okay, thank you very much. We have to stop questions now. Keep it for lunch or coffee, because we want to be fair to the next round of presenters. So then we'll go to give the word to Christine Moe from Emory University to talk about the SaniPath tool. Please go ahead.
Do I need to use this one as well as this one? Both mics? Okay. So first of all, somebody said, where is Emory University? So I just want to let you know it's in Atlanta, Georgia. The other Georgia. Uh-oh. Also known as the home of CNN and other places that begin with a C, but I won't mention them.
Kim? Kim? I need your
Technical problem. While they're working on that, how many of you have heard about SaniPath before? Okay, good. Because I don't want to reinvent and start from the beginning, especially because we had discussion yesterday. So just a couple slides to remind you what SaniPath is, but my talk is really going to show you results. So it's a data-heavy presentation, but if you remember our risk profiles, this 10 by 10, 100 little people, if you remember how to interpret those, then I'm going to be showing you lots of those risk profiles for the different pathways of exposure to fecal contamination. And this is a tool that's a decision-making support tool. So we have, like many of the other tools that we talked about yesterday, this is to help decision makers make wise investments in sanitation interventions. Is this the forward button? Yes? Okay.
Oh, you use this one.
Use that one. All right, that's easier. So I'm going to show you data. We have now done this in 12 neighborhoods in 3 cities, so I want to show you some of that data. So here's the shit flow diagram, and as Surya pointed out yesterday, what we focus on is this part down here. So when the shit comes into the residential environment, the drainage system, the receiving waters, what's the public health risk from that? And what information does government need to make wise decisions of how to mitigate or prevent that risk? And this is just some photos of what this looks like, the pathways that we focus on: floodwaters, public latrines, open drains, surface waters, whether marine or fresh waters. If they're receiving fecal sludge, that's of concern. Fecal sludge on soil, wastewater irrigated produce, bathing waters, and drinking waters. And so if you think about these different pathways of exposure to fecal contamination, we think that the risks are different. They're not all posing the same risk. If we knew which are the pathways that pose the greatest risk, that can help you focus your interventions from a public health perspective. So this is what we use. We use data on behavior. We use environmental sampling and measure E. coli as an indicator of fecal contamination. And then we do modeling, risk assessment modeling, and this is the output. So the proportion of red people are showing the proportion of the population that's exposed, and the shade of red, the darker the shade, the higher the level of fecal contamination that the people are exposed to. So we have done this now in 12 neighborhoods in three different cities, and we have 3 more cities that are in progress. This is since 2012. So I want to talk about 4 research questions today. If you have data from a single neighborhood, how do those risks compare for the different pathways? This is that size of arrows. Which of the pathways are dominant or riskier pathways compared to others? How consistent are these results? Can you believe these results? Because we've had people ask us, how do you know that these results are right? And then how do these pathways vary across neighborhoods in the same city? And how do the pathways vary across neighborhoods in different cities? How do cities compare? So first of all, this is just an example of one neighborhood in Accra, Ghana. This is recent data, 4 different pathways. This is open drains, wastewater irrigated produce, piped drinking water, and public latrine surfaces. So right away you can see that there are differences in the proportion of the population exposed. So almost everyone is exposed to public latrines. Fewer people are exposed to the piped water because they may be drinking sachet water in this neighborhood in Accra. High exposure to produce, relatively high exposure to drains, but you see that the dose is different. So here, there's very little fecal contamination that people are exposed to on surfaces of a public latrine compared to the exposure in produce where they're directly ingesting fecal contaminated lettuce or salads. So let's now look at how consistent are these results. And we looked at it 2 ways. We said, what happens if we send in 2 different teams of data collectors into the same neighborhood at the same time? Do they come up with the same results? And then we also asked, what happens if we send 2 different teams into the same neighborhood at different times, at different years? So in order to look at consistency, we asked, is the ranking of the pathways the same? Do you get the same dominant pathways coming up when you do this assessment more than once? Are the risk profiles similar in terms of percent exposed population and dose? And if they are different, what is the reason for the differences? So this is when we've had 2 teams. We just did this recently. 2 teams going into this Chokar neighborhood in Accra. And you can see that 2 teams collecting data at around the same time. The results are very similar. So that was encouraging. This is now looking at results from 2012 and 2016 in one neighborhood. And here you see quite a bit of similarity, but here you see a difference. This is the drain pathway. So we right away wanted to know, why are we seeing a difference in this pathway? And it turned out that it was our way of testing E. coli in these drain samples. In 2012, all of the samples were at our upper limit of detection. So in 2016, we realized that we had to do more dilutions in order to get a more accurate assessment of the fecal contamination or E. coli concentration. So this shows the difference in the data. The drains were still heavily contaminated, but our ability to measure that improved. Okay, let's take a look at how the fecal pathways vary across neighborhoods in the same city. And here I'm going to show you data from 5 neighborhoods in Accra. A couple things to notice: 2 of these neighborhoods are adjacent to each other, and 1 neighborhood is a higher income neighborhood. Because people said, well, what happens if you do this in a cleaner or wealthier neighborhood, because all of our previous work had been in low income slums. So this is showing for drains, the risk profiles for drains, 5 neighborhoods across the top. This is for drinking water. You see these 2 neighborhoods that are adjacent to each other have the most similar profiles. So their drinking water quality and habits are about the same. This is for produce, all across the city, including the wealthiest neighborhood. And this is public latrines. High exposure, but higher dose in one neighborhood. So right away, you can start seeing how do these different neighborhoods compare against each other for the same pathways. Finally, what happens when you start comparing across 3 cities? So here we have chosen 3 pathways: drains, drinking water, and produce, and 3 different cities. So this is one neighborhood in Accra, Shabu. This is one neighborhood in Vellore, India. And this is one neighborhood in Maputo, Mozambique. So if you just look at these 3 pathways, you see the greatest variability here among the drains. The drains contamination varies from 4.1 to 7.56, and the proportion that are exposed varies a bit. For drinking water, there's moderate fecal contamination in all of these drinking water systems, and a relatively high proportion of the population are exposed to the municipal drinking water. But look at this for produce. So here, you see that the proportion exposed varies by city, but the magnitude of contamination in the produce is very high across all 3 different cities. Okay, to summarize, we had good consistency in our risk profiles based on the data collected at the same time in the same neighborhood, and we also had good consistency for the risk profiles for the same neighborhood based on data that was collected 4 years apart. There was no intervention in that neighborhood, and the risk was about the same. When we look across a single neighborhood, we see that these fecal exposure pathways vary. So this is giving us some discriminatory power that can be used for decision making. We also see variation in neighborhoods in a single city and across 3 different cities. So we feel that this is useful information both to look at geographic differences in a city and to look at differences between cities. This information can help guide strategic investments to where there's the greatest public health risk. So I just want to point out that this is a web-based tool. It uses mobile data collection. There's a data repository on the web, and all the analysis and the dashboard is also on the web. Many people have been involved in this work since, I guess, about 2009. It's funded by the Gates Foundation, and here is our website. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christine. And keep your questions for after this next presentation, who will be given by the CEO of the Water Services Trust Fund in Kenya, our colleague Ismail Shaya. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think I'm wide already. Does that work? Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully it's still morning. I will actually present, but up to a certain point, and then my colleague here, Doreen, who actually was part of this process, will also come in handy. But very quick. Water Services Trust Fund is a public institution, so we are unique, just so you know. Unlike NGO or other entities, we are a government institution. So we basically, the ministry, at the ministry level, there's a policy. They do the policy at the ministry level, but we have a regulator, we have a fund where we come in, and other service providers, which we're going to talk about. So WASREP, for example, is an institution that actually regulates the water sector in Kenya. We have Magidata. This is a system that with Google, UN Habitat, and other institutions, we came together and actually mapped out all the slum areas in Kenya. And I think for us, if you talk about evidence-based interventions, that is where we come in. We just don't invest in anywhere. We look at exactly the areas that we're looking at. We have a huge pro-poor approach in our implementation that goes a long way. And also, we actually, part of our mandate, and I always say this, we are biased on pro-poor in the country. So just to give you a pictorial view of how our ministry and the reforms in Kenya look like, we have the ministry, MWI, the Ministry of Water and Irrigation. We have WASFREP, which is the regulator. We have WARMA on that side. And then Trust Fund actually appears right on the top. So we actually don't implement. That's the difference. So we fund all the water companies, all the water utilities in the country. Okay, this is what I just mentioned. But we also don't work alone. We work with other institutions in this project. The Ministry of Water and Irrigation, that's where we fall under. And then the implementing partners at the county level. We always say that we have 47 governments. So I thought, and I need to highlight this, I think India went short of actually what we did. We are the first country in Africa that is actually doing devolution. I think India left it at a certain point. We went, and I always tell this, that we have 47 countries within Kenya. And that's a very unique thing. So we are trying out. So hopefully if we fail, then that's something else. But if we win on this, then it will go a long way. So under the county, we have a water service provider. So you have 47 water companies. We are looking at, should we have an urban company and a rural company? Those are some of the prospects that we're looking at. But we also work under this project that I'm just going to mention, also with the Ministry of Health and also Ministry of Environment. Those are all our stakeholders that actually we care about. I always tell people that when you go to a restaurant, you have a menu. And the sushi menu for us is this. These are our investments. We don't call them actually programs. So we have rural investment, urban investment of where UpSub that I'm going to present will fall under, and then water resource investment, and result-based financing. This is where I tell the donors that this is my menu. Your program should fit within this. If it will not fit within this, then I'll say thank you so much and I'll move on. That aspect in itself is very important. I'll tell you why. So Kenya, like any other country, we have issues in the urban sector. Urbanization rate is growing by 4.2%. 60% urban coverage with a sewerage constituting of 16%, down from 19 in 2010. Actually, because of the population pressure, we are actually going down on that. Over 200 low-income areas, my data is my evidence to prove that. And the Constitution of Kenya that says it's a right to have a sanitation. So there's actually, to be specific, under Section 43 of the Social Economic Rights. And then there are other policies that actually support that, the Vision 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals and all that stuff. So we did actually come from far because how are we going to implement the upscaling urban water and sanitation project? We have successfully asked the water companies to apply, and that is through, it's not only through equity, but also helping the water company that actually that doesn't have the capacity to apply through our process. So then we were the right institution. And I always say this, we were the right institution to actually have to undertaken this project. And on this point, actually I want to take this opportunity to thank Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. It takes a donor to actually give you a chance to pilot something, test it, feel it, and then upscale it. Because everything is, oh, you have 3 years, implement it. Well, if you don't get it right, that's the whole aspect. So we are upscaling the UpSub project. But I think, and I always say this, that it's very important to give people a chance to actually try out something. Does it work for us? Are we going at the right rate? And then go from there. So upscaling basic sanitation for the urban poor. This is a project that is being implemented by Water Services Trust Fund. And we are getting co-financing from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the German government. And I think GIZ came here handy. And I want to emphasize this. It's not about the money, it's also getting the technical assistance. And I think in Kenya, where we are right now, I always say this, that if you give me technical assistance, I am better off than actually the money itself. And that's why GIZ, their strength, that's where it comes in, and we have been having that goal. So the goal was to improve the living conditions by offering sustainable sanitation to residents of urban low-income areas in Kenya. And I told you that we have identified that through the Magic data that we did. So these were the objectives of the project. Provide sustainable sanitation to at least 400,000 people. A monitoring system that will actually give us real-time information on the constructions that are going on throughout the country. A sector institution and small-scale private entrepreneurs who have the capacity to actively participate, and basically the reforms that are in Kenya. In fact, we have a bill. We were formed through the Water Act 2002, but as we speak right now, our parliament and both houses actually passed a bill in the water sector that we are just in countdown right now waiting for the president to assent. If he doesn't assent in 40 days, it's going to be the law. So we are counting it down. So these are the elements that actually brought about UpSub. You have the government of Kenya through Water Services Trust Fund. You have the German government through the KfW, but Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, but GIZ actually played a huge role in developing those tools with us. So how does it work? I'm going to leave the nitty-gritties to Doreen to actually come and present. But before I do that, I just wanted to mention that this is market-driven. For once, back in my country, it's actually illegal. It's illegal to build free toilet for an entity, a household. So the concept that we're using, which is, for me, result-based financing, which actually requires some milestones, and I think Doreen is going to share with you that, was quite interesting. So we gave each WSP, each water company, 200 toilets, and it's market-driven. So for once, if you come from the part of the country where I come from in the world, there are market days. So during the market days, actually you will have a water company selling toilets. By selling toilets, we mean providing that subsidy to that entity. So, Doreen, you can come.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Shahir. I will proceed now with the presentation, the second part of the presentation, which will give you now an overview on the nitty-gritty, how we scaled up sanitation with different water utilities, and exactly how we worked with the registered water utilities. At the moment, as the CEO mentioned, we are focused on urban low-income areas, and particularly on household plot sanitation. We built quite a lot of capacity at the water utility level. We have a lot of trainings. We have a lot of meetings with the water companies about implementation, about the sanitation value chain. There was so much that we needed to train and to give in terms of information, knowledge about sanitation as a whole. Also, we facilitate the change of best practices between the water companies, and we monitor the impact. We also support quite a number of innovations across the sanitation value chain. So not only the construction of infrastructure, but we are also involved in the emptying and transportation component, the treatment and the reuse and disposal. We have a very strong, sometimes I also like to call it aggressive, sanitation marketing component, where we really we focus on creating demand in low-income areas. We do a lot of public awareness raising through different mechanisms and methodologies that I will also get into. And our main focus is the sanitation value chain. UPSUP is demand-driven. I think the CEO mentioned UPSUP stands for upscaling of basic sanitation for the urban poor. And of course, one thing that was very clear for us in the beginning of this program is that sanitation is not always a priority. So we had a very strong component on awareness creation. And in addition to that, we fall under the Ministry of Water and Irrigation. So when it comes to enforcement and awareness creation, we had to involve the Public Health Department. We had to involve the Environmental Department through our National Environmental Management Authority. And one more factor that is really important is that our toilets are subsidized. But the subsidy is not provided in the beginning of the construction or in the middle of the construction. It's provided at the end when the construction has been done according to specific standards and to specific guidelines that we offer the different water utilities. We market different types of toilets. We don't only market, for example, UDDTs. We have quite a number of different technologies that we push forward. We have also quite a bit of education in the different low-income areas in terms of poor sanitation. So again, it's not only about the construction of toilets. We're very much focused on awareness creation. This is usually done by door-to-door marketing, which is done by sanitation marketers. These are people who are employed within the water utilities and that are trained to carry out community mobilization and awareness creation. Of course, we do quite a lot of data collection. We organize and we hold public meetings. And when I say we, I mean the Water Services Trust Fund together with the water utilities and with GIZ providing technical support. We assist also, the sanitation marketers also assist in toilet site identification. And within specific plots, we usually calculate as per our regulation that one toilet should be used by by 10 people. So for example, if there are 20 people in a plot, then we encourage the construction of 2 toilets within this plot. I'll show you a picture of what exactly a plot means in Kenya, because they vary from different countries. Yes, I'm wrapping up. Our achievements, we've had 3 pilot projects where we constructed 2,970 toilets and 2 decentralized treatment facilities with approximately 30,000 beneficiaries. We are at the moment on the upscaling phase. We had a call for proposal through the Water Services Trust Fund. 40 companies applied. We funded 20 different projects within different companies. And at the moment, the 4,000 toilets have been constructed. So we're talking about 7,000 toilets constructed, reaching approximately 70,000 beneficiaries. So I know. Our technologies, we have the dry and the wet toilets, we have the double vault urine diversion toilets, and we have the water-based toilets at the pour flush connected to a septic tank or the sewer network, or we have the cistern flush toilet too. What is very important about the APSA program is that we have a strong component when it comes to emptying emptying the urine diversion toilet. This is something that we had to develop from scratch because we really didn't, I mean, we were in SuSanA a lot and we tried to get information about big organizations that have been able to scale up sanitation. And one of the main focuses was for us to identify emptiers, to train these emptiers, and to register them, not only at the ministry level, that is through the water utilities. We had to register them with the public health department. We had to ensure that they get the appropriate licenses and permits. And in addition to that, we had to support them in getting the protective equipment that they require. In addition to that, we designed a transportation component, which we call the SaniGo, which is used for the emptying of the urine diversion toilets that have been constructed. We also have the use of exhausters, which is something that is very common in Kenya. But one of the main things is that emptying with an exhauster is really expensive in the country. So we've been working with the Water Services Regulatory Board to reduce the tariffs for low-income areas. I know I don't have much time, but this is just a bit of information about our treatment facility. We also have a co-composting process that's done by the sanitation teams. And in addition to that, as the CEO mentioned, we have Magidata, which is our comprehensive online database tool. And we also have our mobile application where we are able to monitor the real-time construction of toilets, which I would be happy to show you at lunchtime. But one thing I really just want to inform you is that some of the lessons that we've learned, and the first one is that upscaling takes so much time. I mean, we started a couple of years ago, and initially we had quite a bit of pressure, I have to say, not only as the Water Services Trust Fund, but as GIZ, to really, develop a concept really quickly, to start constructing toilets, et cetera, but we couldn't do that on our own. We had to involve the Ministry of Environment, we had to involve public health. We needed to see what policies and what documents are actually supportive in terms of what we are doing. And one thing that we also saw is that to achieve any progress, we have to go beyond awareness creation and actually build infrastructure. This was one of the main points that we pushed forwards, particularly to the Ministry of Health. The Ministry of Health is the lead ministry that is involved in sanitation. And for them, they've in the past years, all they've been doing is really hand-washing campaigns and talking to people about toilets. But when it comes to real construction and real infrastructure, nothing is being done. So the Ministry of Water really took that up. Another thing that we noticed, and that was very frustrating in the beginning, is that the demand creation, it just takes too much time, and the choice of technology is important. We were very biased initially towards UDDTs. We thought it was the way to go. We really marketed it, and I remember we had so many trainings for our sanitation marketers. But once we got to the ground, we noticed that the people didn't want this toilet. They aspire for a toilet that they see on TV, which uses water. So at the end of the day, if you look statistically, approximately 80% of our toilets are actually wet toilets. And we can't force them to use any other toilet. So that was something that was obviously very clear. There's a growing acceptance of the Water Services Trust Fund, and one main thing is that everyone doubted at the beginning, how do you think the utilities are actually going to engage in on-site sanitation? They're already overwhelmed with water supply. Toilets is really not something that they want to do. But we've seen, we sent out proposals, and we've seen so many water utilities that are willing to engage in on-site sanitation, and this is something that has been very, very positive. If you have any questions, we can talk later. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry for taking so much time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Apologize for doing my job, but the program is very full. And now, according to the program, is the group photo going to happen? And at the same time, I know Linda is going to say something about the mock or explain what's going to happen while you have lunch. And Madeleine is waving, and I don't know what's then the order here. So thank you very much, and continue later.
So how many people here know what a MOOC is? Okay, at least half. A MOOC is a massive online course. So they're courses that are available for free on the internet. Sondek has a series called Sanitation Water and Solid Waste for Development. I brought flyers for you. There's one on drinking water, household water treatment and storage, one on overall citywide planning of sustainable sanitation, one on municipal solid waste, and one on fecal sludge management that'll be coming out early next year. And together they form a package of online, a whole series. So what I'm here to tell you about today, though, is that the planning and design of sanitation systems and technologies for citywide planning is just being relaunched together actually also with the World Bank. And there's some new modules that have been made, one from Kate Medlicott from WHO on sustainable, on SSP, sanitation planning, and then the other one is on also SFDs. So during the lunch, we have an 8-minute module that will show you as a preview. It'll just be showing in here on a continual loop. So you don't have to sit in here for the whole lunch, but you can pop in when you want and see the preview of Kate. So I'll put these outside so you can also look at them. It gives information for how to sign up on the course. That's all.
Thank you very much. So take your lunch and pop in later. But now it's the group photo thing or not? I don't know.
No, after the photo there is a lunch. Well, it's supposed to be a lunch on the program, but the door is not working, so there's no lunch. No, bad joke. There is lunch. And let me just tell you, you know, we have had since the beginning always vegetarian lunch at these meetings. And in the beginning there was always someone complaining about vegetarian. I said, well, it's tough luck. We are Environment Institute and this is what we do. And so we try to provide ecological products, food, coffee, everything, and also vegetarian lunches. And you have to, you know, just like it. But whatever this is our policies and whatever we do. So let me inform you, because there is wraps out there, and they are all vegetarian. But the blue one has walnuts. I just want to raise that. It's beetroot with goat cheese, honey, and walnuts. So if anyone is allergic to that. Then the other one has roasted broccoli with blue cheese. And the third one has baked roast vegetables with pepper and cream. So I hope you can find something in the vegetarian. I just want to give that alert about the walnuts. That's it. Okay, I have also mobilized, there's some, you know, team here. Taking movies of us and filming us and whatever. They're very nice. They will do the photoshooting. And we will also do something together to celebrate. There's a celebration of SuSanA soon. So we will say happy birthday SuSanA together also at the photoing. So we managed that. But downstairs, to the right, around the trees, I think we'll find a nice place. And the photographers, we have a professional photographer. Yeah, okay. Yeah, to the left. We can't get out on the other side.
SSP can be used for all kinds of sanitation systems, both in formal and informal settings. The approach is best used for improving existing systems. In communities with no sanitation, demand creation should be prioritised. So how do SSPs work? First, we need to understand the system we plan to manage. This is referred to as a system assessment phase, where the sanitation chain and exposure groups and pathways are identified and expressed as hazards. Risks are assessed, and when they are unacceptable, improvements are designed to reduce them. This approach ensures action is prioritised according to risk. Monitoring and management using multiple barriers along the chain ensure that the whole system is operating as intended. SSP can be applied in many settings. Today I'll be illustrating the approach in an informal urban setting typical of growing cities in many countries. We'll follow the chain showing examples of exposure groups, hazards, controls and monitoring at each step to build up a safely managed sanitation system that protects public health. Notice as we go that not all improvements involve expensive capital investment. Changes in management and behaviour can also significantly reduce risks. Also notice that different stakeholders bear responsibility for controls and monitoring at each step. Here is a simple pit latrine with manual emptying. Although excreta are contained in the latrine, this unimproved system poses a number of health risks. Exposure groups include the users, the workers who empty the containers, and the surrounding community. Children and the elderly are especially vulnerable from contact with soiled surfaces in an unhygienic latrine. These groups may be exposed via direct excreta contact through the feet and hands, and when excreta is inadvertently transferred to the mouth via dirty hands or flies. The risks here are medium to high, depending on the exposure group. While the goal is a more hygienic, improved sanitation technology, we can still reduce risks. For example, controls such as wearing shoes, better cleaning of the latrine, personal protective equipment for workers, and using an emptying system that reduces direct contact will all incrementally improve the system. Visual monitoring of these measures by a community health worker is a simple way to check and respond if these controls are not in place. This latrine with septic tank is an improved technology that poses less risk to users than the previous situation. Let's look at the emptying process. Motorised emptying and transport is much safer than manual emptying, but there is still risk that need to be managed. A key exposure group is the workers. Hazardous events are mostly related to blockages and malfunction of the equipment. For example, the operators may be sprayed with sludge and also contaminate the surrounding area. These risks are typically high. Here are some controls to protect workers: providing appropriate equipment, working according to standard operating procedures, and ensuring workers wear personal protective equipment. The organisation responsible for overseeing collection and transport can set minimum standards like these and make spot checks to monitor if they are followed. In this example, all of the fecal sludge is delivered to the treatment plant, but in poorly managed systems, some may be diverted to dumping sites. This can have serious health and environmental impacts. SSP should also identify dumping as a hazardous event and include controls and monitoring to manage these risks posed to the wider community. At the treatment step, it is vital that the treatment process operates well so that effluent and biosolids meet agreed standards. If not, users on farms and consumers of the farm produce will be exposed to an unacceptable risk. The hazardous events may include overloading of the plant, breakdowns, the processing temperature and time, and the presence of flies or mosquitoes, or seasonal factors such as high rainfall that may affect performance. The risks and consequences of these are high. Example controls include proper design and construction, trained operators, and a preventive maintenance program. Monitoring may include periodic testing of effluent and checks on delivery volumes. But even the best treatment processes will occasionally not meet standards. In some cases, lower levels of treatment may be unavoidable with the existing technology, or desired by farmers who wish to access nutrients for reuse. That's why barriers at the next reuse step are particularly important. During reuse, there are risks to farmers using the biosolids, especially where intestinal worm infections are prevalent. Risks will depend on the performance of the treatment plant in the previous step and the way the biosolids are applied in the farm, for example, manual or mechanical application. When produce is sold to the general population for consumption, many people are potentially at risk. Pathogens can be recycled back to the community at large and lead to a disease outbreak. This is costly in terms of public health, but it can also ruin the reputation and operation of businesses that reuse wastewater and sludge. The type of crop grown and the application method affects the risk for consumers. For example, crops eaten raw have a much higher risk compared with crops which are cooked or processed before eating. These risks are potentially high. Controls that can be used include selection of crops not eaten raw, setting a time between the last application and harvesting to allow pathogens to die off naturally, and washing of produce in clean water before sale. Monitoring may include checking crop types, application and harvesting practice, as well as hygiene during the packing and sale. We have just followed the modules in the SSP manual. First, describing the sanitation system, identifying hazardous events and exposure risks, developing and implementing improvement plans, monitoring controls and verifying performance. Coordination amongst stakeholders is needed to implement all controls and monitoring in a safely managed system. That's why establishing a team at the outset with members representing each step of the chain is vital to prepare for SSP. Coordination can be challenging, but evidence shows that safely managed systems lead to far higher health gains than improved sanitation alone. Further, using the multi-barrier approach reduces dependence on capital-intensive treatment technologies as the main barrier. Controls can be included at any step and incrementally improved over time as resources permit. In summary, SSP is a risk-based tool for safely managing existing sanitation systems. SSP coordinates improvements and monitoring by actors along the sanitation chain. SSP does not rely on treatment only. It uses multiple barriers, including behaviours, management and technology to prevent exposure. The SSP manual that includes more guidance and tips is available in several languages on the WHO website, along with other resources to help users get started and implement SSP. Hello, I'm Kate Medlicott, Technical Officer for Sanitation and Wastewater at the World Health Organization. In this video, I will give you an overview of sanitation safety planning and we'll look at an example. Sanitation safety planning, or SSP for short, is a risk-based management tool for sanitation systems. A safely managed sanitation system prevents exposure to disease-causing excreta at all steps of the sanitation chain, from containment through emptying, transport, treatment, and to disposal or reuse. It can be used together with excreta flow diagrams, or SFDs, shown in the previous module, to make sure that excreta reaches safe rather than unsafe endpoints. SSP reduces health impacts while increasing the benefits of reuse. SSP can be used for all kinds of sanitation systems, both in formal and informal settings. The approach is best used for improving existing systems. In communities with no sanitation, demand creation should be prioritised. So how do SSPs work? First, we need to understand the system we plan to manage. This is referred to as a system assessment phase, where the sanitation chain and exposure groups and pathways are identified and expressed as hazards. Risks are assessed, and when they are unacceptable, improvements are designed to reduce them. This approach ensures action is prioritised according to risk. Monitoring and management using multiple barriers along the chain ensure that the whole system is operating as intended. SSP can be applied in many settings. Today I'll be illustrating the approach in an informal urban setting typical of growing cities in many countries. We'll follow the chain showing examples of exposure groups, hazards, controls and monitoring at each step to build up a safely managed sanitation system that protects public health. Notice as we go that not all improvements involve expensive capital investment. Changes in management and behaviour can also significantly reduce risks. Also notice that different stakeholders bear responsibility for controls and monitoring at each step. Here is a simple pit latrine with manual emptying. Although excreta are contained in the latrine, this unimproved system poses a number of health risks. Exposure groups include the users, the workers who empty the containers, and the surrounding community. Children and the elderly are especially vulnerable from contact with soiled surfaces in an unhygienic latrine. These groups may be exposed via direct excreta contact through the feet and hands, and when excreta is inadvertently transferred to the mouth via dirty hands or flies. The risks here are medium to high, depending on the exposure group. While the goal is a more hygienic, improved sanitation technology, we can still reduce risks. For example, controls such as wearing shoes, better cleaning of the latrine, personal protective equipment for workers, and using an emptying system that reduces direct contact will all incrementally improve the system. Visual monitoring of these measures by a community health worker is a simple way to check and respond if these controls are not in place. This latrine with septic tank is an improved technology that poses less risk to users than the previous situation. Let's look at the emptying process. Motorised emptying and transport is much safer than manual emptying, but there is still risk that need to be managed. A key exposure group is the workers. Hazardous events are mostly related to blockages and malfunction of the equipment. For example, the operators may be sprayed with sludge and also contaminate the surrounding area. These risks are typically high. Here are some controls to protect workers: providing appropriate equipment, working according to standard operating procedures, and ensuring workers wear personal protective equipment. The organisation responsible for overseeing collection and transport can set minimum standards like these and make spot checks to monitor if they are followed. In this example, all of the fecal sludge is delivered to the treatment plant, but in poorly managed systems, some may be diverted to dumping sites. This can have serious health and environmental impacts. SSP should also identify dumping as a hazardous event and include controls and monitoring to manage these risks posed to the wider community. At the treatment step, it is vital that the treatment process operates well so that effluent and biosolids meet agreed standards. If not, users on farms and consumers of the farm produce will be exposed to an unacceptable risk. The hazardous events may include overloading of the plant, breakdowns, the processing temperature and time, and the presence of flies or mosquitoes, or seasonal factors such as high rainfall that may affect performance. The risks and consequences of these are high. Example controls include proper design and construction, trained operators, and a preventive maintenance program. Monitoring may include periodic testing of effluent and checks on delivery volumes. But even the best treatment processes will occasionally not meet standards. In some cases, lower levels of treatment may be unavoidable with the existing technology or desired by farmers who wish to access nutrients for reuse. That's why barriers at the next reuse step are particularly important. During reuse, there are risks to farmers using the biosolids, especially where intestinal worm infections are prevalent. Risks will depend on the performance of the treatment plant in the previous step and the way the biosolids are applied in the farm, for example, manual or mechanical application. When produce is sold to the general population for consumption, many people are potentially at risk. Pathogens can be recycled back to the community at large and lead to a disease outbreak. This is costly in terms of public health, but it can also ruin the reputation and operation of businesses that reuse wastewater and sludge. The type of crop grown and the application method affects the risk for consumers. For example, crops eaten raw have a much higher risk compared with crops which are cooked or processed before eating. These risks are potentially high. Controls that can be used include selection of crops not eaten raw, setting a time between the last application and harvesting to allow pathogens to die off naturally, and washing of produce in clean water before sale. Monitoring may include checking crop types, application and harvesting practice, as well as hygiene during the packing and sale. We have just followed the modules in the SSP manual. First, describing the sanitation system, identifying hazardous events and exposure risks, developing and implementing improvement plans, monitoring controls and verifying performance. Coordination amongst stakeholders is needed to implement all controls and monitoring in a safely managed system. That's why establishing a team at the outset with members representing each step of the chain is vital to prepare for SSP. Coordination can be challenging, but evidence shows that safely managed systems lead to far higher health gains than improved sanitation alone. Further, using the multi-barrier approach reduces dependence on capital-intensive treatment technologies as the main barrier. Controls can be included at any step and incrementally improved over time as resources permit. In summary, SSP is a risk-based tool for safely managing existing sanitation systems. SSP coordinates improvements and monitoring by actors along the sanitation chain. SSP does not rely on treatment only. It uses multiple barriers, including behaviours, management and technology to prevent exposure. The SSP manual that includes more guidance and tips is available in several languages on the WHO website, along with other resources to help users get started and implement SSP. Hello, I'm Kate Medlicott, Technical Officer for Sanitation and Wastewater at the World Health Organization. In this video, I will give you an overview of sanitation safety planning and we'll look at an example. Sanitation Safety Planning, or SSP for short, is a risk-based management tool for sanitation systems. A safely managed sanitation system prevents exposure to disease-causing excreta at all steps of the sanitation chain, from containment through emptying, transport, treatment, and to disposal or reuse. It can be used together with excreta flow diagrams, or SFDs, shown in the previous module, to make sure that excreta reaches safe rather than unsafe endpoints. SSP reduces health impacts while increasing the benefits of reuse. SSP can be used for all kinds of sanitation systems, both in formal and informal settings. The approach is best used for improving existing systems. In communities with no sanitation, demand creation should be prioritised. So how do SSPs work? First, we need to understand the system we plan to manage. This is referred to as a system assessment phase, where the sanitation chain and exposure groups and pathways are identified and expressed as hazards. Risks are assessed, and when they are unacceptable, improvements are designed to reduce them. This approach ensures action is prioritised according to risk. Monitoring and management using multiple barriers along the chain ensure that the whole system is operating as intended. SSP can be applied in many settings. Today I'll be illustrating the approach in an informal urban setting typical of growing cities in many countries. We'll follow the chain showing examples of exposure groups, hazards, controls and monitoring at each step to build up a safely managed sanitation system that protects public health. Notice as we go that not all improvements involve expensive capital investment. Changes in management and behaviour can also significantly reduce risks. Also notice that different stakeholders bear responsibility for controls and monitoring at each step. Here is a simple pit latrine with manual emptying. Although excreta are contained in the latrine, this unimproved system poses a number of health risks. Exposure groups include the users, the workers who empty the containers, and the surrounding community. Children and the elderly are especially vulnerable from contact with soiled surfaces in an unhygienic latrine. These groups may be exposed via direct excreta contact through the feet and hands, and when excreta is inadvertently transferred to the mouth via dirty hands or flies. The risks here are medium to high, depending on the exposure group. While the goal is a more hygienic, improved sanitation technology, we can still reduce risks. For example, controls such as wearing shoes, better cleaning of the latrine, personal protective equipment for workers, and using an emptying system that reduces direct contact will all incrementally improve the system. Visual monitoring of these measures by a community health worker is a simple way to check and respond if these controls are not in place. This latrine with septic tank is an improved technology that poses less risk to users than the previous situation. Let's look at the emptying process. Motorised emptying and transport is much safer than manual emptying, but there is still risk that need to be managed. A key exposure group is the workers. Hazardous events are mostly related to blockages and malfunction of the equipment. For example, the operators may be sprayed with sludge and also contaminate the surrounding area. These risks are typically high. Here are some controls to protect workers: providing appropriate equipment, working according to standard operating procedures, and ensuring workers wear personal protective equipment. The organisation responsible for overseeing collection and transport can set minimum standards like these and make spot checks to monitor if they are followed. In this example, all of the fecal sludge is delivered to the treatment plant, but in poorly managed systems, some may be diverted to dumping sites. This can have serious health and environmental impacts. SSP should also identify dumping as a hazardous event and include controls and monitoring to manage these risks posed to the wider community. At the treatment step, it is vital that the treatment process operates well so that effluent and biosolids meet agreed standards. If not, users on farms and consumers of the farm produce will be exposed to an unacceptable risk. The hazardous events may include overloading of the plant, breakdowns, the processing temperature and time, and the presence of flies or mosquitoes, or seasonal factors such as high rainfall that may affect performance. The risks and consequences of these are high. Example controls include proper design and construction, trained operators, and a preventive maintenance program. Monitoring may include periodic testing of effluent and checks on delivery volumes. But even the best treatment processes will occasionally not meet standards. In some cases, lower levels of treatment may be unavoidable with the existing technology or desired by farmers who wish to access nutrients for reuse. That's why barriers at the next reuse step are particularly important. During reuse, there are risks to farmers using the biosolids, especially where intestinal worm infections are prevalent. Risks will depend on the performance of the treatment plant in the previous step and the way the biosolids are applied in the farm, for example, manual or mechanical application. When produce is sold to the general population for consumption, many people are potentially at risk. Pathogens can be recycled back to the community at large and lead to a disease outbreak. This is costly in terms of public health, but it can also ruin the reputation and operation of businesses that reuse wastewater and sludge. The type of crop grown and the application method affects the risk for consumers. For example, crops eaten raw have a much higher risk compared with crops which are cooked or processed before eating. These risks are potentially high. Controls that can be used include selection of crops not eaten raw, setting a time between the last application and harvesting to allow pathogens to die off naturally, and washing of produce in clean water before sale. Monitoring may include checking crop types, application and harvesting practice, as well as hygiene during the packing and sale. We have just followed the modules in the SSP manual. First, describing the sanitation system, identifying hazardous events and exposure risks, developing and implementing improvement plans, monitoring controls and verifying performance. Coordination amongst stakeholders is needed to implement all controls and monitoring in a safely managed system. That's why establishing a team at the outset with members representing each step of the chain is vital to prepare for SSP. Coordination can be challenging, but evidence shows that safely managed systems lead to far higher health gains than improved sanitation alone. Further, using the multiple barrier approach reduces dependence on capital-intensive treatment technologies as the main barrier. Controls can be included at any step and incrementally improved over time as resources permit. In summary, SSP is a risk-based tool for safely managing existing sanitation systems. SSP coordinates improvements and monitoring by actors along the sanitation chain. SSP does not rely on treatment only. It uses multiple barriers, including behaviours, management and technology to prevent exposure. The SSP manual that includes more guidance and tips is available in several languages on the WHO website, along with other resources to help users get started and implement SSP. Hello, I'm Kate Medlicott, Technical Officer for Sanitation and Wastewater at the World Health Organization. In this video, I will give you an overview of sanitation safety planning and we'll look at an example. Sanitation Safety Planning, or SSP for short, is a risk-based management tool for sanitation systems. A safely managed sanitation system prevents exposure to disease-causing excreta at all steps of the sanitation chain, from containment through emptying, transport, treatment, and to disposal or reuse. It can be used together with excreta flow diagrams, or SFDs, shown in the previous module, to make sure that excreta reaches safe rather than unsafe endpoints. SSP reduces health impacts while increasing the benefits of reuse. SSP can be used for all kinds of sanitation systems, both in formal and informal settings. The approach is best used for improving existing systems. In communities with no sanitation, demand creation should be prioritised. So how do SSPs work? First, we need to understand the system we plan to manage. This is referred to as a system assessment phase, where the sanitation chain and exposure groups and pathways are identified and expressed as hazards. Risks are assessed, and when they are unacceptable, improvements are designed to reduce them. This approach ensures action is prioritised according to risk. Monitoring and management using multiple barriers along the chain ensure that the whole system is operating as intended. SSP can be applied in many settings. Today I'll be illustrating the approach in an informal urban setting typical of growing cities in many countries. We'll follow the chain showing examples of exposure groups, hazards, controls and monitoring at each step to build up a safely managed sanitation system that protects public health. Notice as we go that not all improvements involve expensive capital investment. Changes in management and behaviour can also significantly reduce risks. Also notice that different stakeholders bear responsibility for controls and monitoring at each step. Here is a simple pit latrine with manual emptying. Although excreta are contained in the latrine, this unimproved system poses a number of health risks. Exposure groups include the users, the workers, who empty the containers, and the surrounding community. Children and the elderly are especially vulnerable from contact with soiled surfaces in an unhygienic latrine. These groups may be exposed via direct excreta contact through the feet and hands, and when excreta is inadvertently transferred to the mouth via dirty hands or flies. The risks here are medium to high, depending on the exposure group. While the goal is a more hygienic, improved sanitation technology, we can still reduce risks. For example, controls such as wearing shoes, better cleaning of the latrine, personal protective equipment for workers, and using an emptying system that reduces direct contact will all incrementally improve the system. Visual monitoring of these measures by a community health worker is a simple way to check and respond if these controls are not in place. This latrine with septic tank is an improved technology that poses less risk to users than the previous situation. Let's look at the emptying process. Motorised emptying and transport is much safer than manual emptying, but there are still risks that need to be managed. A key exposure group is the workers. Hazardous events are mostly related to blockages and malfunction of the equipment. For example, the operators may be sprayed with sludge and also contaminate the surrounding area. These risks are typically high. Here are some controls to protect workers: providing appropriate equipment, working according to standard operating procedures, and ensuring workers wear personal protective equipment. The organisation responsible for overseeing collection and transport can set minimum standards like these and make spot checks to monitor if they are followed. In this example, all of the fecal sludge is delivered to the treatment plant, but in poorly managed systems, some may be diverted to dumping sites. This can have serious health and environmental impacts. SSP should also identify dumping as a hazardous event and include controls and monitoring to manage these risks posed to the wider community. At the treatment step, it is vital that the treatment process operates well so that effluent and biosolids meet agreed standards. If not, users on farms and consumers of the farm produce will be exposed to an unacceptable risk. The hazardous events may include overloading of the plant, breakdowns, the processing temperature and time, and the presence of flies or mosquitoes, or seasonal factors such as high rainfall that may affect performance. The risks and consequences of these are high. Example controls include proper design and construction, trained operators, and a preventive maintenance program. Monitoring may include periodic testing of effluent and checks on delivery volumes. But even the best treatment processes will occasionally not meet standards. In some cases, lower levels of treatment may be unavoidable with the existing technology or desired by farmers who wish to access nutrients for reuse. That's why barriers at the next reuse step are particularly important. During reuse, there are risks to farmers using the biosolids, especially where intestinal worm infections are prevalent. Risks will depend on the performance of the treatment plant in the previous step and the way the biosolids are applied in the farm, for example, manual or mechanical application. When produce is sold to the general population for consumption, many people are potentially at risk. Pathogens can be recycled back to the community at large and lead to a disease outbreak. This is costly in terms of public health, but it can also ruin the reputation and operation of businesses that reuse wastewater and sludge. The type of crop grown and the application method affects the risk for consumers. For example, crops eaten raw have a much higher risk compared with crops which are cooked or processed before eating. These risks are potentially high. Controls that can be used include selection of crops not eaten raw, setting a time between the last application and harvesting to allow pathogens to die off naturally, and washing of produce in clean water before sale. Monitoring may include checking crop types, application and harvesting practice, as well as hygiene during the packing and sale. We have just followed the modules in the SSP manual. First, describing the sanitation system, identifying hazardous events and exposure risks, developing and implementing improvement plans, monitoring controls and verifying performance. Coordination amongst stakeholders is needed to implement all controls and monitoring in a safely managed system. That's why establishing a team at the outset with members representing each step of the chain is vital to prepare for SSP. Coordination can be challenging, but evidence shows that safely managed systems lead to far higher health gains than improved sanitation alone. Further, using the multi-barrier approach reduces dependence on capital-intensive treatment technologies as the main barrier. Controls can be included at any step and incrementally improved over time as resources permit. In summary, SSP is a risk-based tool for safely managing existing sanitation systems. SSP coordinates improvements and monitoring by actors along the sanitation chain. SSP does not rely on treatment only. it uses multiple barriers, including behaviours, management and technology to prevent exposure. The SSP manual that includes more guidance and tips is available in several languages on the WHO website, along with other resources to help users get started and implement SSP. Hello, I'm Kate Medlicott, Technical Officer for Sanitation and Wastewater at the World Health Organization. In this video, I will give you an overview of sanitation safety planning and we'll look at an example. Sanitation Safety Planning, or SSP for short, is a risk-based management tool for sanitation systems. A safely managed sanitation system prevents exposure to disease-causing excreta at all steps of the sanitation chain, from containment through emptying, transport, treatment, and to disposal or reuse. It can be used together with excreta flow diagrams, or SFDs, shown in the previous module, to make sure that excreta reaches safe rather than unsafe endpoints. SSP reduces health impacts while increasing the benefits of reuse. SSP can be used for all kinds of sanitation systems, both in formal and informal settings. The approach is best used for improving existing systems. In communities with no sanitation, demand creation should be prioritised. So how do SSPs work? First, we need to understand the system we plan to manage. This is referred to as a system assessment phase, where the sanitation chain and exposure groups and pathways are identified and expressed as hazards. Risks are assessed, and when they are unacceptable, improvements are designed to reduce them. This approach ensures action is prioritised according to risk. Monitoring and management using multiple barriers along the chain ensure that the whole system is operating as intended. SSP can be applied in many settings. Today I'll be illustrating the approach in an informal urban setting typical of growing cities in many countries. We'll follow the chain showing examples of exposure groups, hazards, controls and monitoring at each step to build up a safely managed sanitation system that protects public health. Notice as we go that not all improvements involve expensive capital investment. Changes in management and behaviour can also significantly reduce risk.
But I said I will, yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you can use this.
When do we have to reconvene? Is it, are we? No. It's now?
Yeah, it's
so
now,
I have to
right?
bring people together?
Yeah, 120. Yeah. Okay, here is your microphone, and then I put.
So you will have a mic. Okay, then you can take it. Okay, then number
Yes,
2.
sir. Hä?
Bist du heute Abend da, oder?
Was ist denn heute Abend? Hier gemeinsam auch noch mit den Leuten zusammen.
Erstmal hier und dann gehen wir da wieder runter Richtung Ufer, wo man dann
Ach so, ja genau, das wollten wir mal auftragen. Wie heißt das?
Have to go. You have to go.
On va préparer notre truc pour demain, c'est pourquoi. Voilà. À quelle heure? Le matin. Non, j'ai ça avec moi. J'ai quelque chose jusqu'à 10h.
Hey, is this set up right? Is that okay?
I think it's good, yeah.
All right. I'm not so sure how to get that picture back on. Hey, it's mine or yours? I think it's yours.
So welcome everybody. Okay. Yeah. So everybody, welcome to finalize these sessions on upscaling sanitation at the city level. And thanks SEI for this very good vegetarian food. It was very good, perfect. And I think everybody is ready now for the last 15 minutes of these sessions. We will have one presentation from our colleague Daniel, but before our colleague from Kenya has a few words to say to you.
No, just very quick. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation. But I just wanted to announce that you'll know the genesis later, but we have the SIWI equivalent in Africa, 20th of November to 25th at KICC, Kenyatta International Conference Center in Nairobi. If you can check out our website, you can register yourself. The idea behind and why I want to announce it here is because we are looking at innovation in both water and sanitation between our inter-university. And then we're inviting companies from Europe and North America and also Latin America to come and display their products. There's one thing to have products actually developed here and they come to us, but I'm asking the companies to come to Kenya and show us. First of all, you have to know our problems, first of all. And then when you go back, hopefully we'll have it yearly. So I'm just taking this opportunity to invite everyone to look at our website and register. Tafadhali. Thank you so much. Karibuni Kenya.
Thank you very much. So you're welcome in Nairobi for all of you. So now we will, for the last presentation of these sessions, we will speak about new topics. And this is, for this session is the question of resource recovery from sanitation. So Daniel, I'll let you introduce yourself and do the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The presentation I'm going to give right now is from work that I did as part of my master's thesis at KTH, Royal Institute of Technology, prominently displayed right there, but also working within the Sustainable Sanitation Initiative here at SCI with Anno Rosmarin, Kim Anderson, and other colleagues in that team. Now, what is, the motivation for us moving into resource recovery? This is basically that we need to revamp sanitation from, a sector that is associated with dangerous waste flows to a sector that is associated with productive resource flows. And this is not just the public health benefits that come from having improved sanitation in all areas and, in the context of cities, for this session specifically, but also other productive resource flows, because when you recover energy, nutrients, and other possible resource recovery or reuse products from sanitation, then you have a multitude of core benefits that you can get from sanitation rather than just public health benefits. And this is really the motivation for the tool that we have developed here at SCI and KTH. And the tool basically is meant to estimate the reused products that we can get from sanitary waste streams, so fecal sludge, sewage sludge, wastewater, and other waste flows in the urban context, name it. And then also the potential revenues that we could get from these reused products if necessary investments are made to have technologies that can capture these resources. And this tool also is able to make a comparison between the different resource recovery products that are available. So these are basically the capabilities of the tool as it is right now. So this is what the tool does. But why do we need to have a tool, in any case? Global estimates have been made of the potential value that can be captured out of sanitary waste, specifically fecal sludge or sewage sludge. There's already projects that have, attempted to capture the global value within human excreta or wastewater or fecal sludge or whatever form it might be. For example, this is a report that was published last year, and I tried to estimate the potential benefits that we could get if all human excreta from the entire globe was turned into some form of energy. So there's a potential market value of $9.5 billion annually, imagine. There is also another study that has been done to try to capture the global potential of phosphorus recovery. And, it has been mapped very clearly according, to country and continent or regional level with scenarios both for 2009 and then in the future as well. But we all realize that whereas it's good to have a global picture of the potential, the necessary investments, the necessary action that needs to be taken to realize this global potential is at the local scale. At city level, at town level, in the local area. That's where the necessary action needs to be taken for us to realize this global potential, these global strategies. But sadly, the tools that have been developed so far to try to capture, the potential of resource recovery are either focused on one waste stream or one resource recovery option, and most of them are geared towards the context of the global north. So this leaves out the countries in the global south where, as we know, the majority of population growth is going to take place in the next few decades. So this is the inspiration for the tool that we are making. We want it to be something that is comprehensive, that covers a wide range of waste streams, a wide range of resource recovery options, and fits both contexts, both in the global south and in the global north. How does the tool work? Revamp. I'm going to demonstrate briefly The tool, we tested it in Kampala, and these are the waste stream flows that we have in Kampala for the different waste streams, as you can see, both for current generation or current collection rates, but then also the potential if the city improved its collection systems and in terms of efficiency and coverage. So I will jump right to Microsoft Excel briefly. Okay, sorry about that. I'm not sure how to get this away from PowerPoint. I tried doing that, but then it just brings up that blank screen. So, what do you want to do? Just to display the Excel.
Okay.
So, I think here, right here.
Just bring it out? No. You want to display this?
Yeah. Let me try this.
Maybe we just have to stop square. We just have to say don't just duplicate this. Okay. Hopefully they get it there.
Okay. All right. As a student of technology, I should have been able to cover this. Okay. Anyway, so this is the tool. As you can see in present form, it's in spreadsheets. So we have 4 spreadsheets. There's some few instructions for the user to follow. There is a model, and this is basically the main part of this tool that we have developed, as you can see. So at the top, you can see there is different waste streams, fecal sludge, for example, sewage sludge, and at the moment, we also have organic municipal solid waste. And in the yellow boxes, the user can put in the amounts of the waste stream that they have in their city. So for example, in Kampala, there is 390 cubic meters of fecal sludge. There is 66 tons of sewage sludge that can be generated every day. And as far as solid waste is concerned, 700 cubic meters. And then you can, tons per day. And then you can see estimates for biogas in terms of the amount, the energy value, the potential revenue, as well as the nutrient content within the residue. And you can see the same for the other resource recovery options: solid fuel, potential animal feed ingredients from black soldier fly larvae, as well as fertilizer, if some of that of those waste streams are composted. And then the estimates that we see here in terms of minimum, typical, and maximum to give a range. And that's why we have called it estimate. It's not the actual values. And these calculations are based on the characterization data of these different waste streams. So we have a worksheet there on characterization data. This comes with the tool, but if there is characterization studies that have been done in the city or in the particular local area, they can feed in this data so that they have a more accurate picture. But most of this is based on literature and it's representative. Then we also have some graphs, to give, the comparison that I talked about. So we can see in terms of potential revenues, if all these waste streams, for example, were geared towards biogas and the residues in terms of nutrients, this is the revenue, that you could potentially generate. The yellow bit, the orange bit is the typical values, and then we have the maximum and minimum estimates. And so we can see, for example, that if you used it for solid fuel, either in form of powder or briquette form or pellets, then you could have much higher revenue potential there. And there's also estimates for the nutrients and also for the energy content. So a city can make a choice based on, do we need to have more fertilizer generated from within the area instead of importing urea? Or do we need to create, to have an alternative source of energy? Or do we need to, just maximize revenues? And, that can help them make a decision. So getting back to PowerPoint, just to give an overview of the potential within Kampala, as you can see, for the 3 waste streams, for the scenario of what is collected daily at the moment, we could have about 115 cubic meters of biogas every day from the daily collection of these 3 waste streams. And this is enough to substitute the daily firewood that is used by about 263,000 people. So there's a lot of potential there, as well as, you can see the other resource recovery options and their value as substitutes. This tool is not intended to be used as a a standalone tool. It fits within the overall sanitation planning and other, the wider city planning tools that are available. So you can see there is a potential, for example, to fit it up with the tool that has been developed by IRC because, it produces fecal flow volumes. And this is the data that we need in Revamp. So you can fit it together with other tools, clues, Sanitation 21, the compendium of sanitation technologies, and a wide range of other tools, but not only for sanitation. Here we are talking about energy, we are talking about food production, we are talking about fertilizer. So it's not just sanitation. There's a wider range of issues that come together, and this tool can be a very good complement to the other tools that are already being used for city planning. And it's also very, it fits into the wider sustainable development agenda, because if you recover energy, that's energy is available there. Then if you don't have excreta flowing into the open environment, then we're having much better ecosystems in the city area. If we recover nutrients, then we have food security. If we don't have waste flows, openly in the environment, then we have people having a better public health. Then, of course, there's revenues that can be generated, creating green businesses and opportunities for green jobs, and, of course, water security as well, if the water streams in the area are not contaminated by these fecal flows or other forms of waste materials. So it fits, within the wider sustainable development agenda, both at urban scale but even national scale, and then we can realize the global potentials in these resource flows. So what's next? We intend to do further work on this tool, improve the user interface, integrate with other tools for nexus planning, for a nexus approach to planning, and also include other variables, of course, the costs, both for investment at the beginning and then operation, and also testing it in a varied range of towns and cities to improve it based on feedback from the users and other stakeholders. And we welcome partners that are interested in joining in this work at all levels. This just to credit people that have been involved in this project. So thank you very much.
Presentation. So if you have any questions, any question of clarification or any remarks, it's welcome. Maybe I could try with first questions. In your Excel sheet, you speak about sewage sludge. Do you speak about wastewater, or only the sludge part of the wastewater?
The sludge specifically. So after some form of either activated sludge treatment or some form of treatment, the sludge that remains. Yeah. Not the effluent. But of course there is value in that as well. For example, if it's reclaimed water that can be used for irrigation, and those are aspects that we intend to include in the tool in further steps in the future.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Roland.
Thanks, Daniela. Great. I think it's an excellent introduction to what I'm going to talk a little bit later.
Thank you.
But my question is, did you, with these impressive numbers on energy, do you talk to people who are dealing with energy? Do you talk to people who want to have sustainable energy, but they never talk about sanitation, they never talk about water?
At the moment, that hasn't been done to a great extent. When we tried out the tool in Kampala, it was only with the Public Health and Environment Directorate within the Kampala Capital City Authority, and that was just the first step. And I should also note that this is just work that has been done so far in 6 months, so there's a lot of, there's a long way to go. And we realize that this is not something for the sanitation sector only, because it involves, like I explained, so many other sectors and other stakeholders that need to be brought to the table to discuss together. So I think that's something that we really need to do going forward.
Yeah. Any other comments? Yeah.
You said you tested the tool in Kampala.
Yes.
What kind of impact did it have? Did it lead to some developments on the ground with some political choices and maybe trials on new energy generation?
At the moment, no concrete decisions have been made based on this tool. But we intend to engage stakeholders further as we develop the tool and as we improve it. But in Kampala, there is a very good political goodwill from the stakeholders involved. There is a lot of projects that are ongoing. I know some of the people in this room have been involved in projects in Kampala, so I think there is a lot of potential. One example I could give, the World Bank funded lots of projects in different urban centers in Uganda to obtain value from organic wastes in the cities. And most of these projects were centered around composting facilities. And money was offered to Kampala. Kampala said, no, let other cities do composting, but for us, we want to do something to do with energy. This is already something that they are thinking about. So there is, of course, some synergies between these projects and the ongoing political decisions that are being taken within the city in Kampala. But we intend to do more engagement with the stakeholders there, and because this tool can't work on its own. It's not something to be done at SCI. It can only have impact really if all the stakeholders and the people that it's intended to benefit are on board.
Thank you. One last question? Yeah.
You make the difference between income from the energy and, for example, nutrients. But I mean, if you use it for energy, there's a leftover, which can also be used for to produce fertilizer. So, have you been looking at that?
Yes, if you noted, I can't go back right now because of time, but those values in terms of revenues that I showed capture both the energy and the residue. So that's taken into account. It was not just the energy. So for example, for biogas, there is a residue that comes from biogas digestion. So that was accounted for. So that graph includes both the potential revenues from the biogas as well as the residue.
So thank you very much, Danielle, for very useful presentations. I know that we have a lot of discussions still today, so I will try to summarize very shortly the discussions we had since this morning regarding this session on upscaling sanitation at urban level. I just switched to recall what Alejandro said us at the beginning of this session to say us that we know, all of us, that we have a very strong challenge regarding sanitations, urban sanitation particularly, and we are ready to go beyond the local action, to go at city level, to think about national levels, really to don't speak only about small projects, but to really upscale the activities. We have a lot of very interesting presentations, so I really wish to thank all of you, all the presenters for your presentation. I think it was very useful. It was, I think, a broad view, but a broad travel in the urban sanitation cycle, so thank you very much. It's difficult to summarize all the elements, but I think it was very useful because we had a lot of elements regarding the assessment of the situations on what we could do. We have elements regarding the assessment through the ASFD, the sheet flow diagram. We had also to have an overview of this sheet flow. We have also elements through the SaniPath to specifically assess the question of public health risk linked to sanitation. I think it was very complementary. And we just have with Danielle also these questions of resource recovery. How could we consider also sanitation effluents as on their potential of resource recovery? So I think it was very useful. Martin gave us also very interesting elements with the FSM tools to explain that we have to take into consideration all these elements regarding assessment. We could work based on that on the elaboration of strategy and to implement all these elements. I really appreciate one of the elements of Martin highlighted this morning is also that we have to consider not only in one side the on-site system, on another side the sewage systems, but really to think always, when we are in a city, to think of the complementarity between these two systems and don't think about only one. I think it's very crucial point. I think it was very useful also for us to have the presentation from our colleague from Kenya to say we speak about how to upscale, and they show us an interesting tools. These trust funds they use, how this trust fund could help the innovations, coming directly from the utilities themselves. I think it's a very useful tools and tools that help to elaborate pilot project at the beginning, but also mainly try to upscale these pilot activities. So I think following all these elements, we have a lot of elements. We know that it's at the earth of the work of most of us. We have a lot of work to continue to do together, but I think it's very important to have this opportunity together, and thanks to SuSanA to give this opportunity to share all this experience. So thank you very much, and I let
Just have a short announcement. If you want to keep discussing on citywide sanitation and urban sanitation, we have a side event at the World Water Week tomorrow at 9, in which we'll be presenting 9 cases. So as it's the registration, so I kindly ask you to get there earlier to get your badges and be able to be at the side event in time.
Okay, thank you. And you have the next one?
Shouldn't stay left to the line. Okay, we're coming to the next session 3. We're only like 10 minutes behind schedule, so it's great. Huh? And it's Sustainable Sanitation in the Agenda 2030 and the International Water Architecture. We have a number of contributions to this. First, as I announced in the morning, Roland will walk us through the background document and maybe a new sort of amendment to the vision or a new document that will bring us towards the SDGs, and we'll share that with you, and we'll ask for some feedback from you. We'll further discuss it in the core group tomorrow, and we'll share it more broadly then from January onwards. But to keep you in the loop and as well to have your reactions, Roland will embark on that. That's the broader picture. We'll have then a couple of sort of focused contributions. One is that SEI has produced a new book, which is actually very useful for that discussion, and Kim Andersen will present that to us. And then I'm very happy that Daniela Krahl from the German Ministry has joined us. Well, it's the first time that the German Ministry is here in this 22nd SuSanA meeting. And that's great. I think you trust us, you look at us, you listen to us, what we report to you, but you help us going since almost 10 years. So great that you're here. And you'll speak about that business as usual is not an option to get to the fulfill the 2030 agenda, and that a global architecture in the water sector, how could it look like to really get things going? We'll have Kate Medlicott. She might still be in a UN meeting, but she wanted to tell us about the whole area of monitoring in the sanitation goal in the SDGs. And those who sneaked in during lunch and looked at the MOOC, that was Kate. So we'll have her here live then as well. And then as India is sort of a bigger part of the game, and the Indian president had that Swachh Bharat, Clean India, and how is it going? We have the Indian chapter. We will ask Vishwanath to give us his perception. How is that going? How does that fit as well into 2030 and really get things done? And I know you'll have your very interesting view on that. So without further ado, I would ask Roland. We are sharing together and well, let us know what's going on. Maybe I sit next to you.
Yes, thanks very much, John. Well, good afternoon. I know this good food that you had requires all the attention from your body. So, but I hope that you still can spare some attention of what I'm going to talk about. Actually, you know, we said already this morning, we are in the period of changing from the MDGs to the SDGs. And when we started discussing in SuSanA what this might mean, or what this should mean for SuSanA, we said it's probably a good idea to have a background paper so that we are all on the same level of information. And so we, together with Elisabeth Kvarnström and Patrick Bracken, we wrote this background paper. I hope there are still copies around. Oh, they were on the chair. So I would quickly go through that. What we wanted to do with this background paper is actually just see what are the main changes from the MDGs to the SDGs. And what it and showing that sanitation is not only related to SDG 6, but basically to all other SDGs. And in my opinion, this is a great opportunity. One can regret that there are 17 SDGs, but I see it more as an opportunity for SuSanA to enter into these other themes as well. So I will talk a little bit about that, and then of course what that all means for SuSanA. And we had already some preliminary talks and some inputs from the core group, and we will continue with that tomorrow. And of course, everybody is welcome to give their comments. So let me see, how do I go here? Is that? Okay, just a few words about the development of the SDGs for those who are maybe not aware what really happened. I'd like to remind ourselves that in 2012 at the Rio Plus 20, it was decided to have SDGs as successor of the MDGs. And then in 12 till 14, there was an open working group working on this, an extremely open process with all the pros and cons. I will come back to that. And I think part of this process, we also should be aware of this conference in August in 2015 in Addis Ababa, talking about financing. How do we finance these SDGs? And I think for me it was very important. It was a long, very difficult discussion to realize and to say that really new resources are necessary. And at the top is domestic public resources. We have to mobilize more domestic resources. Domestic and international private business and finance, and of course still ODA. And then, as you all know, in September 2015, these 17 SDGs were adopted. And of course for us, the 6 is the one. And I was actually part also with SDC fighting that we have an one on water, and actually the existing one is about 90% what we actually suggested how it should look like. So if you are not happy with it, you can also claim it a bit to us. So what are the main difference between the SDGs and the MDGs? Well, first of all, this process, a very inclusive goal-setting process. And as a result of that also, it's much, much more comprehensive. We had 8 MDGs, now we have 17 SDGs, 169 targets. Well, some people, how can we deal with this? Well, it is a challenge. I think one of the real big change that SDG Agenda 2030 is no more a development agenda, it's a sustainability agenda. So they are universal goals. They are applicable for all countries, for Zambia as well as for Switzerland. Of course, not in the same way. I don't think in Switzerland open defecation-free communities is a big issue. But there are other SDGs which are a big issue also for Switzerland. Sustainable production, sustainable consumption. This is much more important for Germany or Switzerland than it is for Zambia. So I think that is very important, and we will talk about what does that mean for SuSanA. And then they are much more ambitious. You remember, many of the goals, one wanted just to go halfway through. Now we have to go all the way through, 0. And one of the real important one, leaving no one behind. Leaving no one behind. And, you know, I'm very old now. I remember when I entered into this whole sector, that was the beginning of the water and sanitation decade. And you know, the motto was then, in 1980, water and sanitation for all by 1990. You know where we are today. The motto was also some for all instead of all for some. Motto still very actual as today. So we are not talking about new things, basically. And I mentioned the funding. I mean, the MDGs were supposed to be funded mainly by ODA. Now it's a different type of funding and a setup that we have to look at. Well, related to water, you all know MDGs. We didn't have a water or a goal. It was just under goal 7. The proportion of the population without sustainable water and sanitation should be reduced by half. Now we have really this SDG number 6 with 6 main targets and 2 targets related to means of implementation. And, you know, these are the 2 how I call them the WASH targets. And we have the wastewater management target. And I was stealing this figure from that publication here because it shows very nicely what's the difference between MDGs and SDGs related to water and sanitation. You see on the left, MDGs. Now we are talking about the whole system when we address the SDGs. And then, of course, we have the 6.4, finally talking about use efficiency, ensure sustainable withdrawals, and I think in the one before, of course, recycling and safe reuse. You know, and I mean, coming to what Daniela was just talking about, that's how important that is. Now, we have then the water resources management target, and of course we have also the target on protecting ecosystems. So much more complex. And then we have the 2 means of implementation targets. Now, what are the developments in the sanitation sector during the MDG period? And so for me, the most important change is this profile of sanitation, which increased really in. When I think back in the year 2000, I mean, talking about these things, people ridiculed us. Even in my institution at ERWAG, the classical engineers, they said, what are you talking about? We know what to do. We know sewer systems is the solution. Come on, I mean, you are just ridiculous. Now, the same people realize suddenly, hey, even in our countries, maybe that not may be the way to go. And I think this is, so now looking at this systems approach, in the year 2000, nobody talked about, well, some people talked about, but very few. And I think the big change, we still talk about the same things basically, but many more people talk about the same things, many more bright people about talk, because I always said the sanitation challenge is so big and so difficult, only the brightest people have to work in it. And because, you know, it's relatively easy to design a system sanitary for Zurich. It's relatively easy. But to design a sanitation system for Dar es Salaam, it's incredibly difficult. We still don't know yet. Or in India. I mean, people are still working on it and very successfully, but I think you are far away of saying we know the solution. So we are still working. But So for me, it's very nice to see that so many more people and bright people are finally working in this field, which was so unsexy for many, many, many years. So that point is for me also very important, that even in so-called industrialized countries, developed countries, people more and more are realizing that we need a paradigm shift also in our systems. I think people in Sweden have been talking about that for many, many years, but there were only a few, and it really didn't get across. And many people gained access to so-called improved sanitation, no question. But, and here is the big but still 2.4 billion are still using an improved, you know, these numbers, including the more than 1 billion people who are still practicing open defecation. And I think for me this is really also very, very disturbing. You know, it shows the big inequality between urban and rural, between poor and rich. And although in 2010 it was declared water and sanitation is a human right, and now recently even sanitation itself is a human right. If you look at this picture, we are far away from this human right. You know, it just shows the poorest quintile to the richest quintile. Now, I think sanitation relates to nearly all of the other SDGs. I don't go through it. I think we elaborated quite a bit in this paper here, how these relations are, because we wanted to actually motivate people, especially out of the working groups, to open their eyes. You know, and I take now the energy one, and that's why I'm so grateful for Daniel's number he showed. The clean energy. I was participating in some of the energy people meeting before the SDGs, and they were very concerned that there will be an energy goal. Great. There was not one word about sanitation, about byproducts of sanitation maybe being helping to achieve this target. There were very little said about water. So I feel that this is a great opportunity now for SuSanA to get into these different SDGs and to talk to people, to talk to energy people, to talk nutrition people, health people, that we did for long, education people. So I think nearly all of these SDGs are direct or indirectly linked to sanitation, and I would like to be people aware of that. This is a big opportunity. Now, coming to the what does that mean for SuSanA? Like I said, we had already preliminary discussions with the core group. We also did a survey. Based on this background paper, we asked several questions. And so how the discussion looks at the moment, and we will have it much more discussion tomorrow with the core group. This new document, which will be either an amendment or a new document, and you ask maybe yourself, why an amendment? Well, I was involved in the development of a vision paper in 2008, and it's actually the only document that all members, all partners of SuSanA subscribed. There are many documents that SuSanA was involved, but this was only the only one and it was a long process that everybody could agree with that. So in a way, it's a constitution of SuSanA, and we said, why reopen this discussion again? But it's not decided yet if it will be an amendment. Anyway. But content-wise, it will look probably very similar. So we will have, of course, introduction. We will have a short description about from the MDGs to the SDGs, what I just showed you now in a nutshell. And then it came out that we really have to have a definition for sanitation. In our vision document, we never had a clear definition what SuSanA means for, what sanitation means for SuSanA, and I think we have to do that, especially now that wastewater comes in. How do we relate to that? Some people say, well, solid waste should be in too. I think we need this operational definition. It will be a hard work that everybody can agree, but I think we will do that. I think we need a statement how target 6.2, the sanitation, is related to the wastewater. How is that related to each other? I think that some people were very unhappy that we had 6.3 in, because they said, well, that takes away the attention from 6.2. And there should no competition there. But we have to make a clear statement how these are related to each other. What does universality and leave nobody behind mean for SuSanA? These two very important points. I think it is quite unanimously clear that I think SuSanA shall still focus on the low and middle income countries, but it will also look at newer developments in the industrialized countries and use as showcase that there are alternatives to the conventional wastewater systems. It's also comes out quite clear that SuSanA's work will put more emphasis on the hardest to reach and most vulnerable, and the word here is more, not only, but maybe a little bit more than in the past. And I think it was mentioned already before, I think SuSanA's working groups shall take up access to all and upscaling as a cross-cutting issue and address them it from their specific thematic angle. So that's how this document probably will look like, and I just would like to invite you, if you have some strong opinion, if you have some ideas, please, I think you can fill in this form here at the end, or you can tell us so that we can bring it into the discussion with a core group, with the heads of the different working groups. And then, of course, we also had these two questions. How can SuSanA contribute to end open defecation in a sustainable way? You know, CLTS is sort of almost the silver bullet now. I think CLTS has a great merit. But on the other hand, I think, you know, when there was just a thick book came out on sustainability of CLTS. And we said, oh, great, that's now covered sustainable issues. But if you look at it, it just shows how sustainable, for them, sustainable is just not turning back to open defecation. That's for them sustainability. For SuSanA, sustainability is a little bit more than that. And so I think we probably will have to develop sort of a statement on that, a little bit not criticizing CLTS, but to show that you know, how can CLTS become a sustainable system. And then we need interpretation of target 6.2 and 6.3, because, you know, one of the philosophy of the SDG is really that these global targets have to be translated now into national targets. This is very important, and I think SuSanA could really play an important role in assisting that, especially with regard to 6.3. There are no global indicators for recycling reuse. And I think this is at the core of SuSanA in a way. So I think SuSanA could really play here an important role, assisting governments how to translate these international targets into national targets. Because You know, it's a big agenda, 2030, but it's a framework. And it's now up to the governments to come up with their targets. And the big advantage for me in Agenda 2030 is that people have now the right to ask the governments, what are you doing about these things? I think this shouldn't be underestimated. Civil society gets a stronger role in this. Okay, I think that's all what I wanted to share with you today. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Roland, for that most insightful view of the opportunities. I think just adding to what Roland said, we really have a golden opportunity now to influence the development agenda. And I know from Roland's last slide that many countries are crying out. They're crying out for technical guidance on how to measure these indicators. So they're going to be calling on the SuSanA group at WIDE for this, for assistance in this area. And it's absolutely critical. We have a small window to do this, so be prepared. Anyway, I'd like to open the floor up for comments to Roland or any questions or clarifications that you have. So please, who would like to kick off the conversation? Okay.
Hi, Christine Moe, Emory University. I really liked your presentation and contrasting and comparing the MDGs and the SDGs. I think one important aspect of SDG 6 that we've been interested in is the extension of WASH into institutions and particularly healthcare facilities. And I think that sanitation in healthcare facilities is more complex than household sanitation. And so I just wondered if you wanted to comment on that. I think we've been working in this area for the past 5 years, and we realize that we need some better indicators for healthcare facilities. WHO and UNICEF is working on this, but I think it's an area where there's still quite a few information gaps.
Thanks. Do you want to go ahead and...
Yeah, I fully agree with you, and a lot still has to be done. My plea also would be, you know, we have the target, the SDG on education, and I think we should also get with the education people. I mean, no school is a good school if they don't have good sanitation facilities. So it's not only that we among ourselves and tell people what should be done. I think we also have to reach out that these people in the education field, they also realize, hey, that's a problem that we have to tackle.
Thanks. Next comment. There's somebody else from the
Yeah, I'm Antoinette Komen. From SNV. I haven't read the paper, so maybe it's inside of the paper, but I was wondering what your thoughts are about the target 6.5, the integrated water resources management, and its relation to sanitation. Do you think that will divert us, or that it will, improve, or whether you have any thoughts?
Well, what I can tell you that this was the most controversial target because of the between the countries, you know, the transboundary. Thank you very much, because that was the biggest issue. But I didn't have too much thought, and I don't think that it will deviate our attention too much. Why do you think it will?
Well, right now the focus is very much on district-wide. In many of the presentations, conversations that we've been having, it was about district-wide sanitation or working with municipal authorities on sanitation in their area, because it is their duty, basically. Of course, if we bring in a watershed perspective, that is also transboundary in that sense. And it's a whole different dynamic again. We haven't been talking about that in SuSanA. I personally, I don't know if I would advocate for that, but I think we need to think about it, what it means, because there is this push to look at it on a watershed level.
Good point, good point. Let's think about this. Also, of course, I know water is really an issue of river basin. That is no question. How far it is related to sanitation, to a lesser degree, but that's a very, very good input. I think we will think about that.
Hi, thanks. That was very interesting. And there's a lot of interest, I think, in looking at synergies across the SDGs. But I think it would be interesting to look at the potential trade-offs as well. So areas where you have either targets canceling each other out or just constraining each other. So to look at how sanitation might have, if we're talking about progressive realization of sanitation, are there potential interactions with the goals on aquatic ecosystems, for instance? So looking at that as well, and not just the positive synergies, but also the potential trade-offs.
Yeah, very good point. Something I forgot to say actually is that when we have these 17 SDGs, some of them completely in conflict with each other. You know, if we talk protection of environment, reducing resource use, and then economic development, you know, they are really conflicts there. But I think the nice thing about this that I think governments have to start to talk about this. You know, when we talk about water, I have been involved in water also in Switzerland. Water is always full of conflicts, and it's actually the society. It has to be a civil contract how this is dealt with, how much water goes to energy, how much water goes to water supply, how much water goes to industry, and so I think having these conflicts, I think it's very good to open up that there are conflicts, that there are synergies, but there are also conflicts. So that's another opportunity, I think.
Thank you very much, Roland. I think we'll bring this discussion to a close now because we're under time pressure. Thank you very much again, Roland, for your excellent presentation on the work. The next presentation is from Kim Anderson from SEI, who's going to talk to us about their joint publication. Kim.
Yes, thanks. So it's really great that Roland has kind of set the scene. Yeah, this is a joint effort with the UNEP, SEI, but also co-authoring from the Swedish Technical Research Institute with Elisabeth Kvarnström and Jennifer McConville, Razek Sade from the University of Technology of Norway, and SCI colleagues of mine, Anna Rosemarin, Sarah Dickin and Caspar Trimmer, our scientific writer. So, so what Roland said, what are we talking about? Is it sanitation? Is it wastewater? Actually, that was when we started to discuss this study that became a book. That was actually the starting point for the whole thing. We were talking about showing good examples of wastewater recovery, reuse, but then we said, but hey, we cannot talk about wastewater without talking about sanitation. How can we have a sustainable wastewater management without looking like upstream? In some countries, 90% of all wastewater is coming from like households and normal sanitation systems. So that equation didn't work really. So as you can see, you're probably aware of this. It's diverse issues around the world. Some leading to more health impacts, some more to environmental challenges. So we also looked at the Sustainable Development Goal and seeing, hey, we need to discuss it around this. This is a framework. It's something that a change that is taking place now. So we need to actually frame our discussion in this context. But interesting, I don't know if it's, they are actually divided here. You have sanitation in 6.2 and you talk about wastewater in 6.3. So no clear connection here either, no? So, but the good thing is that, as Roland pointed out, this is, we at least at SCI, we see the SDGs as really a good base to start to really work on a global scale on sustainability when it comes to sanitation and wastewater management. So the question is how far we will get. The MDGs looked a lot about on the toilets, the access to sanitation, while the SDGs, they start to talk about treatment, but also mentioning recycling, resource recovery. So the question is how far we can get. But we think we have to try to motivate to go as far as we can to the right. So we mapped some of the issues, and if you start to look, it's sanitation up to the left. We have the communicable diseases to the right, water scarcity, and malnutrition, and you can see that there's some regions in the world that this is actually coinciding. And we think that doing sanitation different can at least respond to some of these issues. So what we did, we also tried to map then. If you do more with sanitation, so it's quite hard to see this. We have a poster on the door outside, and of course you can look in the book when it's launched. But it says waste containment in the first column, then it says safe sanitation access and availability, pathogen control, nutrient emission control, and then to the right you have resource management and recovery. So we looked at, by doing a more sustainable, more going towards resource recovery in sanitation and wastewater management, how many goals can you kind of address and contribute to? And you can see if we go all the way up to resource management and recovery and complete the other functions of sanitation, then we can actually address 34 different targets. So that's quite impressive. But we think it's so important to frame and discuss further what do we really mean by sustainability. Sometimes it's taken quite lightly, and we feel like this. We have to go into the different topics of sustainability and provide more evidence and arguments. But if we want resource, if we really care about resources and the management, and we think there is actually resource scarcity coming around the corner, then we think it's important to really put stress on this. So we put that in the middle actually. But it's based on the SuSanA sustainability criteria, and it's all there. So what does this mean? What does this mean? When we come to like practically, how do we do that? How do we put resources first? We think there is kind of a need of a paradigm shift. When we do development projects or setting up new projects in a new town, for example, we actually need to start to look, what are the resources there? What's the scarcity? What's the demands? So what type of resource management options are there to get energy out, maybe reuse water in irrigation around the city. And then at the end, when we know more or less what we want to do, then we can start to talk about how do we do it? What kind of technical systems do we need? Is it centralized, decentralized? Is it waterborne or is it non-waterborne? But that each context will have to define that. Doing this way, we think then we can reach to this multiple potential benefits. This is just another way to show it. The value of of the waste. We have a lot of different waste streams in our society. Human excreta is one, but there are others. And actually, they are not waste. It's energy in some form, nutrients, organic matter, water. And we have different options, as I said. And so in the book, we also then look at what's the value what's the added value of doing resource management and recovery. This is just a case of Vientiane, where there's a lot of contamination of wetlands in the city. And if we start to do different, and it's really depending on wastewater not being treated, left out there. So if we start to collect, for example, harvest the plants in the wetlands, start to emptying the septic tanks, then we can produce biogas. With the material we get out, the biosolids. We have a fertilizer. It could be combined maybe with urine separation. And then we could have a lot of good benefits, water saving. We have more sustainable fertilizers, reduction of CO2 emissions, etc. So then we go into the other dimension of sustainability. We're looking at the institutional social aspects, of course. What are actually the enabling environment is really important to know what you want to do in the planning. But what we thought is important, if you really want to do resource management and resource recovery, we have to understand also that there are new user group or new spheres of actors that we don't have in sanitation normally, or in wastewater management either. So we have a user group that is the common one, but then we have someone doing the treatment. We have somebody doing the reuse, and then we have consumers buying these products once again. So we need actually to consider this as it's a whole new governance institutional setup that we require, and of course trust between these groups. In a really small scale, in a rural village, this could happen in one household, of course, but when we are talking about urban areas, for example. Then, of course, we have the health part. We dive into some strategies there. Multi-barrier approach recommended by the WHO. That you need integrated wash. Also, that you have to really identify where in the system you have critical issues, because it will not just, as I said, with the different use. What do you call it? Actors when you want resource recovery, it will also be, in this case, we will have more potential risk points in the system. So one tool that could be used and is discussed is the sanitation safety planning that was launched last year, I guess. We have the environmental dimension, protecting, but also enhancing. We can combine wastewater treatment with natural treatment system and provide new ecosystem services, for example. Technical functionality, I think I've been into that a little bit. The important is that we also think of sustained functions when we design and operate and design the operation maintenance, for example. When it comes to treatment options, we all have to think that now, if we're going to reuse and recover different streams, there might be, in some cases, if we want to reuse, for example, wastewater as irrigation, we have to look at pathogens, micropollutants. But if we're going to reuse as a drinking water, then we have to maybe get rid of organic material as well. So depending on what we want to have out of the resource. And then we're looking a bit about the financial models, the importance of cost-benefit analysis. The World Bank has done a great job looking at the MDGs and also started to look at the SDGs when it comes to what will it cost, look at some of the benefit and costs, and showing that actually doing sanitation, improved sanitation, will generate economic benefits. But then
what is still to be do is to actually look at this from a resource management point of view as well, and see how this could even provide even more arguments for sanitation and wastewater management. And at the end of the book, we are showcasing good examples of resource recovery from small scale to larger scale in different areas. Examples from Sweden, for example, is black water recycling. Bolivia, we have more of urine diverting dry toilets, that kind of project. In Brazil, we have 2 cases, one on grey water recycling, another one on reuse of sewage sludge. From Namibia, we have the reclamation, wastewater reclamation to groundwater recharge, and recycling for drinking water, etc. I have to stop now. But the idea was to give you some glimpses of our new book that we are launching on Monday, 5:45 in SCI booth on the top floor, I think, in the Water Week venue. And there is the book will be available for downloads. So go ahead and share, and I hope it's going to be useful for different communities and different actors, and maybe a base for also for this discussion that Roland talks about. How do we define these terms? Okay, thank you.
And I saw among the authors as well Elisabeth Kvarnström,
yeah.
And she's as well sort of in the author group together with Roland, so I think she can as well really bring the broader picture as well into the thought process of the background document. 1 or 2 comments while Daniela Krahl is getting ready with her presentation, please.
Sorry, hi, my name is Chad Brooking from Free Flow Consulting. One comment I have is that I'm noticing a lot of focus on energy production, and I think that our focus should really be on food production. If we're ingesting food in our bodies and we're creating waste from it, there's a byproduct, of course, of biogas. But do you feel that the industry or the temperature in the industry is more toward energy or more toward food production?
Yeah, that is a good point. From our perspective, we haven't put more emphasis on energy. Actually, we think the food production part is as important or even more important. But I guess, as you say, maybe if you look at the wastewater sector and the industry, it is easier for them, of course, to start to produce energy from in their wastewater treatment plants. But to start to reuse, then you need to convince the farmers that you have a clean product, etc. So of course, there's a lot of more barriers to get to that. So I guess that maybe we should also emphasize it even more. No, but we see it as energy is important, but as well as because many parts of the world there's still no energy security, you can say. So it's
food scarcity as well.
Yeah, maybe you have to eat first, and think of you need energy to eat, maybe. Okay. Yeah.
No, I just want to emphasize what Jet was saying. We have made major mistakes in the very fast or the past about introducing, a linear, sanitation system, and which we are dealing with. The problems. Today. From my practical background, it's indeed very easy to talk to industries, who have the resources, to turn also sanitation resources into energy, because that is where they get the profit from. And I think that SuSanA, I basically second that. Look more into nutrition and food production, because as also. The whole issue on phosphorus, has shown, that this is going to be the major issue in the next century. Thanks.
And I just want to comment. I think, there is a climate change, I guess, that motivates to do more renewable energy, and I guess one problem is maybe that energy has become ad hoc to the wastewater treatment plants that is already there. But I think if you in many cases you will start a little bit more from the scratch, and if you have energy as one of the possible resources that you could reuse, I don't think there has to be trade-offs with food production. But I think it should be on the table when you discuss what's the potential solutions and what do you want to achieve in your specific case. So.
Okay. Last.
Yes, thank you. But also Ada Oko-Williams from WaterAid. Also very related to that, I think our discussion or our thinking shouldn't really be which is more important or more urgent right now, because I see both of them equally important. But I'll just give a classical example of why, for example, I personally would be very interested in energy. A country like Nigeria, it's huge in terms of population as far as the African continent is concerned, but that's a country that is grappling with energy challenges. And I can just imagine, and we all recognize how much energy can just be a catalyst in the entire development process for that country. So it really needs to be taken in context where we're promoting what, because some countries just need, and then there's a lot of food production that is being wasted because there's no energy to transform those, food produce to something that the country and the people can continue to use in different ways. Basically, what I'm trying to say is it shouldn't be a case of which is more important, but more of in what context. Where is what needed the most here?
No, I actually can support that with a case from, for example, Ethiopia. I mean, in the countryside, people are really burning everything there are. So I mean, it's really getting into an environmental issue, getting the energy security in the households. So if they can start to process and do anaerobic digestion and biogas production on a household level, then they will still have some biosolids that can go back to the field. So for example, there's a lot of gains there. So I think we shouldn't just say the energy has to come long down the line. I think it has to come up front as well, and then we have to see in each case what are the most important aspects that we have to take into consideration.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Kim.
Thanks.
Yes, and I think in the beginning there was a lot discussion in SuSanA about food production. Then it was saying that what actually are the different opportunities which are there. Now we as well say that look first for the highest opportunity and then design the sanitation system that you actually cater to the need of the resource that you might use. So I think that's how the discussion develops here, and in a broader sense put it in the center of all the SDGs. Thanks, Kim. And now I'm very happy to announce Daniela Krahl, who will bring as well one aspect of the bigger picture. We're sort of opening up at the moment the SuSanA discussions on from MDG to SDG. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Arne. On behalf of BMZ, the ministry I work for, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about the ideas on what does it mean to bring the Agenda 2030 working to implementation on a ministerial level. It's not the level you're working on, but nevertheless it is very interesting, I think, for you, because in the end it has a lot of impact to all the other stakeholders in the water and sanitation area. Well, as you have heard today from the speakers we had here before, water is a central element in the new agenda, and it is mentioned in the text in several parts. I think I should not go into detail how it's mentioned, but as you see, protection of the planet and its natural resources, there is one point where water comes in. The other is human rights to safe drinking water and sanitation, efficient use of water and energy. These are the new outlines. Excuse me? Closer, okay. Yes. This is another slide comparable to the one you have seen today, is what does it mean for the other SDGs that water is in it. But this is an exercise I think all the other people working for the other SDGs are doing as well. So you find presentation, coming from health, showing that without supporting health, all the other SDGs can't be met. But here it is explicitly written. What does it mean? For example, water in 15 is reduction of mainland caused pollution to the seas and so on. This is more specific where the interlinkage between water and the other SDGs are. And the interlinkage is all sometimes meant as risks. If you go too far to the one goal, you will do well. It's difficult for the other, so it's a contrary goal. Some are synthesis, so you can meet two goals at the same time, as we have in water and sanitation, sanitation and health. Here are some more important highlighted. In SDG 3, good health, we have a target that addressing containment of waterborne diseases, reducing the infant mortality rate. So if you don't address hygiene and toilets, you won't reduce the infant mortality rate. And it doesn't matter how much you do with good nutrition. Then sanitation is the bottleneck. So here maybe the most important highlighted where we have started to do more strategic work. But the main topic of my presentation is the global water architecture. That means the architecture of the UN institutions. We think that one of the main problems in the past, that in the MDG area, that in the sanitation area, was that the UN was not well positioned. And we have started an initiative among some countries on a ministry level, doing some analysis and creating a new vision and ideas where the UN system could go to. The analysis shows that the global water governance structure in the UN system is highly fragmented, with single-issued perspectives. And in contrast to other SDGs, there is no dedicated UN intergovernmental body. So the high political leaders can't have a voice on water in the UN. There is currently very little regular dialogue between major groups and governments on water aspects, and the new mindset of the SDGs is not reflected. That there's where the other stakeholders come in. And there is currently no counterpart for intergovernmental bodies of other sectors, let's say for health, for food security, for climate, for agriculture. They have quite important and well-working intergovernmental bodies, but there is no talk on an equal level to water, because there is no intergovernmental body. So water is one of the major risk factors in the years to come, and therefore there is a need for such a body. So far, the analysis. And if you try to bring it to a picture, but I was criticized by showing this picture because one of the audience said he had counted the little signs in the middle. There are just 31, but there are nearly 50 different UN bodies working with water, so it's not enough. There should be more. So what does it show? There are a lot of UN organizations, programs working in the field of water, with impact to water. And they have more or less a well-established reporting line to the high-level, how do you say, the HLPF, and they have more or less a defined way to ECOSOC, and this is all well organized to the General Assembly. Where comes water in? In the UN we have something that is called UN Water. UN Water is just a technical organization. Member states are not member of UN Water. UN Water is just an technical coordination of UN organizations. So it's just there, and the UN organizations are member of UN Water. So that they are a bit closer, but it's a very weak technical coordination thing, and has no mandate to bring anything to the HLPF or to talk to member states. But since the Agenda 2030 was published, two new high-level panels were created, the Global High-Level Panel on Water and Peace, and the High-Level Panel on Water that was done this year in January, where World Bank and some governments are member. These high-level panels show that there's an increasing need for countries on a high political level to express their concerns. But these high-level panels do not belong to the UN. And there are only a handful or two handful countries are member there. So Germany is not member of one of them, for example. Swiss is, but it's not really representative, and it does not really help. They do not any work. And then we have the monitoring organizations. So that's the way it is. What would it mean to have a fit-for-purpose architecture? The most important thing that the new body should be mandated by all UN member states. So it should be mandated by the General Assembly. So there must be some countries to write a resolution that the mandate can be given. This is up to the states. Stakeholders cannot write a resolution to the General Assembly. But it is important that the multi-stakeholders and the networks are engaged in the new body. So this has to be addressed in the resolution, even though the multi-stakeholders can't write the resolution. It's not meant to be. Well, the task and the functioning, it has to be is described, but there are paperwork done already on that, so the vision is quite clear what they should do. Then we have discussion on the role of UN Water. We have the UNSCOP final report. UNSCOP recommend that this report is recommending that UN Water should be strengthened. So that it can be the secretary for this new body. But there's a lot of discussion right now going on, and it will be discussed here on the Water Week, for example, on Monday on the high-level panel on water architecture, especially the role of UN Water or the role of other UN bodies. That is the main discussion, the recent discussion right now. Should the new secretary be linked to existing UN bodies, or should, with UN Water, be created a new UN body? There are pros and cons, and I would say if you link the secretary for the new body to one of the existing, then you don't, then the existing always comes from a special side. It's not the holistic approach. It can't cover the holistic approach, and only a new body could be independent and cover the complete vision of the agenda. But there are discussions going on, so I leave it to the conference, and it's not decided yet. Well, maybe some last words to the integration of major groups and other stakeholders. Representation and participation of major groups have to be essential elements for intergovernmental body. The whole agenda has been developed and adopted in this spirit, so it's fundamental in it, it's the essence. The participation of major groups will help stimulate and energize its work and give publicity to it. And after all, the states cannot do it alone. Implementation needs all actors to work together, the private sector and the civil society. And as long as we had the UNSCOP was acting as the independent voice for all water sectors, but UNSCOP has finished its work end of last year, so it's not there anymore. The final report, we think, is a good guideline how we should address the problems in a way that we can solve the challenges. And I think the last thing maybe is sharing experience and learning from each other is key for the successful implementation of the SDGs. So we have to be there in the UN at a very high level and bring all the different perspectives together. I hope I'm still in time. There are much more points, but it's an ongoing open discussion. That is what it's of most importance right now in the ministries. So this is my insight I would like to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela, for giving us an insight on that level. You showed that one. Yeah, we can consider to put SuSanA somewhere, no? And no, it's not. I'm not suggesting it. But if people are saying there are not enough logos on it, so then we always could offer one. No, but more serious, I invite some voices from the floor, Roland, and maybe others to comment, please.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm wondering, are you also considering? I mean, we have a UN Organization on Health, we have one on food, we have one on many different issues. I know we talked about in the last several times that it was defeated, but I think maybe that's the moment. Or are you talking about, or is that basically the end result of the whole exercise? And maybe another comment about UN Water. I think as long as UN Water is just a coordinating agency, we saw it in the development of the SDG, extremely weak. Because they always say we have to take care of all these 40 plus organizations, and so they never came up with well, at the end they did come up with some position, but it was basically not their own.
Yes, yep. There was another voice.
I guess my question is, it seems common sense that there shouldn't be this disconnect between water and wastewater. Like, wastewater it's in the name. So why do, like, all these water organizations, do they not realize that wastewater is the resource? And, you know, there is clean water, and then we shit in it. Why are we shitting in our drinking water is another question I have.
Well, at the UN level, that
doesn't happen.
But these organizations, they're covering food, energy, the health, and not the difference between water and sanitation. So this difference is not reflected on this level. Yes. So the new body should cover the complete SDG 6 and the water-related targets to the other SDGs.
Yes, while we have maybe one or two more questions, we can get the presentation of Kate ready. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes, but your question was, you didn't finish really, do you?
Yes, you would like to have an answer. The future of UN Water?
No. In this discussion, is it also discussed about having a UN organization on water?
Yes, that is.
Okay.
And well, we are. The thing is about mandating, resolution, and finance. And we have to bring together the finance of member states, the finance the UN system has by its own. Then it's very different if you go on via resolution on the General Assembly to address the General Secretary, or to address with a resolution directly an UN organization. So these are the tricky questions that follow directly after that. I did not go into these details. So we work on different alternatives which are realistic.
Okay, thanks again, Daniela. Okay, we had sort of a glimpse on what could be the vision document 2 or whatever it is. We had the book on SEI. We had now the UN level and the architecture around it. And Kate will enlighten us now about monitoring. I always think that however it is, something will come out, and the question will be, then how are you doing it on the ground? And I don't know, Kate, what you will tell us. What comes out, or how are we doing on the ground? But the floor is yours.
Thank you. Is this working? Okay, so that's actually kind of a nice segue, because I've just come from the UN Water meeting where all of this architecture was discussed. And to quickly respond to your question there, as the Agency for Health, I can tell you we absolutely do look at water and wastewater together. In fact, we have health-based guidelines for all parts of the water cycle on drinking water, on wastewater, on recreational water, and also the links to nutrition, to neglected tropical diseases. It's kind of all there. So we are very much trying to take an integrated look at this. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Kate Medlicott. I'm the sanitation team leader at WHO. I'm not part of the JMP team, but I work alongside them with a focus on 6.3 together with Graham Alabaster, who's here with you today. And so we're going to go from this very kind of broad discussion we've just had about the monitoring architecture, which is, you know, and not just the monitoring architecture, but the whole UN architecture around water. I'm going to zoom in now on just a really specific piece of this, which is a proposed methodology for monitoring target 6.2 and 6.3. And to really highlight that this is a draft, and we've got a very long way to go. We're looking at building a monitoring instrument that will serve us for the next 15 years, but also understanding that we've actually got some really short timeframes ahead of us. We need to get baseline reports out soon, and that involves a lot of complicated things dealing with huge variability in data, big data gaps, and also the whole interaction with countries. So as the global monitoring instrument, we of course are recipients of the data. We need to respect the processes and data availability in countries. So with that in mind, I just want to present to you some of the thinking that has been going on, and with thanks especially to Andy Peel and Luca Di Mario, Barbara, who presented this yesterday at the SFD meeting, and Graham and I have been working on it as well. So I think it was Roland that was saying, or several people have said, that we can't separate out wastewater and sanitation, and the approach taken for global monitoring is sort of respecting that idea as well. So looking at this really in two parts, the wastewater from households, so building on the JMP, and looking at wastewater from economic activities or industries. So we'll talk about the two of those slightly separately. But I just wanted to quickly step out how I don't think anybody here really needs a lesson in this. You're all sanitation practitioners, so know it well. But essentially we're looking at the combination of wastewater from households, from industry, the combined effect on water quality, ambient water quality that is, and recognising that there are huge flows from agriculture, but they're very difficult to monitor at source, so really trying to pick up those in the monitoring of ambient water quality. And of course, if we're able to get these two indicators working together, then we will have a nice metric on the sources of pollution and their combined impact on ambient water qualities and by extension drinking water quality. So these are the two parts we'll talk about. I think many people are very familiar with this now, so I'm just going to be talking about 6.2 and 6.3 and these indicators, which you probably also know are not 100% finalised yet, but the concrete is starting to set around them, and hopefully by March we'll know for sure what the indicators will be. But you'll see there's new terminology: safely managed sanitation and safely treated wastewater. So I'll just skip to the sanitation part and what the definition of that means. So this is an extension of the MDG period definition. So we're talking about sanitation services that are not shared and where excreta is safely disposed in situ or transported and treated off-site, which seems straightforward enough, and still you start digging into it a little bit more. So again, I think we're all very familiar with the MDG sanitation ladders, and this new rung, this safely managed sanitation is really proposed as a new rung on the ladder. So it's not that we would stop monitoring basic sanitation or improved sanitation, but looking at the proportion of those that have improved sanitation who actually have a safely managed sanitation service. So essentially what we're talking about is monitoring the full sanitation chain, which has been shown in others' presentations. And to make sure that we capture the specifics of the sewage and on-site systems. From a global monitoring perspective, of course, the sewage is the easiest data to get at from utilities, but I think we all know that the vast majority of sanitation is actually on-site, so we need to kind of get our hands dirty a bit and try and capture this this data on what's happening with on-site systems. So this is really kind of a back-end tool to look at how you actually calculate this amount of safely managed sanitation, and just a way of trying to organise the data in a way that kind of makes sense and makes sure we're capturing the complexity of what's going on. So what you'll see here is the sanitation ladder as we know it: open defecation, unimproved, shared, and then these other categories are on improved on and off-site facilities, and trying to see, if we plug in the JMP data to the left side, what percentages of that is really safely disposed in situ, and how much is treated either at a fecal sludge treatment plant or a wastewater treatment plant. And that would give us a calculation of the proportion that's safely managed. But I think we all know that unfortunately it's not quite that simple, that there's losses along the sanitation chain, and we'd like to progress eventually to be able to kind of capture these as well. So understanding that a lot of what is emptied or goes into a sewer doesn't actually make it to treatment. That there's, again, and then a lot of what is which goes into a toilet is actually not contained, either sewers that are going to open drains, for example. I'll skip through that. So here's just kind of an example. This is from a country in Latin America. We're just seeing what this might look like as we would go from the MDG period to the SDG period. So on the far left there, you can see that the JMP ladders, this is actually for Peru, where they have currently 74% improved sanitation. When we transition to safely managed sanitation, you can visualize it using a SFD style approach, which is one way of representing this, to see where the losses are. But essentially, the output would show you that just actually 30% in Peru is actually safely managed. So this presents an enormous challenge, a communication challenge, as well as an implementation challenge for everybody in the sector. I think we're seeing a lot of countries
were frankly a bit shocked, thinking they'd done so well in the MDGs and going, what? We've suddenly gone down from 74% to 30%. Others think, well, that's great, you know, the MDGs, we'd sort of finished that work and we're happy to have a new challenge. So there's a couple of ways of looking at this, but what we can be sure of is that there's a huge communication challenge around this for all of us about how we integrate this into our work, how we explain it to our partners, and what that means in the kind of implementation we're doing. So I think the MDG approach of talking about improved sanitation sort of drove us, not entirely, but more towards infrastructure style projects. How do we get more improved facilities out there? When we talk about safely managed services, I think it forces us to think about much more about the kind of service delivery. So it's a different mindset that we need to kind of get our head around. And I think, Roland, I just caught the end of your presentation and you said, oh, there's no indicator for reuse. And you know, you're right, there's no specific indicator for it, but we're doing a little bit of thinking with some of the people in this group about definitions around treatment and what is safely treated. Because essentially, from a data management perspective, you kind of somehow have to kind of say that's safely treated, that's not, and it's a complicated thing to do. So this is kind of a think piece that we're working on, essentially looking at this, and this is for wastewater treatment. There's a similar one for fecal sludge, but essentially trying to think about that in terms of what is the level of treatment that's provided. So that's the treated part of safely treated, and then a public health dimension, sort of saying, well, you know, how fit for purpose is that treatment that's been given, and looking at just some very simple exposure scenarios. So for example, well, the easy one here would be to say, well, if you've got primary treatment with a long ocean outfall, you can probably call that safely managed. If you've got primary treatment that's being used for food production, then you wouldn't. So it kind of gets this notion of reuse in there, even though we don't have a specific indicator on it. But again, getting the data for this is really our challenge. So essentially what we're trying to do is to make a sort of a simple graphical overview of the sources and sinks of unsafe wastewater and sanitation, and sort of building on what's become very commonly used now, I think, with this SFD kind of representation. It's trying to be a little bit intervention neutral. I don't think we want to be driving. We don't want global monitoring to be driving investment in any specific technology, but more to say, well, look, here is the situation at a national level, and it's blunt because it's national level, of course, and to sort of drive a policy level discussion on allocation of resources and priorities. It builds on the JMP data, so at least at the start of on the left-hand side of the approach, we have some statistically representative data. As we go to the right-hand side, the data becomes a bit more shaky. I've covered that last point. So I just wanted to cover the second part now, and Graham, you're very welcome to speak up or let me know if I'm getting this wrong. But we're talking more now about the industrial part of it, because I think here as sanitation people, we're quite comfortable with saying sanitation and wastewater are the same thing, but there's other wastewater people who, you know, understandably want to make sure all these other components of wastewater are properly addressed. So essentially the approach that we're looking at here is an inventory, so capturing all of the inventory types, trying to get a metric on the approximate size of the industry, looking at where it's discharging to, and its hazard classification, and finally whether it's in or out of compliance with its discharge permit, so that that part of the indicator would be a proportion of the hazardous effluent over the total hazardous effluent generated. So we have two components of the safely treated wastewater indicator. So I think that's all I have to say on that, and I think there's probably lots of questions, so maybe I'll open up for that if there's time.
Thanks very much, Kate. So I think I know we're running a bit late, but this is such an interesting subject. We should, if there's any questions or comments you'd like to make, try and be as brief as you can, because we are a bit tight on time.
1, 2, 3. Okay, 4. Maybe we collect.
Yeah, okay.
So very quickly, I'd like to make a link between Roland's presentation and your presentation. I thought it was very interesting to see that now the goals are universal, and now the goal is sustainability. And if we keep the disposal as one of the options in the end, then what do the developed countries have to do? Because on all the other steps, they are good. It's probably close to 100%, yet the sanitation is not sustainable, because in the end it always ends in a water body. So I think the real goal is absolutely the reuse, and as long as the loop is not closed, then it's not sustainable.
Okay.
Yeah.
A couple more comments before we ask Kate.
That's very short. I again saw the flush toilet as a symbol, of sanitation, and I now start to be a little bit obnoxious about it, and I think we should at least drop the flush from the toilet. Because the symbol of household sanitation is a flush toilet, and I think you're getting the wrong message across. And the UN Water, has that, and now see that you are using it again, and now I'm getting a little bit. Yes. And the other question is, and that is, we have had long discussions on shared toilet facilities, and I see again that it's a kind of a limbo, and for many people, that's the only option, and I wonder. And actually was surprised that it again came up as a kind of a not so good kind of thing.
One more comment.
Well, the segues directly into mine is I appreciate that it's intervention neutral, and that the end goal is safely managed sanitation. And so whether it's a shared or not shared toilet, the latter sort of indicates that there's a progression where, in fact, you might have a very good, safely managed shared option that we need to be recognizing.
Kate, do you want to respond to those?
No. I can do that. They're all really good points. On the sustainability one, yes. Unfortunately, to some extent, for richer countries, how they interpret that indicator, I think they can build a lot more nuance into safely managed and sustainable, and I hope they do. The flush toilet, yes, we will try to use this point taken, absolutely. Shared is a much more complicated one, and I think you're probably going to see the terminology for shared and transitioning to what's called a limited service, and I think we're waiting to see a bit stronger evidence of some of those shared facilities with a safely managed service chain. That's an interesting combination that hasn't really come through on the data yet. But unfortunately, the epidemiological studies for sharing are still pointing to that it's bad for health, unfortunately. So from a simple perspective of, is this meeting the criteria of preventing human contact with excreta, the epidemiology is not really supporting that shared provides that. So, but we understand that there's a really, really intense debate around this. Yeah.
Okay.
Quick continue, or you add something?
No.
Ruan, I saw your finger again.
Hi, this is Sarah Dicken from SCI. I forgot to say that in my last question. I'm going to be starting some research looking at gender vulnerability related to WASH, and I was wondering how that is going to be monitored, or how data will be collected to look at gender differentiated access.
Okay, a couple of other quick interventions.
Is it only? Oh yes, I start here and then I come to you, Roland, in a minute. Mira, please.
Yeah, something that I asked Barbara yesterday, but how will you address the issues in monitoring for the remaining part of the service chain, because that cannot be captured by household surveys. This is something that we've discussed, but I know what you are thinking of doing and what has happened in the POC countries. That is what my interest is.
Sure.
Okay. One more quick comment then. Roland? Yes.
Just a small comment to the shared. I thought it was not a question about shared or not shared, but shared by how many.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So
and I think recent studies have shown that if it goes up to, I think, 6 families, or I don't remember now, or 5, yes, 5, then it's okay. So I think it's not shared or not shared, but I think they have to differentiate it. Just a small.
Okay, over to you.
Yeah, I'm a bit hesitant to get deeper into the shared one, except to say that yes and no. On the gender differentiated data, so what the JMP is really looking to do now is thematic reports that capture some of these specific issues. I mean, there's lots of things that the household surveys can't do very well, like migrant populations, like getting into gender disparities, intra-household disparities. There's a number of things, and they're trying to capture those a bit better in thematic reports. But at its core, the JMP uses household-based data, so that's the kind of the lowest level of disaggregation we can get. And there's kind of the wealth quintiles, some things around age, but you're probably not going to get the kind of granularity of gender disaggregated data you might be hoping for there. In terms of your question, Mira, about getting the data, so there's kind of 2 ways of looking at this. If we look at what we have to do in the next year, then it's going to be a bit rough and ready and whatever we can get, frankly, a big data drive, just pulling in whatever we can and trying to make sense of it for a baseline. But over the longer term, what we're doing already is testing new questions that can go into household surveys. As you're right, you can't get the whole sanitation chain from households, but you can get a bit of information about emptying and transport, perhaps from households. And so we're looking at testing those and transitioning them into the large household surveys slowly over time. And then linking that with better service provider data acquisition. So, for example, IBNet is looking at adding new questions that would pick up on the treatment that would be aligned with SDG monitoring purposes. But as always, the big gap is how we get at service providers for on-site services. And we have some questionnaire tools we're working on with that, and I think you've seen them. And how we kind of start getting that done at scale, I think, is our big challenge.
Okay, I think we'll call it. I know there's lots to discuss, but I think in interest of time, we have one more presentation, and I think we should move on. So if you've got any other questions, come and see Kate or myself afterwards. So the final, thank you very much, Kate. So the final presentation we've got this afternoon is about regional political processes. So Vishwanath, the floor is yours.
That's the Twitter handle and the Facebook handle, Zenrainment, so to be in communication and in touch. Just a sort of a snapshot and a quick view and an abstract view of what's happening in the Indian context with toilets. So I think for the first time in India, we've got the Prime Minister backing a sanitation drive, standing from the Red Fort on our Independence Day. And the target set is phenomenal. 110 million toilets to be built by October 2nd, 2019. So we're far ahead of the SDG goals in terms of the toilet construction. So 20 million toilets have been built in the last 2 years, from August 15 to 2016. It's a phenomenal number. And, you're going to get another 90 million toilets very quickly. So to put it in perspective, before India could not achieve the Millennium MDGs in terms of sanitation. It did not achieve the MDG target for sanitation. But in terms of the SDG, at least in terms of toilet construction, it set itself an ambitious toilet target. So this is what it says, the government statistics and figures. All government schools are now covered with toilets, separate toilets for boys and girls, about so many toilets built. And in creches, which are for children between the age of 0 and 4, this is the kind of toilet construction that's happened. All this is sort of live, and it's on the website of the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation. And it's updated almost hourly. The figures are updated hourly. With the technology choice, it's the pour flush, squatting, twin pit toilet. That's the technological choice. And 110, 120 million toilets will be built, which will be pour flush. Not UDDT, not the toilet challenge toilets, none, the twin pit toilet. And I think at some point of time, SuSanA has to come out with a specific recommendation of what it thinks about the twin leach pit toilet and what it thinks is sustainable or not sustainable about it, and how will it go. Subsidy driven, completely subsidy driven. There will be a CLTS model in the beginning to drive demand, generate demand, and then there will be a subsidy that follows. Some states, and India operates differently for each state, some states have enhanced the subsidy also. Performance has been different for many states. And that's it. So this is the toilet model. Unfortunately, in many states, only a single pit is being built. The hope is that a twin pit will be added. No evidence to show that people have built a second pit later on. So it stays at a single pit. Some states are building twin pits. And so that has its implications, as you will all know. The positive factors is that there is this huge political push behind it. And when the Prime Minister pushes the message, it gets listened to right now, with the new Prime Minister especially. It's a great deal of advertisement drive, communication in the mass media, everywhere. People are going. There's a separate team, a sort of a third-party inspection that's also going on by the Ministry of Rural Development for the toilets. National level monitors, as they're called, and they go and check and report on the progress being reported by the state governments. There's been a huge amount of confusion there because the data have not tallied with what's been reported on the ministry's website and when the national level monitors go. And when the national level monitor goes in April and then he goes again in August, there seems to be a mismatch between those figures too. So a whole amount of reconciliation is happening because the numbers are huge. Corporate social responsibility funds are coming in. Companies have to devote 2% of their profits as corporate social responsibility. And this year, the balance money which was unspent by the large corporations was transferred to the government fund for toilet construction. So that's what's happening. There's a $1.5 billion loan from the World Bank, which is coming for the Swachh Bharat mission. Therefore, the current budgetary provisions may not seem to be enough, but it looks like it's going to be supplemented by the World Bank loan. The challenges are, of course, the delivery of subsidy to the household, huge bureaucratic delays. Usage as opposed to construction shows a figure of 50%. So you can count the toilets, but how do you count usage? And that continuously remains a challenge. How do you count the usage? Drought last year was phenomenal, was very profound. It affected 360 million people, and which means that if you have a poor flush toilet, it looks like there's a huge implication on that. There's no data or evidence to suggest what it is, but anecdotal evidence and reports from various habitations have suggested that people have shifted back to OD because they do not have enough water to drink. And that will be a continuous challenge as things go forward. Getting to twin pits from single pits, emptying of pits and safe management of pit sludge manure remains to be addressed. So that disposal system mechanism is still not in place. What has to happen with it? And of course, the alternatives for flood prone areas, hard rock terrain, typical areas where the UDDT you think would work, that's not been explored enough in large numbers to suggest that it's a good alternative. And that will naturally come. But what we will do, I suspect, is that we'll build the twin pit pour flush toilets. We'll find that they don't work in the flood affected areas, and then we'll replace them with other alternatives as things go forward. So we are condemned to suboptimality, and therefore the thoughts that I've been hearing is that we seem to be aiming for the ideal with the SDGs and with what we want as nutrient recovery. But I think what people want first is access to toilets, and then comes the reuse part, and then comes the nutrient recovery part. So in the hope of getting the ideal toilet to people, do you deprive them of the first choice of accessing a safer sanitation rather than safe or completely safe sanitation? That will be the issue that will be with us. again, the role of the informal sector, all these toilets are being built by masons, by labor, but not by formal companies, not by formal businesses. It's being done locally, as local as you can get. Now, they're simply not recognized in any format. I think there are now some training, human resource capacity building exercises, but that's for more the officials and implementers. But those who are actually building, they don't seem to be getting any help. And this is the question that remains. So when SEI puts up its framework and leaves out the legal framework, you talk about institutions, social frameworks, technical frameworks, but the legal framework is crucial in the Indian context because the key driver for sanitation is still the abolition of manual scavenging. People going down manholes, people going down into pit toilets, removing it manually. So the question is, even with the twin pit, if we do not have a legal framework and a standard to say when is shit and when is it manure, we don't have a definition so far. I haven't read any definition anywhere which suggests that when is it that you... So is this a biological construct? Do we talk about hookworms, protozoa or bacteria? Is it a social construct when you see human waste as shit and therefore untouchable, because the untouchability and the caste comes from a social construct, it doesn't come from a biological construct, or a physical construct as to where it's arriving from. So how do we encompass all three? Because if we want to make nutrient recovery and application as manure, unless we address these cultural, social, biological and physical aspects of human waste, I don't think we'll be progressing very far. I think that's all about I had to share. Snapshot on 30 minutes.
Yes, I think we have the Indian chapter on the SuSanA website. I think that's important guidance. Help us that these things are thought there. I had a feedback that every school has a toilet, means every school has now a plan to have a toilet.
It's a completed toilet.
It's a completed one. Okay, so then that's
and
really
it's a
breathtaking.
toilet for boys and girls.
Wow.
That's what's reported.
Online, hourly updated. Okay.
That's updated, yes, hourly.
Okay, so that's really great and good news. Questions, comments, please. 1, 2. Is there a second mic we can move around? There's the second mic, please.
Thanks. I'm really curious to follow up on your comment about that you think these toilets are going to be put into place and then down the road go, whoops, when we need to replace it. My first training that I provided in India was in 2004, and I was toured around to all of these UNICEF constructed and other organizations constructed toilets that were being used for other purposes. And so to echo comments earlier about the 80s were the decade of water, and now is this the decade of sanitation with the risk of exactly the same sort of thing cycling through? Curious on your comments. And what we might do to...
Maybe the next 2 questions. Yeah.
Kim Anderson, SEI. My question is, I visit one of these with government projects in India, and it's interesting how these systems are often built just next to water wells in the villages. I felt that there was no understanding about the risk of. I mean, before the people went out to the field to defecate, but actually now they're defecating in the village. It's being flushed down the material, and there they take their water just next to it. So actually, they can create new health hazards if you don't have that that notion and that understanding, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
You comment?
I think the suboptimality question is what I think we're condemned to that. I don't think we have the skill set or the speed, because the targets demanded by the Prime Minister and by the Government of India is driving us to count numbers, irrespective of whatever happens. So you're going to count that first, and you're going to take it off and say, okay, this has got constructed, and then you'll worry about how to retrofit it and how to make it cleaner. But will there be monies available? Will there be subsidies available for that? That will be a question mark. The question of groundwater contamination, 85% of India's rural population gets drinking water from groundwater, and you're building twin pit toilets, and especially in high water table areas, it's a huge challenge. Is anything being done about that? Nothing, so far.
I think we could go on long, but I would like to warn you that you have no gap after this session, and we'll dive into the emergency session. I think it's the appropriate title, which will lead us into the coffee break. We've added another 15 minutes delay, and then you have a coffee break, and then we'll talk about school sanitation. So I would suggest that you take your questions until the coffee break at least.
Yeah, sure.
But thanks again very much. We have the thematic discussions, and you're the one helping us with that. Yes, I think the chair of the next session is Arno Köver, and it's sanitation in emergencies. Floor is yours. Huh?
Ja. Ja, Winnie. No, Winnie will be here on 4th before mine. We start with Tilo. Ja, het zien als ze niet. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I think we can start. Huh? Okay. My name is Arno Köver, Maltese international and member of German WASH Network. I'm sharing this session with Winnie Adam, who will co-chair this session on the sanitation in emergencies, which is quite a topic that got a lot of attention recent years. And if we look at the issues that are at stake at the moment, is that there is really a changing environment in which we have to work. There are massive needs also in the Middle East. There are different and other approaches to how to work. And in the agenda of today, we have tried to reflect that a little bit, that there will be a kind of update or new innovative actions mentioned in the section on the outline of the compendium on sanitation and fecal sludge management in emergencies. There will be a presentation on sanitation for millions, also just showing more or less the magnitude of the issue at stake. And then we will talk in detail on SuSanA and the regional chapter in the Middle East. And then Winnie will present a topic on sustainability assessment of productive sanitation, a case study from South Darfur. And in the end, I will give a brief presentation on market-based programming in the WASH sector, which is also a kind of new emerging sector. So I would like to invite Tilo to start with a presentation on sanitation and fecal sludge management options in emergencies, the outline of the compendium. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Arno. And I think I'll be able to make up a little bit of time because I will be speaking with a quite short intervention. I have to say that I'm speaking not on behalf of myself, but on behalf of Robert Gensch in our team, who's leading on this from the German Toilet Organization side, and Amy Jennings, who's leading on this from the border side. There's an initiative, this is part of a project that we have financed by our Foreign Office of Germany to engage in WASH in the humanitarian field. This is part of the German national strategy, making WASH as one of their focal areas of intervention for humanitarian aid. And this is part of their implementation of this strategy. And a focal point of that is capacity building and knowledge sharing. So in the predecessor project that we had, there was basically a training course, WASH in emergencies, that we're still carrying out in Germany and in different regions of the world. And basically there was a byproduct from this course, because we compiled information on fecal sludge management in emergencies, and it just turned out to be a product that was so great that the ministry then said, well, in the next phase you should please try to turn this into something greater. I guess it was found that no is always a difficult word. There was very little, sort of information on or no, I guess, coherent, up-to-date compilation of existing or emergency sanitation options for emergency settings, and the existing publications that we have normally, or to a very limited extent, focus on the entire service chain. So the idea now is to create an expert peer-reviewed overview of the existing options, and also looking specifically at fecal sludge management options in emergencies, covering the whole sanitation service chain. So it's and doing this, of course, for the very different range of scenarios that you might have in different types of emergencies. And so we approached EAVAC, because the idea sort of formed that it would be very nice to basically have a counterpart to the Compendium on Sanitation Systems and Technologies for the emergency context. So the next steps that have now been undertaken is that an advisory board, an advisory group has been assembled. Just the way that we've been embraced, or this idea has been embraced by different actors, really seems to show how much people feel that this is a piece of work that needs to be done. There will be a kickoff meeting here in Stockholm, which I think takes place in a room that can fit 14 people, and we have 17 already. But we'll fit, and at the same time, even if we have those sort of limitations, do approach me if you feel that this is something that you would like to be engaged with also. The first draft, the goal right now is to present it at the FSM4 in next February, and we see SuSanA, who's been such a close and good sounding board for the piece of work that EAVAC has done for the developmental context. We feel it's essential to have, and very useful to have SuSanA play that critical role for this publication. Ideally, if everything goes to plan, we'll be able to launch this in a year's time. So I think a very specific, concrete piece of work that SuSanA has a critical role to play in, and that I think the working group that Arno, Jan Spitt, and Stefan Simon, those are the three, no, who's the AJ Paul from Welthungerhilfe lead, a critical piece of work that I think that working group will also be engaging with its members to work on. Now, everyone's aware that the SSWM toolbox by Sevas does a great job of delivering tools and making them available online. So the, and Michael Kropak will speak in a second about sort of the work that we're doing together on this, but the ideal scenario would be that later all these tools would then be made available by them also, so them taking that work one step further, thereby making it available online. The advisory group, just to run a few names by, we have people from the Red Cross, ECHO, different universities, KwaZulu-Natal, we have UNESCO, IHE, UNICEF, we have the Global WASH Cluster leads, Oxfam, ACF, the list continues. So it's a great thing, I think, that we're embarking on, and like I said, this is basically it hasn't really started yet. There's this paper outside for anyone who's interested. It outlines it there, and yeah, please do approach me or do approach the others I just mentioned. Looking forward to working with you on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and I think it's a great thing that we have now a specific version for emergency from the Compodium. And if there is anybody have any question.
Hi, sorry, right at the back. My name's Kate Whitehouse, I'm from Oxfam. We're going to be talking about this in a few presentations time around market-based programming, but I think it would be very interesting to see when you're drafting this compendium how you potentially look at integrating market-based programming and understanding local market systems when emergencies happen and how you integrate whatever sanitation service response with those systems as well, instead of just looking at standalone solutions that external actors bring in.
Thank you for that question. I think you'll find another flyer outside that's laying right next to this one that then talks about that specific session that we're doing, and I think you'll find that many of the actors involved in this are also involved in that. So I think the difficulty will be the challenge of juggling it in a way that it doesn't become so complex that the tool can later not really be used because people lose oversight in using it. But you're absolutely right. I think Arno will speak about sort of the sort of shift that's taking place in the humanitarian field that development actors should be aware of. With that has to do specifically with markets. So yeah. So like I said, I'll leave it there because I think Michael will speak to sort of their role in this as well.
Any other question? Or we go to the next presenter. Other. Yeah. Sanitation for millions, access to sanitation in countries facing large migration by Daniela.
Yes, I'm Daniela. I'm Daniela in that sense. Yes, Daniela is excusing herself. She has another high-level meeting, and now we know what she's going to do. But she asked me to jump in. So I haven't seen the slides, but I know the idea. Yes, sustainable wash services in the context of fight and migration, sanitation for millions. It's actually taking up what Vishwanath was saying. You can discuss what's the ideal solution and go on discussing, but there might be an urgent need, and there's a need as well, especially in the emergency context. And the German ministry is trying to go into that direction and to see that actually what can we do, and that's actually the main idea around this, and it picks on the human right to sanitation. It picks on the big need. It picks on the international attention is shifting. There's more conflicts and violence. There are more refugees. There are more displaced people, and there are as well many of those in the countries where the German development cooperation is active. Well, often we have sort of host communities which already have difficulties to provide services to the people which live there, and then they might have double the inhabitants suddenly. So to think about what could be the infrastructure they have is a no-regret measure. So let's start thinking about that and really bringing access to people, basic services. I think that's where we are going. Yes, and that's why there's a conceptualization of a Sanitation for Millions program. And it tends to start. It has sort of the starting funds from the ministry, but it as well wants to show how it works and then invite others to join. Well, it goes towards sanitation and hygiene promotion in schools, provision of public sanitation services, sustainable sanitation management, and then as well that mobilizing additional finance to really follow Vishwanath's advice. Act now and become better then. It's a tricky thing because we are always saying that we shouldn't build something that actually contributes to the problem. We should build something that is sustainable. So it's exactly in that area. But yes, we'll do an attempt. Yes, I think I more or less said that sentence already, so I think I know the idea. The main objective of the program is to improve the water, sanitation and hygiene situation in hosting communities of refugees through improved sanitation facilities and the maintenance. Background is easy there because as German technical cooperation often works with utilities, often works close to the ministries, often works with host communities. So to come from that point, and then if a community has double the inhabitants, that's actually where German Technical Cooperation has experience and wants to bring this experience to the table. That's it seems. So thank you.
Thank you, Arne. Any questions or feedback? I think the focus of the program on public. I'm having on something. Okay. So I think the focus of the program on public places and schools is really, I think, a key thing, because often in host communities that's where problems also are. So I think that is a very, very good linkage to do between development and emergencies. Any questions or any feedback related to the presentation? Yes, please.
Maren from Borda, hi. Maybe just a remark that it gives us a great mandate to not only work in the camps, but also work in the host communities. And I think this is a huge opportunity to expand services and get different ways to implement.
Yes, I think the humanitarian aid is not with the Ministry of Development Cooperation, but to improve the infrastructure in host community is. So that's why this is the starting point. Okay, I think we can cover some time. Huh?
Yeah. Any other further questions? If not, then we can move to the next presentation. As currently one of the areas in the world where a lot of emergencies are going on and humanitarian work is the Middle East. So we have a presentation now related to SuSanA Regional Chapter Middle East on how SuSanA can contribute in that context. So Michael Kropak, please.
Yes. Yeah, hello, my name is Michael Kropak. The microphone is working? Okay. I'm from CEWAS, and I'm happy that Thilo told us a bit about what he wants to do, because I also can only tell you what we want to do or what we're in the process of doing, so I don't have any results. So if you have questions, fine, but maybe I don't know the answer yet. Huh? Yes. You all know that the Middle East is, the most water scarce region in the world, and adding to that, we now have all this issue with the Syrian conflict in the region, and this one is going now on for 5 years, and we have by now nearly 5 million people which are displaced or refugees in different countries or internally in Syria. So we have here a huge issue and a huge problem, also when you talk about water and sanitation, providing for those people in those countries. Now, if you look at the SuSanA partner map in the Middle East, you find only 3 little dots. So I think there is some room for improvement to actually do in this region, because we need more capacities, we need more people, we need more local organizations here that can really tackle the problem and can bring actually the whole idea of sustainability into the field of sanitation and water management. So that's a bit the starting point, what we want to do in our program, the CEWAS Middle East program. We can say in a broad sense we have 3 things that we want to do, or we are in the process of doing. The one thing is really trainings in sustainable sanitation and water management in regard to humanitarian crises, and the other one is what we really want to develop is an ecosystem of businesses, of NGOs, of new startups that are actually working in this field, that can offer solutions to the government, to the people, to the host communities. So we have there really a model that we can tackle this situation in this area. Now, very important for us is what we really want to do is also to create a whole network of people, of organizations that are working on the same issue, and that's why we want to create the SuSanA regional chapter for the Middle East. Maybe just a small word to The toolbox Thilo was mentioning, what we're working on right now, we are not inventing anything new. What the toolbox really is the compilation of existing material or material that is being written right now and put it online. We are currently calling it Sustainable Sanitation Water Management Toolbox for Humanitarian Crisis. With the reason we don't want to put it really as an emergency sanitation, because then we sort of end up, a lot of people think then about the camps, but when we go to the Middle East, we see big issue is really the host communities, rural host communities or urban host communities in Jordan or in Lebanon. Those small or also bigger cities, they have doubled, tripled, quadrupled in size, and here we have a big issue with providing sanitation to the people. And also when you talk about camps, what we have, for example, in Palestine, we have camps which are 40 years old or 50 years old. So the situation is different. It's not just the immediate response. We have to look at it really a bit more broader and in a long-term view, so we can really tackle those issues. So this is work in progress, and we're working on that to really compile a way that the practitioners in the Middle East can really use that as a starting point to work in their different contexts. Very important for us, what we want to do is, we've seen there is lots of material in English, but very little in Arabic, especially on sustainable sanitation. And here we're working on really translating all those documents also in Arabic, so people which might not be so well aware of English have the tools and the knowledge to work on those issues. Again, about trying to build up this ecosystem of new businesses, startups. I mean, we have been running the startup course, for example, in Palestine last year, and there is a tremendous amount of young people which are really motivated, which want to change their countries, which have ideas to really come into the sector, show solutions. In Palestine, for example, lots of IT solutions, apps, which you can all use for managing water resources, for example. And what we're doing, we are running those programs in Palestine, Jordan, and Lebanon the next 3 years. We will start in Palestine this year, actually next month. So if you know anyone who wants to participate, contact me later. Now, to the regional chapter. I think what we really want to create is a similar situation as with the Indian chapter, but I did realize we do have a bit of work ahead of us, because I think what we first need to do is, of course, also to bring together some more partners, help others to grow, startups and other businesses, to really get the foot into the whole scene and bring them closer to SuSanA. So we work on the library for materials in Arabic and English, training materials, an event board, discussion series, which we're also planning to do in Arabic, just to bring also the practitioners a bit closer to the whole idea, what we stand for. And of course, partner profiles and a project database. We have already started with that work. Our first work is this one, you all know it, huh? It's the EAWA compendium, but now in a different language. We have a small little army in Egypt which is still busy with translating, so on Wednesday it should be finished. Huh? So let's get my fingers crossed, huh, that we can actually have a mini launch of the book next Wednesday at 4:30. Come to the Swiss Water Partnership booth to celebrate. The printing version will be then issued at the Arab Water Week later, at the beginning of next year. What we're also working with other different partners, of course, from SuSanA. Thilo mentioned with the German WASH network and with Border as well, all those materials that are being presented and that have been that Thilo has presented, we want to, of course, also include in that, so we have a really good base and especially translated as well to Arabic, so it is really accessible for people and practitioners on the ground in the area, so the problems there can be tackled also from the local side. However, when we talk about the The regional chapter, of course, this doesn't work just with us. We really need your help. So I'd be really happy if you could come to me afterwards or any other time and tell me a bit more about what are you doing in the region, so we can really find out who's really active, what are you doing there. Maybe you have some great ideas about resources, especially in Arabic. We don't have that much yet. So if you have good resources on sustainable sanitation, water management, please tell us. And of course, if you know more local partners or you run trainings in the region as well, it'd be great if we could meet up so we can see how we can jointly form this regional chapter in the next couple of years. So contact me, or actually responsible for everything is Lillian, but she will only be here tomorrow. So yeah, that's it. Huh?
Thank you, Michael. Any questions or feedback? I think the focus what you're mentioning on the kind of humanitarian situation rather than talking about emergencies is very appropriate also for a context like the Middle East, and elements of having a kind of a market approach like with startups also give some perspectives for people in the region, and I can see that having translations into Arabic is also very essential in order to have a more direct contact between technicians and people involved in humanitarian work. Any questions or feedback related? Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, as I'm here also for basically for the Red Cross, the Dutch Red Cross. My question is, to what extent do you have contacts with all the humanitarian organizations in the region which are now heavily involved in WASH programs?
Well, we do have, we make microphones, yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, we are, right now we're mainly working in Jordan, Lebanon, and in Iraq, and there we are contacting or are in contact with those organizations already. So that is a work in progress, but yeah, it's in progress.
But also Sudan is not in the Middle East. I am from Sudan, that's why. Yeah, it wasn't in the map.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Sorry.
Manfred Schützer from Germany. Just a quick question. Are you in contact with the Arab Water Operators Association?
Which one? Oh, yes, we are. Yeah, okay. They're even in our steering committee.
Hello, Laurent Quay from UNICEF. How are you coordinating this with the Global WASH Cluster, who also has some training material and quite a bit of information? And in terms of partnership, might also be a good way to get in touch with humanitarian actors in the region. Thank you.
That was a comment, right? Or a question? Yeah, fine.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. Then we let's now move to the next presentation. That's from Winnie Adam on Sustainability Assessment of Productive Sanitation in Emergencies, a case study from South Darfur.
So I'm presenting my thesis. I recently graduated in last April from UNESCO IHE. My supervisor, Damir, and my mentor was Dr. Mariska. So my research objective was investigating feasibility of productive sanitation in South Darfur emergency settlements. Basically, I was focusing in CAS and Otash camps. They are based on South Darfur. My specific question was to review the literature, see what is happening in emergency in terms of productive sanitation technologies and their management scheme, then identify possible option for Darfur after investigating what is happening currently in South Darfur in terms of sanitation provision and services. What I did basically on the field, after review, the first thing I reviewed the literature, then afterward I went to the field, I did some social and technical data collection, some focus group discussion with the local CBOs, and some data collection to quantify and to know how, to which extent the pollution of grey water and black water. So in terms of I was mainly focusing on the quality of the sanitation services. So, and this was the public sanitation service in CAS. Basically, in my opinion, was like, it's a lot of effort is being made, but at the same time, the maintenance of the public sanitation service is really bad because of the CBOs or mismanagement of the sanitation facilities. Also, in terms of household sanitation, this picture are from Otash camp, that the sanitation service is not well maintained even in household level. And also there was a lot of grey water stream which is coming to the pit latrines and which make the pit latrines are filling up more quickly than they are. And afterward, even in the best case scenario, when the latrines are full, I mean the dump site is, this is how it looked like, and this is, it should be a controlled dump site. And on the other hand, from the simple pit latrines, when the slab is mobilized, usually slab is not mobilized, and then the people are returning again back to unimproved sanitation. The other thing I did is to try dry sanitation there, using the same local material from the place, to see whether my first objective of the experiment is to see whether the people will, how they will handle the UD toilet, or like whether it's also reproducible there with really basic things. So this is a contingency slab from the NGOs there, working there, and I just make this addition to make it as a UD, and I put some some collection stuff to collect the excreta and quantify how much it is. I collected each stream and measured everything, and also I make analysis for the excreta to see what is the biological demand and the COD of the excreta. And the other stream that I was looking at is the grey water. I collected grey water from 3 different streams: shower and bath, shower, kitchen, and laundry, to see which of them and to which extent they are polluted. Other thing I did is to do an experiment with the household level with a simple constructed wetland prefab in order to see with the community whether they will continue, because what I got from people in the focus group discussion was a really positive result. Like all of them, they were pro resource recovery, and they want to get anything which will help them to get more income to themselves. So I was thinking, okay, let's maybe try this on reality. So I did one experiment with the people to see whether they grew or they will take care of the system or no, and what they will do with the water as such. I didn't make any analysis for this, but it was just basic experiment to study how people will react with the system. Another experiment I make with making biochar. Also was really with a basic material. I just take the excreta, I put it in the sun until it all degraded. Afterward, I mix it with the powder, with the cold powder, and then I let it dry with a very conventional with the sun, and then just to use it at the household to see whether if the people will be able to drink, for example, a tea made of this biochar, and it works. It works. only thing it works. So I think the opportunities with this is, I think it's the main thing I was focusing is like, this is a product and it's an income generating activity. So the people, I think this is the best opportunities for productive sanitation in order to work there. And also to reduce public health risk, this would be from the prospect, for example, from the NGO or WHO there, because they're also complaining about groundwater contamination based from simple pit latrines. And also for prolonging the latrine life cycle, I think this is very interesting even to the household themselves, because everybody's complaining about that they have to change. They're there for 13 years and they have to change the pit latrine all the time, and the space is quite limited. And also there is another opportunity for productive sanitation is to fill the gaps, like the transition from relief recovery phase to development, because until now these camps, they are considered in relief phase somehow, and they cannot jump into recovery. So I think also this is a chance for productive sanitation, that it could fill this gap, that if the people got income opportunity, then by themselves they will go from the relief phase to people who are producing things. The challenges, I think the very low technical capacity of the state, and the IDB community is highly dependent on aid. They are always using supply-led approach, and the people are really dependent on, they have to get something all the time. The lack of awareness regarding the health risk will make it, we have to choose really conservative system in order to fill these. So we won't create another problem. Other thing is the community participation. Sometimes, even in the working of the NGOs there, sometimes is very good, sometimes is very limited, according to the material or the designs that people use for constructing simple pit latrines. For example, some people use a plastic sheet, other people use a local material. Then you get more involvement from the community when you are using a local material to construct the latrine. What is next for me was to tell the sector about what I did there, and this is their feedback from the WASH cluster about what they think about productive sanitation, or if they want to go forward with this thing. And I think they were really positive, and this would give me more courage to look forward and to do more extra stuff. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Winnie, for these examples from a kind of prolonged humanitarian situation, and then examples on how to do productive sanitation. Any questions or feedback? Oh, there in the back.
Thank you, and congratulations. I've been doing something similar in Kenya for the last 2 years, and I know it was really hard work. I was just wondering, your findings and your models and the circumstances are very similar to what Sanovation in Naivasha have been piloting for a number of years, and they've been working closely with the CDC to make sure, from an epidemiological, sorry, got up at 4 a.m. this morning, point of view, when they're looking at things like biochar, they are actually getting reduced pathogens. Have you collaborated with Sanovation? Have you been looking at the work they've been doing? Did they come and see the work that you've been doing?
They gave me the recipe for the biochar.
They gave you the recipe. Excellent. I love the terminology.
Yeah, they're working really high tech for me. I mean, because I was doing just MSc studies, so I work everything like very conventional, but just put the thing from the concept. I mean, just I took the concept and I do with it. But they're doing everything with machines because it's production there.
They started, sorry.
Yeah.
But for anybody that doesn't know in the room, they didn't start with machines. They're now at machines because they're scaling from an urban wash perspective in fixed, in permanent habitats, but they started in camps with solar and something that was constructed from what they could find on the ground to make it work. So bringing that forward to the WASH cluster as well, I think is very important, not just to them, but that compendium that's being written.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Oh, sorry.
Hi, I'm Rolando from CRS. I just want to hear a little bit more. What are the next steps outside Darfur? If you're going to try this, you said that you presented for the global WASH cluster or the cluster in Sudan.
National.
But has this experience in a way come out out of Sudan to other countries?
I'm trying to make it out in Sudan firstly.
Good.
I don't know. Because I think, no, but the thing is, because when I look at the literature, I mean, the situation of the emergency Sudan is really far, you know. So there, if I'm looking to do something outside Sudan, they would be more advanced than this, because already there are productive sanitation somewhere else, you know. But we don't have part of the simple bit latrine and VIPs, the entire sanitation there in the camps.
Okay, thank you. So we go now to the last presentation of this session on emergencies that I will present. Is very brief on the topic of market-based programming in the wash sector. You can see this presentation more or less as an introduction, because there will be 2 sessions later in the week dealing with this topic. As you can see, although it's a relatively new topic for the wash sector, market-based approaches are already applied also in the wash sector, but mainly also in many other sectors, like the food sector in particular, in the humanitarian areas. And one can see that especially for the wash sector, there is really a need for capacity building for those who are not yet familiar with this kind of approach, and experience sharing for those already involved in market-based wash approaches. And we will have a session during World Water Week on opportunities of market-based programming to address humanitarian wash needs, and then after that also a follow-up session by Working Group 8. So this first session, that will be on Monday during World Water Week 2016, and then the Working Group 8 session will be on Tuesday. So that will be 2 opportunities to go a little bit more in detail on this topic. Yeah, so that's why here it's only just an introduction to this sector. In fact, one can see that the expected benefits of working through existing market system is in the humanitarian context that it includes speed, efficiency, and effectiveness, rather than having like in-kind distributions, as was often the case before. If you can work with and through local markets, it can in many cases speed up also delivery. And that is also an additional advantage is also that it can result into increased beneficiary dignity and choice, because they can themselves look at what kind of items they need, and they are not just forced to take certain items that they are not really needing that much. So we can see that really the humanitarian landscape is changing. Like before, more also you had this distribution in kind, and now these options of market-based approaches are coming there. And then, but we have to be careful that if you look at the wash sector, that it's different if you have, let's say, distributions, or you have cash distributions for food or voucher systems, and people use it for food items, because then they cannot go much wrong with buying a sack of rice. But if you have to buy or arrange for wash-related services, then also a kind of competency or skills are involved, and one need to assure that if one has voucher or cash-based activities in the wash sector, that the activities are implemented in a way that the complexity of the wash sector is addressed. Then, yeah, if we look at market-based activities, so it's not only cash transfers and voucher system, but also, yeah, it often starts with a sound market analysis that is required. And many humanitarian activities also, they focus, or they have activities related to strengthening local markets. So there are many different options to look at it. Then, as I mentioned before, yeah, the multi-purpose cash programs, they really can break down sector boundaries. So there is really a risk that for a little bit a general approach that also insufficient WASH expertise is there when we are implementing WASH-related activities. So if we give cash to people with the idea of doing certain WASH-related activities, but the expertise part is not covered, then there is a risk for that. Then market-based programming has a tremendous possibility scope for a link between development and humanitarian sector, because already in the development sector, more and more of these market-based approaches are being implemented. And so one can learn also a lot from the development sector. And we have seen also earlier today that a lot of emergencies actually they can last for a very long time. So then they move from emergency to a kind of longer semi-development situation. So there also the link, if we can link up between development and humanitarian sector, is an advantage in that sense, also for the market-based approaches. So my presentation, as I said, is an introduction to the two programs that will be presented on Monday and Tuesday. First on the World Water Week on Monday, and then again also in the SuSanA Working Group 8 session on Tuesday. So that was a brief presentation. Thank you. If there's any questions or feedback, yes, please. We need you.
Thank you for this presentation, and looking forward the other sessions during this week. One question on the multi-purpose cash programs. So we saw that following the World Humanitarian Summit, this is actually something that's being pushed at within the humanitarian sector. And if you mention here it's a risk, what advocacy do you see is needed, and how do you plan to do that? Because we don't want to miss the boat. If we consider that in terms of WASH, either quality issues or monitoring or ensuring that people do have access to WASH services, in replacement of hygiene kit distribution, for example, then we have to make sure that in the messaging that is being shared at the overall humanitarian sector level, it's recognized. So what activities are planned in terms of advocacy towards more general groups who might be pushing for these multi-purpose cash which have tremendous benefits, but for our WASH sector might also represent, as you mentioned, some risks?
I think probably the biggest role is for the WASH clusters doing the emergencies itself, because they are coordinating in the more general clusters, overall cluster meetings, that if we have any activities supporting, like say, grants or vouchers or cash transfers, more kind of multi-purpose or multi-sector, that if we have activities that are covering also WASH-related activities, like the hygiene kits or other letting construction, that is component of what exactly needs to be in the kit to have the minimum, let's say, professional or sufficient kit are covered, or for sanitation, latrine construction also, that minimum design criteria are adopted, or that at least the provision that is available via the market-based approach covers sufficiently the minimum technical standards that need to be adopted. So I can see that WASH cluster probably in the initial emergency setup need to discuss that with the other sectors. Any other questions or feedback? And then, if not, then I think there's a coffee break time now.
We're nearly in time. Coffee break until, is it 4:30, huh? Enjoy your coffee.
We are ready for the last session. I just have 2 announcements. Please, everybody. So we have an evaluation sheet for the SuSanA meeting. I will just pass it around. And it would be great if you just fill in and return it to me or to Doreen or Cecilia, and we will pick it up. So I just give it here in this direction. And in my other hand, I have this participants list. So please, everybody who has not signed it yet, please sign this list. And I pass it, no, there are my speakers. I pass it to the second row. Okay, and now I'm happy to hand over to Belinda and to Hannah, who will chair the session on behavior change and hygiene.
Great. So thank you. Good afternoon. This is the last session, so I can imagine the energy levels are getting a bit lower. But I think it's quite exciting because we have 2 launches. I would like to say 2 launches. One big one, of course, is the launch of the group hand washing schools compendium, facilities compendium. That's a big one, which will be presented jointly with UNICEF and GIZ. A second one, which is related to behavior change, and I think there's been quite a lot of activity on the forum about establishing a new working group 13 on behavior change. So I think nicely we've put together some presentations which are highlighting in different forms and fashion the importance of behavior change. We all talk about it, but what is the sort of the changes we need to make sure that behavior and social norm issues and so forth get incorporated in programs, so we're not only talking about facilities. And then after that, Hannah will, from Public Partnerships for Hand Washing, will basically tie it all together and have some questions for us. Now, the way we'd like the session to go is we'll have 2 presenters and then we have questions after that. And we have some sort of a little bit of an overall question we would like all of you to reflect on. And I did have some cards because we may not have, you may have some thoughts and maybe not it's late in the day and think to yourself, I don't want to put to say anything now. Please put them in the cards because we'd like really the discussion and thoughts and ideas to be moved forward, and there's probably things that you are thinking about. Put them on the card. Maybe that's something that we can continue with on the SuSanA forum. So, great. So, without further ado, I'd like to introduce the first presenter, which is my colleague Laura. And Laura will be launching with Arna? Yeah. The group and Bella, so all together. The Group Hand Washing Facilities Compendium.
So hello everyone. My name. I have one. I have the special thing. So my name is Laure Ronquet. I work in UNICEF in the wash section in headquarters in New York, and I'm here today with our colleagues from GIZ to launch the compendium on scaling up group hand washing in schools. Do you want to introduce yourselves before we go further?
Yes, my name is Anna. I'm working with GIZ. And I'm excited to have that this is happening. As a sector program, we are sort of helping Bella to... Bella is doing the Fit for School approach in Asia. We are as well tasked with making it available globally. I think it's a big success story with the 3-star approach and the Fit for School approach. One of the items which really seems to be a breakthrough at the moment is the group hand washing, and that's a very practical thing to describe this here and to get experiences together. And as in other cases, SuSanA is seen as a point where this can be further discussed and worked on. So SuSanA has a role to play here, so I'm very happy that we brought that together. And more details, maybe Bella and then Laura.
Yeah, maybe just briefly, the compendium on group hand washing facility is addressed the huge questions all over how to make hand washing possible in schools. And there were so many people interested and programs and even government partners interested to see what are good examples for group hand washing in schools. So this is an initiative which collected examples of group hand washing facilities, and you will see group hand washing facilities, let's say from €10 to €2,000 each hand washing facility. So they're very different ones, and according to the local conditions, government partners and development partners can look what fits to their environment. And I think this will also, it will very much help to get people interested and also show what are simple ways to improve hygiene behavior.
And you talk with some more detail, huh? So maybe
Yes. So, as Bella was mentioning, this is a collection of examples that come from a number of countries. So as you can see, we have a list of contributing countries who have participated in this effort, and that helped us collect a variety of examples that we can then share with other countries so that each can find something that might be useful for them. But without going into this level of detail, the first thing we should mention is that this new compendium is actually very much related to the 3-star approach. Most of you will know the field guide on the 3-star approach, which is an approach that shows that wash in schools can be simple, scalable, and sustainable, and that it shifts from looking at the hardware, building expensive hardware and using material in a school, to something that you look where you are and you do what you can do with the situation that you have locally, and you then scale up as you move forward along the level that you can. So what happens when we looked at the group hand washing is that this is part of the first star. The first star is really one of the first things that you can do as part of a wash in school program, is to install daily routines to promote healthy habits. And the first one that we mention as a healthy habit is the daily supervised group hand washing with soap, normally before the school meal. Now, that's being said, we had questions from practitioners who asked, but then how do we do this? What does that mean for us? Give us some more examples, some more support on what we can do at our level as a school to really promote this healthy habit. So the request came from practitioners who asked us for a range of options, and so that they can really implement this really first basic step that is described in the 3-star approach. So this is where we started working with our colleagues to collect and go around different countries and collect, what are you guys doing? So here are pictures and also designs of examples of hand washing facilities. You can see that we have variety of options. Indonesia, for example, here has an option that is more on the higher end. It costs $1,000. It's not nothing. It requires running water, and it works for 30 students. So this is quite already an ambitious, and it's maybe the most high end we have in our compendium. But then we will see in the next pictures, we have something here from Nigeria, which is much more simple. No running water. The water it's a tippy-tap system. The water is in a bottle that the students bring with them in the morning, and this costs around $20. It's for 8 students, and it's built with local material, and as you can see, the range is pretty large. So what we did in this compendium, in addition to collecting examples, is also to give designs, give budgets, give the BOQs, and also give a scale on how easy it is to set up, and also describe the maintenance and the operation of the systems. So for each example, this is what it looks like. We have a picture, but we have the design structure details, the scale from how easy to difficult it is to build, to install, and to maintain. The budget here with the quantities, and the different expenses between the material and the how do you say, the work, who does the work, how much might it cost. So you have examples of these from a dozen countries. My presentation is extremely short. The launch is a happy moment when all this comes together. Thilo, we wish you'll be there next year with your compendium, because it represents a lot of work and collaboration with partners. But we're happy to bring this together, and not only to you, but more specifically to the practitioners, to the schools, so that we can, when you hear, but it's expensive, we don't have water, that we have examples here that you can use. Bella, do you want to call it?
You said it perfectly.
So there it is. We are happy.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
So then we go on to the next presentation. Let's see. What we'll do is, if you don't mind, we're just going to, because the two are connected, we're going to, and because of time, we're going to do Bella's to get together, and then we'll give time for the question. Yeah, so just hold on to it. Please, just, you be the, no you won't, okay, because I'll pick you on first. Yeah, okay, great.
Or this one, or, is it there? Okay. Yes. Yes, I will briefly, a very short speak exactly about how to do hand washing and hygiene habits in the school and in the school environment. And as we have seen before, of course you need hardware, you need infrastructure, but that's not the end. You also need the software. Let's see. First, very briefly, this is Fit for School. This is a program of GIZ supporting governments to introduce or to improve wash in schools. And you can briefly see in this how is that? In this slide, what is exactly being done. It's about these hygiene activities, but you need infrastructure and materials, and you need also the collaboration with the stakeholders, and at the core is school-based management to get it really running and moving. So this will give a little bit of the idea what the program is about. It's not just about the activities. The activities would never work without infrastructure and without the collaboration and the management. Group hand washing is really something in school that eliminates barriers by imposing an activity. When we come to hygiene activities or when we come to hygiene behavior, normally you have a chance. You can decide, are you doing it or not? But group hand washing doesn't leave the choice. You have to do it if you want or not. So this is something which needs, of course, to be done. You need a stable context in the school routine. It would never work without any stable context. And if you have, and in order to get that stable context, you would really need to bring in other players. And these are all players from the education sector. These are not players from the wash sector. And that's also where we, as wash people, yeah, our hands are tied because we need to work with the education sector. If you look at hygiene habits, there are three things to look at. One is the automaticity of the behavior, the frequency, and the context. And all of that is being addressed in a way by group hand washing activities in the school. If you look at the stages of wash in schools interventions, normally people look at that first one, knowledge. They speak about health education, and there is a distribution of IEC materials, and we speak about curriculum development. When you go further, you perhaps introduce skills-based education, and you look into irregular wash interventions and some sort of practice. But to really go into habit formation, you need to provide a stable context, functioning facilities, and really routine hygiene activities, which is quite difficult, very difficult. And that is basically a management task within the education sector, which means you need the school heads. I don't need to go into all the details with respect to the time we have, but you need a collaboration. You need that the school head is really orchestrating wash in schools activities within his school or her school. You need teachers to assure that stable context so that they will really have a strict adherence to the daily activities, will only work when you really do it every day. And they have to assure that really the facilities are clean and that the program is really implemented regularly at the school. You need the students also have a role to play. They will be active. They can take some leadership roles. They can lead their friends and colleagues to the group washing activities. So it does not need that each and every step is done by the teachers. Children have a role to play, but that also needs a very structured approach. And the parents have to chip in because very often governments are not able to provide regular soap. So that might be something where parents come in, or even in the programs we are working, really the parents build the washing facilities. Yeah. So where's the role of the wash sector? The role of the wash sector is really providing hardware. Yeah? And the construction of facilities, and perhaps also training, orientation on maintenance and minor repair, which can be done by perhaps some experts in the community or people who are willing to support the school. Of course, there's also the health sector. So WASH in schools is in the education sector, but has interface to other sectors. So water sanitation sector, but also health sector. So the health sector has the role to ensure water quality. That's very much the task of the health sector. But also orientation of teachers and parents, and they have to provide that the approach is correct. But they're not the one who go to the school to check that it's really done. That's purely within the education sector. And that's basically all. You see here another picture of a group washing facility, and you can see that's very simple, and that's basically the hardware you need to go into hygiene behavior, and that needs the software where the education sector is in the lead. Thank you very much.
Good. So we will start with questions. And for me, I actually say, when we met, I think first in 2000, either 11 or 12, when you came to Cambodia, and I was with UNICEF in Cambodia, just the initial idea to move away from the thinking that we are talking about group hand wash facilities, but it's the behavior. It's that group hand washing behavior, creating that social norm so that students feel left out when they're not washing hands at those key times. And that is where the habits are formed. So I promised Madeleine first, but promise you're second.
Yeah, Belinda knows me. I'm very stubborn. Okay, right. My reflection is, and now we have SDGs, and SDGs is actually more than developing countries and so forth, and targets. And I think really wash and hand washing is laying sincerely very back in our countries. In Sweden and in developing countries, and we have big problems with hygiene and whatever, and it's actually a very it's a big cost for society, because we have parents that leave work to take care of sick kids and whatever. So when we had a flu, something, when everyone was hand washing and did alcohol, the population was suddenly all very healthy and working and productive and so forth. So is this considered? Are there targets for our communities as well? Because I think we need it. Yeah.
Yes. Maybe answer directly. Within the SDGs, there are specific indicators on wash in schools. And the availability of hand washing stations is part of that, functional and clean hand washing stations. So there's quite a shift now to really look more into clean and functional. That was never there before. And also availability of hand washing stations. And in the expanded, there are core questions, and there are also expanded questions. And in the expanded questions, there's also the question on the availability of group hand washing facilities and regular hygiene activities in school. But that's only in the expanded questions. In the core questions, yeah, SDG 4 within the education sector.
Yeah, but that's also for, we should also put that in our books and here in Sweden. Yeah, she's talking about it even in the developed context. Yeah, please.
Yeah, my question goes to you. From our experience working in Uganda in 6 towns, we realize that 80% of the schools don't have any kind of hand washing facilities. 80. Yeah, primary reason attributed is vandalism and theft. Funny enough, not by the students, but by the parents. Do you have any cases against this?
Yes, this is something that's recognized in the compendium. So it's not in it's not in each example, but in the introduction, in the generic comments on how to use the guide, one of the aspects that is mentioned is how to deal with theft and vandalism. And one of the recommendations, but there are a couple of them, is to have it inside the school in a closed environment and in an area where there is regular people there. And so there's not a solution that's fit for every context, but yes, it is recognized. That's one of the issues. And we give tips, but then you need to include the context to be able to solve it.
Yeah, maybe just, you can look at this one, and you can see that there are no faucets, because that was the first what was stolen always, were the faucets. So there are no faucets to be stolen. And also in the beginning, the pipes, the metal pipes were being stolen, but since the kids paint them now, it's very difficult for the people to sell them because they're easily to be recognized. So that has also decreased vandalism and the risk of being stolen. That has really been addressed. We exactly looked at that. They cannot sell it anymore.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, very interesting. And this is about washing schools generally. I know this is about group hand washing, and it's a great initiative, but mine is not really a question, but maybe just providing some insight and to see how that could relate to this. It's about our own understanding as an organization recently. Particularly, I mean, you had a slide about the leadership part of it, being responsible for this. And one group that we, as an organization, I'll speak for WaterAid, had missed in terms of engagement in washing schools is the Teachers Association. And building leadership at that level, because we've come to understand how critical that association is. Actually, in some countries, they are so influential, they work even as a cartel, and sometimes work against the initiative of government and development partners in terms of putting facilities on ground or promoting this. Is there anywhere in the compendium where this is recognized so that washing school is not just the responsibility of the direct management at school level, it's not just the Ministry of Education, we expect to do some things, and it's not just Parents Teachers Association or School Management Committee. How do we work with the larger, group or platform that exists, especially the Teachers Association and those who can actually hold the schools and school children to ransom in some instances?
Yeah, perhaps directly to that. The entire approach is very much on really institutionalizing wash in schools. And that is currently much being done by looking what are the different stakeholders are really different in each country. Very often the group which you refer to, the teachers, are well represented in the PTA, Parents Teachers Association, but there might be other situations where it's really where the Teachers Association is a strong player. And I think the whole approach is very much on country level to look what are players who need to get on board to get wash in schools institutionalized. And it's always an initiative which is anchored to the departments of education. It's exactly not dropping hardware in front of the school and thinking the school will be able to manage it, because that's what happens very often. Schools get, and it's terrible to see the graveyards of toilets on the school ground. You see all the generations of toilets, because it's much easier to build new toilets than either to rehabilitate or to maintain them. Yeah, so it's also much easier with respect to administration of projects. It's very easy to say, okay, 100 schools, they all get a block of toilets, and then you tender it out, and then you get a company doing it, give the key and let the principal sign. But that will, and then a few months later you go there and you just see the graveyards again. Yeah. So it's very much needed that wash in schools will really be anchored to the structure within the school. And the school has to manage it. It's a management task of different groups within the school. And I think that teachers are a very, very important group. So they're also not the one who have to pay for it, because that's also what you see quite often, that teachers then pay the cleaning materials, yeah, all these things might happen, and I think important to address them. Sorry for talking that long.
No problem. So we take the last one for this session. Here?
Yeah, there was also another question there.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll get it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Rolando from CRS. I think this is more applicable to you were talking about the role of the wash sector, that we need to provide infrastructure, because without water, for instance, for hand washing in schools, it doesn't work. Now, one of the things that we need to think about in the wash sector is the role of social mobilization and hygiene promotion, which is important in order to get pupils, but also the parents to get involved in this. And I think that we need to become better in general, not only for school wash in schools, but in general in wash, because the hygiene promotion many times comes under the construction, the hardware, and is not as prioritized. So I think that it's not a question, it's more a comment that we need to start working harder with the social mobilization aspects and the hygiene promotion in order to get better results, not only in schools, but in general in the wash sector. Something that really we all in the sector needs to be working on. That was all.
Yeah, and absolutely. And I think this is what makes this session so important, because it's actually looking at the establishment of a working group to start to look at what are the expertise required to actually focus on behavior change. But I do want to reiterate again that the group hand wash facility is not about the facility, but it's rather about the behavior, creating the habits related to hand washing. And then you have the community protecting it, because once it becomes a social norm, becomes a normal thing to do, then people wonder when it's disrupted. Then they want to make sure that it's running and working. As like school feeding programs and other things, people make sure they really stand behind them. So next, we've got Leif Silas. You're next. Yeah, or am I correct here? Yeah, Silas is next. And then we'll have Sarah's presentation as well, and then we'll have a set of questions again. And then Hannah will close off the session with some interesting questions. Great, thank you. You might need to use this as well.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Silas. I'm with the Water Supply and Sanitation Collaborative Council based in Geneva, Switzerland. So I'm going to talk about menstrual hygiene management and specifically focusing on policy and practice in South Asia and West Africa with an eye on, of course, behavior change. We're talking about behavior change. So this slide is general about WSSC. I'm sure most of the people in the room, you know about the Water Supply and Sanitation Collaborative Council. So our focus areas on menstrual hygiene management are around research, capacity building, policy transformation, and then collaboration and innovation. So today I won't be able to talk to the four of these areas, but I will specifically focus on capacity building and policy transformation. So these are some of the few key principles on our approach to menstrual hygiene management as the Water Supply and Sanitation Collaborative Council. So we use MHM as an entry point to unlock multiple benefits for women and girls, especially to facilitate the discussion on other taboo topics for vulnerable populations linked to WASH. So we actually systematically including ministries outside of WASH in countries, and also ensuring a community approach, so that we are not just talking about MHM in schools, but we use it as an entry point to address a lot of other issues that are taboo topics in these communities. So MHM is just an entry point to address most of these issues. So these are some of our focus priority regions. So in South Asia, we have India is our regional hub. Then in West Africa, we have Senegal, where we have a very big program on MHM, working with the UN Women. And then in Southeast Asia, we are planning to have a regional hub in Cambodia. And then, of course, in East Africa, we have Kenya and Tanzania. Actually, just 3 weeks ago, we had one of our regional MHM training workshops in Kenya with participants from other countries in the East Africa region. So we have menstrual hygiene management at the center, just as an entry point to address a lot of other issues that are related to these sustainable development goals. Goal number 4, number 5, number 6, 9, 10, and 17. And of course, focusing on the female life cycle, which is really at the center of all our programming and activities around menstrual hygiene management. So this is our approach. You call it the holistic approach. So it's not just about distributing pads or just about talking about managing menstruation, but it's a holistic approach. The first step being breaking the silence. Because usually in most of the communities, people don't talk about about menstruation. It's a taboo topic. You know, so we have to break the silence to get everyone to talk about menstruation, which is the first step actually, which I think is very important. Because even if you distribute a lot of pads, but still you are just saying, you know, we are distributing these pads, but how you are going to the disposal, it's none of our business. So by adopting this holistic approach, we address all the other key elements involved in menstrual hygiene management. Then of course, managing menstruation hygienically, and also the third one, which is safe reuse and disposal solutions. So this is at the center of our approach, the holistic approach to menstrual hygiene management. And then of course, we've got some tools that we've developed that we use for most of the training and also in breaking the silence. As you can see, this is one of the menstrual wheel, which really helps women and girls and also men to understand menstruation. And then of course we have the flip book. The flip book, which most of the trainers use also when they are conducting their training on menstrual hygiene management as well. And then we have the MHM Lab Convener's Manual, which provide like a step-by-step approach on how to deliver these trainings. Then of course we also have the WASH and Health Practitioners MHM Training Manual as well. So these are some of the key tools that we use, also including the bracelet, this bracelet that we also use in breaking the silence. So these are some of the key tools that we use when breaking the silence and also training on menstrual hygiene management. And all these are available on our website, on the WSCC website. So in terms of behavior change, you know, when we're breaking the silence, getting everyone to talk about menstruation, we're actually kind of changing the behaviors in our community so that people can be able to talk openly about menstruation, which I think is the first step. Then of course we have this MHM lab or the MHM tent, which is some safe space for women and girls to talk about menstruation openly, where they can ask a lot of questions, they can get some full understanding on the whole process, they can also learn how to use these tools that they can go back and use in their communities to train others. Because our training workshops are training of the trainer. We train people so that they can go back to their communities and train more people on menstrual hygiene management. So the MHM lab, the MHM tent is that safe space where they can actually address and talk about everything. Then, of course, linked to that is also the policy change, which is our focus as well, policy transformation. We don't just talk about menstruation, but we believe that we have to push for some of these issues to be included in policies and guidelines at a national level. So this is a very good example from India. This was a memorandum from the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation, actually highlighting some of the changes in that policy, including menstruation. So you can see some of the highlighted areas that it's not just about washing hands with the soap and water at critical times, but also proper menstrual hygiene, which is now included in the policy. So the importance of getting menstrual hygiene management to be included in policies is that, number one, it means we will now have some budgets being allocated for that as well, as you can see from this policy change, that the funds for IEC may now be used for menstrual hygiene management. And number two, it also gets included in monitoring systems, which is very, very, very important as well. So in India, we worked with the Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation to get this this policy change, which includes menstrual hygiene management. Then in Senegal, we are also working with the Ministry of Hydraulics in Senegal to also get some of those changes in public policies in Senegal and other countries in West and Central Africa, so that they can actually include menstruation in their, they can include MHM in their existing policies for the purpose of, having budgets to be allocated and also getting some plans on that, and also having it included in monitoring systems within the country. Then, of course, in West and Central Africa, we're working with the UN Women, where we have a joint program on gender hygiene and sanitation in West and Central Africa. So this program is aimed at changing policies and behaviors in the region to improve women and girls' human right to water and sanitation. So the focus is on changing policies and behaviors in West and Central Africa, including Senegal, Cameroon, Niger, and also expanding to other countries in the region, and working with the UN Women offices in those countries and the regional office, which is based in Dakar. So we also delivered a lot of training of the trainer workshops in those countries, and we've launched a platform which brings together all those trainers so that they can learn from each other and also sharing knowledge. So this was launched last year, and now we've got 130 training of trainers from 5 West and Central Africa countries represented in there. So the platform is members not only from the Ministry of Hydraulic, but we also have education, environment, health, international organizations, other NGOs, civil society organizations, academia. They are all part of this process, and they all contribute to this platform with lots of documents and also some thematic discussions on areas that are relevant to the region. So these trainers, they also share a lot of information on what they are doing in their own communities and some of their policies in the region. So this is only in French. It's only for the West and Central Africa region. Of course, we've got another platform that we've just built for India and East Africa, which is mainly in English. But we are using Yama because also it has this capability to be able to provide some translations and also an online library of documents that they can use in their countries. So in this regard, these are some of our equality and non-discrimination initiatives that we are at the Water Supply and Sanitation Collaborative Council. So in partnership with the government of India, I highlighted about the policy change to support the Swag Barak mission, and also the joint program with the UN Women in West and Central Africa. And we are also working on research, the component on research, working with the SHARE consortium, which is based at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. So we are addressing a lot of areas around women, sanitation and hygiene in South Asia on some of these research pieces, including some policy briefs that have been published, and also some full articles that you can also find on the WCC website. And these are some of the specific areas being addressed under the research portfolio, including the human right to sanitation in South Asia and also in West Africa. We also have some case studies. So in West Africa, we did some case studies in Cameroon and Senegal, some research in those 2 countries. So what was very interesting, some highlights from that research is that in Senegal, in the region called Kédougou, we did some research in Kédougou and Loga. So in Kédougou, we actually found that 90% of the women who were interviewed, they had undergone FGM, 90%. And also 36% of the girls rarely go to school during their menstruation period. And also 64% of the girls said toilets are most common places for disposal due to lack of waste management systems. So that's how they dispose of their paste that they are using. So these are some of the highlights from these research pieces. And then, of course, these are some of the images from our collaboration with SCA, which is a public-private partnership that we have with SCA, which is headquartered here in Stockholm. It's one of the largest hygiene products companies. So we also work with them, especially around the Volvo Ocean Race. So these were some of the images from Cape Town, where we also had a training on menstrual hygiene management. And also in Sanya in China, we also had another training on MHM as well. So all these training materials are actually available in so many languages. They're available in English, they're available in Hindi, they're available in French, they're available in Mandarin as well, all these tools that we use for the training. And of course, after undergoing the training, all the trainers, this is the pledge for girls and women, that I will break the silence on menstruation. I will not feel shy. I will take pride. I will spread the word outside and inside the home. So after undergoing this training and taking this pledge, we then give them these bracelets. So where they commit that they are going to break the silence to at least 10 people in their families, at school, in their workplaces, they will talk about menstruation, which is a very important step in changing the behaviors. And of course, as I highlighted, this is a multi-stakeholder partnership. WCCC, which is a UN body, we are hosted by the United Nations in Geneva. And of course, we work with a lot of people, a lot of governments are involved, academia and other UN agencies, the private sector, also contributing in other NGOs to breaking the silence around menstrual hygiene management. Thank you.
Excellent. So I think we prepare for the next presentation. Sarah's coming up. Thank you, Silas, for an excellent presentation. I think what you've outlined is some of the, leading to, I guess, the last question. You know, still in our sector, we're not moving with behavior change. What does it need? You've talked about policy, having some sort of policy framework, having tools, having research. I think one of the things, we don't often know why people don't or do what they should be doing or we think they should do. So research is actually a key on that. And then the groups, the pledges. These are the simple things that actually, at the end, create the movement for change. So now, moving a little bit from not our it's still on behavior, and I think I like this presentation a lot because it's a little bit on a different sector. Is it? I believe it's on stoves.
No.
Oops, sorry. Oh, yours is on sanitation. Okay, sorry. I was hoping there was somebody to be on stoves and look at another sector and how they're dealing with.
We have mostly looked at stoves with this program, so maybe that was.
Okay. I was hoping to get a little bit more sanitation. Because the reason is oftentimes we're always in the wash sector talking about sanitation, but how do other sectors deal with behavior change? But maybe if you can weave that discussion or in the question, I would love that. Great, thank you very much. So Sarah, the floor is for you. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for having me, and I'm going to be talking about the Behavior and Choice Initiative at SCI, and I'll be talking about a case study looking at sanitation as well within this initiative. So yeah, we have actually been looking more so at cook stoves, and we're starting to look now into other technologies. So the focus has been on behavior, choice, and decision making, and we've been focusing on the household level, technologies at the household level. And so there's a few other topics as well, energy, mini grids. In terms of cook stoves, one area where there's been some really interesting work at SCI is looking at service-based design. So looking at throughout the journey of purchasing a cook stove, using a cook stove, how you can try and find out more using a service-based design model. So how does the actual the user, how are they actually using the technology? So it's a bit more difficult to potentially apply with a toilet, but maybe there's some ideas there. So I'm going to be talking about a case study in Burkina Faso, and this is in a rural area. So sanitation is a large challenge here. And before I get into the case study, I will also just mention that we've been doing a larger study looking at the use of ecological sanitation. This was looking at latrines that had been built a few years ago to see how people were using them today. And so we saw around 50% use. And what's interesting is that women were using these toilets much less. And I think that comes back to the issue on disaggregated data. There is a difference, an important difference. And there's also actually the number one reason for using these toilets was actually for the fertilizer rather than for the health benefits. So that's another interesting point from this study. And actually, since we've been talking about hand washing, the hand washing or the availability of hand washing with these toilets was about 10%. So water and sanitation in many rural areas, you actually see community-based management as the dominant model. And there's been a lot more research looking at community-based management of water services rather than sanitation. But actually we need to look a lot more at sanitation. So we know that a few households with poor sanitation can have an important impact on the surrounding community. And of course, approaches like CLTS are actually taking advantage of collective action. So they are trying to promote a community as a whole to change behaviors. So we need to look more at understanding these underlying processes at a community level. So I'm going to be talking about a case study and here's an example actually where we see a hygiene center. So this is actually a rare example of community managed sanitation technology where urine is stored for until the rainy season where it can be used. And here we see one that's been transformed into a school, so it's not being used for the original purpose. So this case study looks at aspects of collective action, in particular social capital and leadership. Social capital has been examined much more in other natural resource contexts. For example, in fisheries, in irrigation systems management, these social capital has been looked at. And there's also been some research that says that you need something more than social capital to lead to collective action. So one of these aspects might be leaders in a community who can activate existing levels of social capital. So the study I'm going to talk about today was of interest because they have been successfully using ecological sanitation and they've been able to sustain use over a number of years. So I'm going to talk about some of the main findings from this study. So looking at aspects of social capital, we saw that there was a high level of trust among community members, so people practicing different religions were still supporting each other. They were attending each other's functions. An example here, someone reported that when a family member was sick, they received help from others in the community with agricultural work. So mutual aid and high levels of trust. Another aspect of social capital is group membership. So in this case study, there was very high levels of group membership, different types of associations. So women's savings groups, groups for vegetable cultivation and selling. And there was also a group called Kosanga Association that promoted the use of ecological sanitation. And I think that this association has had a large role to play in establishing a norm of ecological sanitation in this community. So rather than taboos with the reuse of human waste for agriculture, we saw that people saw this technology as a positive addition to their lives. And we also saw that the association played a role in enforcing this social norm of ecological sanitation by checking on latrines and looking to see whether people were using them. And then we looked at the role of leaders in the community. So there were traditional leaders that were mentioned, and the community leader in particular had a really large role to play in bringing ecological sanitation to this community, which I think is important. He actually was able to attract external funding as well as technical support. The leaders from the Ecosanga Association who promote EcoSan in this community were also mentioned as leaders, and they seem to have had a large role in sustaining the use of EcoSan over a number of years. So I'm not going to generalize from this case study, but it does emphasize the importance of understanding aspects of collective action, especially with the growing interest in applying these kind of approaches to promote sanitation. And it's also important to understand the contextual information. So like I mentioned, this community was able to attract external funding, and other aspects might be things like high levels of inequalities in a community. So if you have high levels of inequality, you might see that the collective action-based approaches are less successful. So that's all I wanted to share today, and I'm looking forward to your comments. And we're actually looking at building on CLTS approaches, looking at some research to try and bring together certification steps that can combine productive sanitation and health risk management. So we're going to look at some of these aspects and how we can implement them or conduct research relating to those topics. So if you have any ideas, then we'd welcome them. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you. An excellent presentation, although it wasn't on the stoves. It was equally very good on collective action.
We have a lot of information on cook stoves and behavior change related to cook stoves at the office. So you can walk around and you can pick some up, actually.
Okay. But very interested on some of the work that is that comes around collective action, the trust and aspects. So now we have a time for questions to both Silas and Sarah. So some questions? Good. We got one. Okay. So lots. Okay. So maybe I work my way kind of down. So I start with you, sir. You've got your microphone, so both of you can share that for the answers.
Yeah, Arno from Maltese International. I have a question for Salias. You mentioned that key principle, one of the key principles of the program is the community approach. Does that involve also work with men, or is it with women? How do you involve men in the process of menstruation hygiene management? And in the community level, how do you involve men? And do you involve men? And at school level, do you involve also promote to involve the boys? Because we have a program in Uganda where we noticed that if you also involve boys in the training at the school related to menstruation hygiene management, that had a lot of benefits for the girls also for understanding.
Okay, thanks so much. So our approach in everything that we do is always 50%, men and women. So what we do, even during our training workshops, just a few weeks ago in Kenya, where we're doing an MHM training workshop, it was 50-50. The number of workshop participants, we always involve men. It's very, very key. Even for our MHM lab. So the MHM lab, only women and girls can go inside because it's a safe space for women and girls. But we also have a table that will be outside the MHM tent where we have men who also gather there to go through the same process to learn more about menstruation and how they can break the silence. So men are also very, very key. Even this training, one of our training, this flip book. So as part of the training also, they will take them through this process of knowing the body parts of both girls and boys, even in schools, so that they know all the body parts that, girls and boys, they are only everything, they're all the same, but the difference only comes to when it comes to their reproductive part organs, and we take them through the whole process about their first menstrual experience, both boys and girls. So everything's 50-50. So one of our key principles for when we're organizing our training workshops, if we're working with an institution in a country, we always tell them that if we're going to train 50 people, it has to be 25. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, Chad Brookin from Free Flow Consulting. Just wondering where the product is coming from for, I know the education is obviously the at the forefront of the, where is the product coming from, and how can you make that affordable for local women? Yeah, to Silas, sorry.
Oh, okay, so the Water Supply and Sanitation Collaborative Council doesn't focus on products. So we don't address products at all. So for us, we focus on breaking the silence on MHM and how they can safely manage menstrual hygiene, and also on safe disposal and reuse. So we equip the communities with the knowledge, but about products, which product to use, we don't, it's up to them. Yeah, so we don't really focus on the products. Yeah.
My question is towards you, Silas. You mentioned in one of the slides safe disposal of the sanitary pads, or if it is you. What does safe disposal mean? A. Second, in your training, do you also show them that the pads ending up in a pit actually has a huge influence on FSM? You can't empty the pit after that. So is that a part of your training also? I mean, if you're looking at that.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, it's also part of our training as well. So as I highlighted, also we want to equip them with the knowledge. Like I can give you a very good example from Kenya, just 2 weeks ago. When we were doing our training, we had like a full day on safe disposal and reuse. So what came out of what we learned from that training is that we had some representatives from the Ministry of Education who were saying in 2015, they distributed pads to 1.2 million girls in schools. And they give each girl 9 packs of pads, which is like three per term, for 3 terms in a year, for 1.2 million girls. But in most cases, really, the focus is not on the safe disposal. So they only address, they're just distributing pads and ticking the box that we distributed pads to 1.2 million girls and so forth. So one of the aim of our training workshop is actually to break the silence also around disposal as well, so that they should be aware that you are distributing 1.2 million pads to 1.2 million girls. How do they deal with the used pads? That's a very important question that we also. So normally during our training workshop, we invite the authorities from the country, from the Ministry of Health, the regulatory authorities, and everyone to actually address this issue, including representatives from other different organizations, so that they can define for themselves what do we mean by safe disposal.
So it's not defined as that what is safe disposal by?
No, of course we do. We give a general definition, but it's up to the country and the authorities. How do they want to dispose that? So our role really is to kind of break the silence around that area. But then it's up to the stakeholders involved to have that discussion. So we found that in most countries that discussion is not there, it's not happening, because people are just, in many cases, focusing on distributing these pads, including in communities. Like I remember in Kenya, most of the men who were there, we asked them if they knew how their daughters and their wives how they are disposing of these used pads. They said no, they don't know. They were like, they said no, I will not go and find out really how are they dealing with this issue. So it's something that they not really thinking about. So we're kind of breaking that area so that they can start thinking about that, about the safe disposal of sanitary pads.
Yes. Yeah, it's but
If I could ask if I can pass. Anybody has one for Sarah? Okay, so can we have Sarah, and then can you put it on the notes?
No, it's okay, I'll pass.
Okay. No, we still would like it on the note. We still get it on the note. And then Sarah, then maybe we close the session out so we can move forward.
Okay. Hi, Sarah. Katie Whitehouse from Oxfam. Just in response, at the beginning of your presentation, you said that you'd done a service assessment of the cooking stoves, and you said you didn't know if you'd been in the toilet sector, and that sounded really hard. There are a number of organisations that are, and really understand it very, very well. And if people want data like that, it's out there. A lot of the organizations that really have a lot of that data are the ones that are building social enterprises, where really understanding the user, or in this case the consumer, is key to getting that product value, to get people, to convince people to spend a disposable income that might be so small on that product and service that they're valuing. So that sort of stuff I'm actually talking about tomorrow in the working group too, if anybody, big plug, if anybody wants to hear more around that. So I'm just putting that out there as a statement rather than a question. Okay. Just a reply to your question.
Yep. I have a question for you, if it's okay. Is it okay?
Okay, maybe as Hannah is going to take the floor, can we keep it really short?
It's very short.
Okay, very short. Please go ahead.
So I'm a bit interested in how long time it took to mobilize the communities for EcoSan, and how long the project has been, because normally it takes time. So you say, I saw a slide that said you started in 2009. So how long was the process, and how long is still the process? Because sometimes we got funds for 1 year, and we would like to do EcoSan, but it's very difficult because it needs, a continuous support.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit complicated. So the survey was looking at a much larger region where there's been a number of different types of ecological sanitation projects. This particular case study, they started the first implementation in around 2009, but they've also received additional grants to keep working on it. So it didn't start and end then. It's been a continuing process, and they've also been able to expand to some of the surrounding communities as well. So yes, there's no straight answer.
Okay. Great. If there's more questions, what we'll do is we'll get them in cards. We'll try to see if there is time in this session. I'm really happy so late in the day that people are interested. But if not, we take it to the forum, and I think the questions are great. And so now the closing with Hannah.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Hannah Woodburn. I run the Global Public-Private Partnership for Hand Washing. We're based in Washington, D.C. Public-Private Partnership for Hand Washing. So earlier this year, we had a discussion on the SuSanA forum about the topic of how behavior change can be better engaged within SuSanA and the network. And so one of the kind of questions was, where should behavior change be institutionalized within SuSanA? My organization does a lot of work around behavior change, primarily around hygiene, but as we've heard from Sarah, and as you all know, behavior change is important for WASH writ large, even though we oftentimes talk about it in the context of hygiene. From the discussion, there were these various working groups that people proposed as options to be rational homes for behavior change within SuSanA. And I also included some of the comments. I just want to point out that working group number 9 was the one that received the most number of votes as this is where behavior change should live, because of the topic of civil society engagement, which we heard about earlier, and the importance of really building community buy-in. And oftentimes behavior change does exist as behavior change communication. So there was also discussion about the creation of a potentially new working group for behavior change, which could potentially be behavior change in hygiene or just behavior change generally. And this was some of the rationale that came up in the discussion, that behavior change is cross-cutting. And so if it lives in a specific working group, it might be neglected by other working groups. That pulling it out and having it be its own working group could allow it to be have a higher place of priority within SuSanA. And then also, just because WASH has focused so heavily on hardware, that having a specific working group that addresses the software side could also help raise the profile of behavior change within SuSanA. So there's some pros and cons. I'm not going to run through all of these because it is late in the day, but I do think that it's a really worthwhile discussion that we have had and will hopefully continue to have. I think that for me, for what jumps out at me from these two lists is I do think that behavior change is cross-cutting, but then also there is this concern about, if we create a working group for behavior change, how many more working groups are we going to create? And does that kind of dilute our initiative of raising awareness and, creating a higher profile for the issue? So if we were to create a new working group 13 for behavior change, this was a brief description that some of us put together about what the working group could exist to do. It would be built around 3 pillars that other working groups are, focusing on knowledge, research, and learning, networking, collaboration, and partnerships, so helping connect people who are working in behavior change in WASH, and then also policy and advocacy. In the concept note we developed, we talked about the policy and advocacy focus not being only on governments, but also advocating for behavior change amongst programs and policies that organizations are implementing. So when you're doing a sanitation program, that you're also including a behavior change component, so you're not just installing hardware. We have a draft concept note of a potential working group that has been drafted. I have copies of it that I'll leave on the table outside if you want to take it. In terms of next steps, what we wanted to do in this session was have a discussion about what actions and strategies could be useful for this working group based on the presentations that we just heard as well as your own experiences. I think that because we are over in time and it is so late in the day that it might be best to put this on the forum where we've had an ongoing conversation about this already. So to that end, I will post these slides, and I think we can post the other slides from this presentation on the forum. And then I think what I would propose as kind of next steps moving forward with behavior change within SuSanA is to review the concept, to contribute to the discussion on the forum, and then hopefully from there we'll be able to articulate a solid way forward for integrating behavior change more holistically within SuSanA.
Did you want to take some reflections from the group now, and then those we don't have time for? Do we have time for that? Okay, yeah, I think it's fair enough. It was a good presentation. Any 1 or 2 reflections, particularly on what Hannah has presented, and the discussion about what could be possibly, what actions that the working group, proposed working group could form. Just one reflection on it, perhaps? We take one. Those that we don't take, please can you put them on the cards? Because I'm sorry, but we're going to start. Get 2. We take 2 reflections?
I'm fine to skip.
Okay, all right. So, all right. How we want your thoughts.
During the discussion on the SDGs, there was thought on water's everywhere, it's cross-cutting. So, but if it's everywhere, it's nowhere. So I should think that this is worthwhile having a specific working group. I didn't really get what your point. Are you suggesting anything, or are you just yourself triggering debate on it, or what would you like to see?
I would like to see a working group for behavior change, but I think it's a network decision that needs to be made.
Okay. I think that there are very different schools of thought at the moment around behavior change with how do you say, sometimes presented as the only right way. And in that sense, having a behavior change group on a sort of neutral platform, let's not be too pretentious, could be very interesting, especially looking at the American and European and then more Asian way of looking at behavior change. There's a whole discussion about how much evidence do we really need, or should we have much more standardized tools on behavior change, which are actually valid across the world because all mothers care for their children, or should we actually have a very evidence-based bottom-up design process in each and every country or each and every region, and what kind of tools do we use for it? Do we ever see governments integrating, institutionalizing those new approaches to behavior change, or is that just an illusion because the analytical capacity and resources aren't there? I think that type of discussions could be in this working group, and I think that could be useful.
I would agree. I think that something that I've discovered in working in behavior change is that there are so many different frameworks and theories of change, and it can oftentimes be difficult to sift through those. And so I think sharing experiences from others across the WASH sector could be really useful for people.
We give you the last word.
I'm just saying that behavior change increasingly is being seen as the need to change the behavior of government officials, bureaucrats, and politicians, and not the behavior change only of consumers.
Yeah.
So I think it's also going to be a very critical issue which can be explored by this group.
I think that's a good point, that we need to be specific about what audience we're referring to when we do talk about behavior change. So please submit your thoughts to the forum, because I'm sure you all have opinions, and it'd be great to hear them as we move forward. So if we do go forward with the new working group, that it can be as impactful as possible. So thank you.
Yeah, it's understood that. Thank you very much, and thanks for all the energy for this session. Thank you, Hannah.
We have one more announcement here.
Yeah, there has been a collection of menstrual hygiene management links on publications which are there. That has been collected by GIZ and is available via the SuSanA website. And I think that might be quite interesting. We put that outside so you can see it. I think it's not yet active, but will be active very soon. So you can find it on the SuSanA website. Menstrual hygiene management, an overview of a neglected issue.
So now it's time to wrap up. Anna and Madeleine, you want to close the meeting and have a look into the future and tell us where the next SuSanA meeting will take place?
Well, I think we should. There are ideas. One thing is that we'll have a core group meeting, or who is able to come to Eschborn in mid-January. We'll combine a core group meeting with a celebration of SuSanA, and ideally around the time where the first meeting was 10 years ago. And the second thing, which is a big thing, is that this Fecal Sludge Management 4 will be a big conference in India. And I think many people will be there, and we consider that as a good place to have a SuSanA South meeting next year. If there is a good idea, an even better idea where to go, let us know. But otherwise, that has high potential to have a next meeting in India as well, with all the attention currently which is going on in India. Then there are the usual suspects: Water Day, Menstrual Hygiene Day, then Stockholm Water Week, and Global Hand Washing Day, World Holiday. That's looking into 2017. If you have other important things we should think of, where could be working group meetings, or even a SuSanA South meeting, maybe address it to Anna, share it with us so that we can discuss it. I think that's it. Some voices on that. Are there some voices on that? Or is it late enough to have no? Stefan.
Fantastic idea to go to Chennai. A fantastic idea to go to Chennai. There's a big movement. I'm just coming back from India, and we should not miss out that opportunity to be part and share ideas and discuss and exchange without fixing who's going to change more or going to be changed or influenced, but use that.
Maybe just an idea to challenge everyone in the spirit of the SDGs, where we're looking to link different goals, to not only think of conferences that are applicable only to our sector, but to really go to ones that aren't. I know that the Scaling Up Nutrition movement has its global gathering sometime next April or something like that. But, and this is not only, I think, relevant to the working group on wash and nutrition, but this is a conference where governments discuss their country nutrition plans, which a lot of times, and WASH people aren't even aware, include budget lines for WASH. And you suddenly have nutritionists discussing WASH without sort of the WASH sector being there. This just asking everyone to sort of think in the spirit of the SDGs, sort of a little bit outside their own box to make an effort to do something like that, I think would be great.
I think in an ideal world we have, is it 17 MDGs? I don't know. Yes. Is it? So we would have 17 other events where working group leads or some enthusiast would say, I'm going there, I know somebody there who is coming along. We won't live in an ideal world, but if you have this kind of an idea, share it with us and we'll try to find out if we can activate a few other people and have a small or medium or great event in one of these. Thank you for mentioning that. That's really sort of the self-centered part of it, and we should, with the SDGs, be more open.
Next one, Habitat 3 for Working Group 6.
Yes, but that's sort of already set already, that Habitat 3, we talked about it, Working Group 6, who is there, let us know. Christine.
I was just wondering, are there any more of the Latino San, Africa San, SACO San meetings planned for 2017?
Not to my knowledge, otherwise I think they would have been there. Yes, I think as well WEDEC, as well, could be that the dry toilet conference is next, no, might be next year, so that could be and the SANs as well 1 year after, that's my knowledge, but as well bring it to our attention if we missed out on that. The globe, is there anybody watching? Is anybody knowing if there's somebody watching? Last time I was really surprised about the amount of people. Thank you for watching. Okay. So, yes, so let's see over the day how many there were. But
There's like 10 people sitting behind one.
No, yes. And it's a long day. I think hardly anybody could stay with us from 9 in the morning to nearly 6 in the afternoon.
Even Elizabeth gave up.
Well, but I think in Australia,
she's in Australia, so
yeah,
that's the natural reason. But you know,
it's now
when
4
Elizabeth
o'clock in the
gives up,
morning,
then
or
it's
whatsoever.
serious.
Yeah. Yes. So maybe a few words from you, Madeline.
Yes, right. Yeah, I see that I'm booked in here for next Stockholm Water Week, and if there is a dry toilet conference, we will try to see how we plan so that we don't, so we can plan together with dry toilet conference so we don't overlap each other. But it's also a brilliant opportunity to bring in all these people interested in dry toilet conference to the SuSanA meeting in between before leaving Scandinavia.
And you said something next year, it will as well be here. Maybe that's the moment we will have a number of thank yous, but have a clap your hand for SEI and for having us here every day. Huh?
Yeah. But meeting. I think sometimes we should even go to the climate meeting, but we have to prepare for that. It's in November. And
so we'll spread that with you and let us know.
Well, we will take care of that from here, but we should. I mean, we probably should propose something, get into that, and I hope many of you will join us. But I'm not going to Morocco, so but to another meeting that I will do. Okay.
I start with some thank yous, and you do the one I missed. First, I want to thank you, Ann-Kathrin, who brought all this together. Huh? And you can then thank your team. You organized many things to as well help, but maybe they'll be there. As always, we'll stay there and chit-chat a bit and have something. So thanks to all those supporters from Stockholm, from GIZ and from other organizations who made this possible, please. And the technique, which is outstanding. Thank you. Yes, I think, and with this we can thank the presenters, thank those who had that long day before the Water Week, so that you're not too fresh when you start the Water Week. I was very happy to get that overview again, and have a nice Water Week. stay with us for some time, and maybe you formally close and add some few sentences.
I have some things to add.
Yes, good.
So we are really happy also to treat you on a small something here outside waiting for you. But I have been given order by my colleagues here that anyone who wants to have something of that nice waiting for you outside should help our technicians to carry down the equipment. So we are many, so I hope that you can help them to bring it down, because we have had some hassles with the doors, if you have noticed that today. So their distances to the car is a bit different from what they expected. So please help them with that. I would also like to ask you to bring out to the kitchen the things that you brought into this room and put it where it belongs. Yeah. And so that's, otherwise I'm really, really happy about this day. I think the problems with the door made people stay here because they were afraid of getting lost trying to get out of here again. So that was a brilliant, and I also must say I've never been so fit during a SuSanA meeting. You know, we have put some meters here to see how much we walked today, but I'll tell you later. We make a little graph of that, Kim, I, and Sarah, to see who won the competition of walking most during a SuSanA meeting. Okay, let's help all of us, because this is a collaborative effort, and we have these drinks out here, and we want to see you down at the restaurant where you were yesterday. We have booked a table for 25 people, but I think it's possible to expand. It's a big restaurant, and we had a nice night there last night, and I hope it will be as nice today. It's not, the menu is not too big, but enough to choose between two nights at least. And and if we need to have some people down at 7 o'clock, so someone had to advance, but otherwise, and we need to get out of here 8, isn't it, Kim? Or it depends on you. Okay.
I think the table is booked around 8.
Yeah, we should protect the table because it's a Saturday evening and it's a popular place.
Okay, so these logistics will follow after. Meeting is closed. Enjoy yourself. Be with us. Okay.